This is 5 Live Sport
with Steve Crossman.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
It's an action-packed night in the EFL Cup. Our base from 8, St James's Park. Full commentary of Newcastle versus Manchester City.
Curling corner, Dabburn! Diving header at the back post. Haaland with a header, 2-0. Easy as you like for the champions.
West Ham travel to League One side Lincoln City, who look to knock out a second Premier League team.
Looking forward to it, obviously. Outstanding team coming to our home stadium. Incredible manager, huge history, and please God, it'll be a great night for all involved.
And can Chelsea put their bad league run behind them?
Chelsea 0, Aston Villa 1. Boos around Stamford Bridge from those that stayed until the full-time whistle. Another defeat for Chelsea.
This is 5 Live Sport with Steve Crossman.
On 5 Live. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Great line from Maurizio Pochettino tonight. You can't buy confidence at the supermarket. That's what he said ahead of their game with Brighton. So we'll be there. We'll be at all 9 games in the League Cup this evening. Commentary of Lincoln against West Ham is on 5 Sports Extra. It's also the quarter-final stage in the Scottish League Cup, so we will be at all 3 ties that take place this evening. But our base is St James's Park. Last year's beaten finalist Newcastle United against Manchester City in round 3 of the League Cup. With the team news, good evening, Ian Dennis.
Good evening, Steve, and there's a lot of team news to digest because 18 alterations between the two sides, 10 from Newcastle. Only Nick Pope has been retained from the side that trashed Sheffield United 8-0 on Sunday. Livramento, Lascelles, Dummett, Targett, Lewis Hall making his first start for the club. Lewis Miley, a 17-year-old, Tonali, Joe Linton back from injury, Murphy and Isak. And 10 changes for Newcastle and 8 changes for Manchester City. Gvardiol, Akanji and Alvarez are the players who remain from the side that beat Nottingham Forest. Rodri, of course, suspended. Ortega in goal. Back 3 of Akanji, Gvardiol and Ake. The wing-backs Lewis and Gomez. Phillips making only his 5th start. Kovacic back from injury. Oscar Bob, a young Norwegian, making his first start. Alvarez and Jack Grealish.
Delight to say 2 times winner of the League Cup with Leicester City, Neil Lennon, is alongside Ian. Good evening, Neil.
Hello, Steve. How are you?
Yeah, really good, thank you. Is this bringing back good memories, this competition?
Fantastic. You know, it was my first major honour as a player, you know, and to do it, you know, we did it in a replay, actually, the first one at Hillsborough against Middlesbrough. And
yeah, I remember.
Yeah, we beat Tranmere in 2000. We lost one as well, the Spurs, so it was nice to come back and win it. Yeah, it's fantastic. And like I said earlier, you know, in the pre-show, see, the more you get towards the culmination of the tournament, you know, the excitement, the anticipation, not just within the club but around the club as well, really starts to build. This is a cracking game in store for us tonight as well, Steve. Despite the changes, there's a lot of quality in both teams.
Absolutely. I mean, to me, Neil, it feels like the tie of the round.
Oh, no question. Yeah, I mean, it's a plum. You know, and both teams are in great form. You know, Newcastle off the back of a sensational win, and Man City are just a juggernaut at the minute. So you're hoping that, you know, something's going to give, but you hope that both teams go after each other tonight.
I also love this stage of the competition, Ian, because, you know, there are players that, teams like Manchester City, almost every player we've talked about in great depth. And then tonight you get somebody like Oscar Bob come out of nowhere that for many people they will be listening to him in action for the first time.
Yeah, I had done my notes from ahead of the Community Shield because he was a young Norwegian. He's 20 years of age, but he'd featured in the pre-season for Manchester City. They signed him probably about 4 years ago now from Vålerenga. This is his 4th appearance, but his first start. But you're right about this competition because indeed I remember it wasn't quite a year ago, but I was at the Etihad last November watching Manchester City against Chelsea, and Lewis Hall making his debut for Chelsea that particular night, and I actually thought that he did very, very well. But this will be a special night for him, despite the fact that he was born in Slough. He's obviously he's a Newcastle United fan. He came off the bench for his debut the last 9 minutes at Bramall Lane, but to make his first start here at St James's Park again against Manchester City will be a special night for Lewis Hall. But it's an opportunity, I think. I mean, Eddie Howard talked about we'll use the squad. Surprised he's made as many changes as he has. But of course both sides are facing an intense schedule. I mean, Neil will know all about the demands that the Champions League can bring you, because that's something that Neil has had to navigate in his career before. But I think certainly both managers are mindful of the schedule that's coming up before the next international break.
Yeah, Neil, the quote from Eddie Howe that I found really interesting, he said, "The test is there for us. We want to attack it, show that we have strength in depth on all fronts. This is the ideal place to show that." So they're trying to prove it to themselves that they have that strength in depth as much as anybody else.
Yes, of course, and there'll be players in the starting lineup today, really wanting to prove a point to the Newcastle public that, there is quality and there is strength and depth. When Ian said to me before that they'd made 10 changes, Steve, I was like, oh no. But then when you actually look at the team, it's still pretty strong. You've got a lot of quality, going forward. Obviously, it's a change back 4. Still got Nick Pope in goal, but going forward, they look really, really strong. And there's going to be places up for grabs soon, and obviously you got PSG in town next week. So it's a very exciting period of the season for Newcastle, and they've had some really good results of late.
How hard is it though when you're a manager in the Champions League to utilise the squad, because you don't get the opportunity? It's basically a lot. You very rarely do you get a free midweek, is it?
No, you never. Yeah, very rarely you do. And I think Eddie, he's obviously given this a lot of thought. He doesn't want to go into the competition for sure, but they've made the final last year, and you know what that means to, the public, and silverware is the holy grail for Newcastle at the minute. But yeah, there is definitely a balancing act, and when you've brought players in, you've got to give them an opportunity at some stage, Dano. So obviously he's looking at this as a great opportunity for the likes of Hall, for Livramento to really shine and see, show what they're capable of. And to be fair, they've spent a few quid on them as well.
So we'll have loads more to come on that game at St James's Park. We're at 9 ties, all 9 ties tonight in the League Cup and the Scottish League Cup ties as well. So Newcastle, Manchester City here on 5 Live. Full commentary of League One Lincoln against West Ham on 5 Sports Extra. After knocking out Sheffield United, can Lincoln do it again, Chris Coles?
Well, Steve, their chances possibly improved by the team West Ham have selected. Evening to you. David Moyes, unsurprisingly, has made a raft of changes given their involvement once again in 4 competitions this season, and West Ham's team is similar to their Europa League opener last week. 10 changes in all from the weekend defeat at Liverpool. Only Thomas Souček survives, but it is still a team packed with familiarity, with starts for the likes of Pablo Fornell, Said Benrahma, Danny Ings et al. Great night for Lincoln, this sellout expected. They can give it a real go with little to lose, and their team is as close to full strength as can be. They're unfortunately missing their 3 main strikers through injury, which isn't ideal. So Hakeeb Adelakan, a winger by trade who came through West Ham's academy, once again leads the line. 2 changes in all from a League One defeat at Portsmouth. Ali Smith and Alex Mitchell in for Adam Jackson and Teddy Bishop.
Let's hear from the Lincoln manager, shall we? Here's Mark Kennedy.
Looking forward to it. Obviously, outstanding team coming to our home stadium. Incredible manager, huge history, and obviously we're going to have a full house, which, to be fair, we pretty much fill out most weeks with our home fans. So please God, it'll be a great night for all involved. There's 2 big leagues in between us. They're an outstanding team. We're going to have to be at our absolute best. We're going to have to be at our very best and hope that they have an off day.
Is it? Some people say to me it's a free hit for Lincoln. I'm sure you'd probably bulk at that slightly, but you'd understand the point that the pressure is more on West Ham.
I don't see free hits. I think when you're a top side, I just don't think you really feel pressure. If I was coming to a team 2 leagues below, I'd approach the game like we were playing, like West Ham played Liverpool on Saturday. The 100% they'll approach the game just as professionally as they were playing Liverpool, and that's why they are where they are.
We have the former Spurs and Ireland defender Stephen Kelly also at Sincil Bank. Evening, Stephen.
Evening, Stephen. You're okay?
Yeah, very good, thanks. Managers don't like being told it's a free hit, do they?
No, they do not. They absolutely do not. They just don't want to heap any more pressure on themselves. He's going, right, yeah, we have to focus, we have to concentrate. But, West Ham have put a really good side. And, if you're in the West Ham dugout, it's players that are not going to play week in, week out in the Premier League. And it's about getting the opportunity, focusing and trying to nail down a spot in the starting lineup. And, sometimes they can be a bit complacent. And I'm sure Kennedy's hoping that that's what West Ham are going to be, a bit complacent.
Not a popular one with managers, that, Neil, is it, in the round, to be told that?
We'd always tell you, Steve, there's no such thing. Trust me. I think David tonight will be wanting to get through the tie. They've got a good cup record, obviously, in Europe over the past couple of seasons. And he'll see this as a good draw and one that they can go forward in the tournament.
Do you know, Stephen, I have a similar opinion on the West Ham team to what Neil was saying about the Newcastle team, which is when you're told the number of changes, you think one thing. When you look at the personnel, you think another. There's loads of strength there.
Oh, you know, this team should be more than capable of coming out and winning today, and that's no disrespect to Lincoln whatsoever, but the players, the level they've played at, the level they're capable of playing at, and currently the level they're playing at should be more than enough, and it's ramped with players that are got goals in them, got ability. Kudos coming in, he's looking to cement the place in the starting lineup. You look at Danny Ings, Ogbonna, Said Benrahma, you know, they're littered with players that are capable of playing really high stuff, so, you know, it's for them to lose really, but it's about those players performing, and sometimes, you know, as anybody tell you come to a game like this, if you switch off, if you think it's going to be easy, that's when Lincoln get in your face, get after you, and, you know, they put them up to the test.
Chris, you were telling us before about the issues that Lincoln faced with the lack of strikers. What are their strengths?
Midfield, they're very strong. The two Ethans in midfield, Ethan Errahan and Ethan Hamilton. Ethan Hamilton came through the Manchester United ranks. Ethan Errahan, a former Scotland under-21 international, both very good players. Lincoln tend to play three at the back and use the pace of Hakeeb Adelakan. I mentioned the players that are missing. It's a real blow for Lincoln that they are without their three main strikers, but Adelakan is a winger that Mark Kennedy has managed to turn into a striker. He got his goal against Portsmouth on Saturday, and he's a player of real excitement. They've had a decent start in League One. They held Sheffield United to that draw and then beat them on penalties. This is a good side, and there's plenty of excitement here that they can give this West Ham team, still littered with quality, a really good game.
So we're underway at 8 at St James's Park. At Sinsel Bank, that one starts at 7:45 with live commentary on 5 Sports Extra. All the rest of the League Cup ties tonight also kick off at 7:45. Let's go to Stamford Bridge next as Chelsea look to put their Premier League woes behind them. They take on Brighton, who've had a very different start to the season. John Southall.
They have. Good evening, Steve. Games against Brighton in recent times only heighten the sense of frustration and gloom around Stamford Bridge, the club that they have pilfered for players and staff, spending millions in the process. The Chelsea owners look at Brighton as a successful model, and they are still trying to catch them. 4 ex-Brighton players start for Chelsea tonight. Sanchez in goal, Caicedo, Cucurella and Colwell, who of course was on loan last season. It's 5 changes from the defeat against Villa. Look at Chukwu, Chilwell, Maatsen, Cole Palmer, who makes his debut, and Cucurella come in. Silva, Gallagher, Sterling, Gusto and Fernandes drop out. No goals in September for Chelsea. 2 wins this season against Luton and Wimbledon. Very different, as you say, for Brighton. 5 wins from 6 in the Premier League. They make 7 changes tonight. They've got the early game on Saturday, and of course they've got Europe next week, so you can understand that. For Bruggen, Estupiñán, Dahoud and Boronate survive from the weekend. Baliba makes his full debut, and there's a second start for Ansu Fati.
This must be, Neil, the most difficult thing, or one of the most difficult things as a manager, is when the ball just will not go in the back of the net. If they don't score tonight, they'll go a calendar month, Chelsea, without scoring a single goal.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. You know, I watched them against Bournemouth the weekend before, and they missed some. Listen, if you, as a manager, Steve, right, you're obviously concerned about, you know, missing chances, but the fact that you get some comfort out of the fact that you're creating chances and good chances, and you're just, you know, hoping that, you know, eventually the ball's going to hit the back of the net. If you weren't creating the chances in the first place, you'd have a bigger headache than what you have at the minute.
John, you spoke to Maurizio Pochettino the other day, and he basically said to you that the owners share his views. The obvious question is, how long realistically can that continue?
Well, if you believe what's being said, and if you believe the manager, they will give him time. They keep banging on about the project, so they have to give him time. They have to give him time to get the players back from injury. I mean, I think the credibility would be shot to pieces if they were to sack him in the next month or so. They have to give him time to get his players back, and Kunku, of course, is the big hope for them, but he's out for a long time, so they need Jackson to start scoring. Broyer's on the bench again tonight. Much is being expected of him, and this is a guy who's only scored 1 goal for Chelsea so far in his career. So yeah, I don't think he's under pressure at the moment.
No. You know what, Stephen, one of the most fascinating things for me about this match is Chelsea has spent all this money over the course of the last year and a half, £1 billion, and yet looking at that team sheet, I think a lot of people will be more excited about Brighton's Ansu Fati than anybody else.
It's amazing, isn't it, that this lad's come across, and you know, he's so hyped up, so talked about in world football, and I think what it is the fact he's actually here in this league now. You can get a close-up look at him, because when he's playing in a foreign country, you don't get to see him all the time. Now he's here, and the excitement about him coming to this team. But yeah, I think Chelsea have just thrown so much money, and they have got such a talented squad when they're all fit, when they're all flying, and I've no doubt Poch will get them flying. I just think he's got a squad ready to go for the way he wants to play, and it has to find the right keys at some point. But this Brighton side, you look at what they spend and how they sell players, and how they constantly have a replacement for the player they sell, and somehow that player seems to be slightly better than the one they just sold for 100 million for some reason. It's beyond belief what they're doing, and it wouldn't surprise me if Brighton go on to win this game, even though they put in a few changes as well.
Go on, John, sorry.
For the money they've spent, they've got 3 left backs in the side tonight. They've got Maatsen, Cucurella and Chilwell, so it's going to be very interesting to see where Chilwell plays, because when we saw the manager yesterday, Maurizio Pochettino, the way he was talking, he sees him more as a winger playing in a front 3. So I think tonight we might see him a bit further forward.
Let's bring in Chelsea fan Rob Prattley from the Chelsea Social. Rob, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you very much for having me.
Oh, you sound so excited right now.
No, again, it's one of those situations where it's strange from a fan's perspective, because Chelsea are doing a lot of things right, but they just can't get the ball in the net. And again, I think, as Neil sort of alluded to there, it must be such a strange situation as a manager when you're creating chances, you're doing the right things in and around the final third, but you're just not getting the ball in the net. Because ultimately, and this is why I think Pochettino needs time, it's not as if suddenly Pochettino is the reason Chelsea aren't scoring.
So what is the reason Chelsea aren't scoring? Can we just put this on Nicholas Jackson, or not?
I think it's just Nicholas Jackson. I think it's a number of players of poor finishing. I mean, I sort of looked at the weekend. You had Enzo Fernandez missed a chance that I'd expect midfielders to take. Raheem Sterling had a few good games, but has been profligate sort of recently. Mykhailo Mudryk is still finding his feet in the league. Madueke and Palmer we've only seen little bits of. But I also think the other thing, really, from a Chelsea point of view, is that whenever they are making mistakes at the moment, they are being punished for them. When opposition teams are making mistakes against them, they aren't punishing them. And you saw it at the weekend. Thiago Silva, was a phenomenal defender as he was. He made that one mistake, and Ollie Watkins was there to pounce on it. When defenders are making those mistakes against Chelsea, or players are making those mistakes, Chelsea aren't capitalising on it. And it's all a confidence thing, because if Chelsea, can get early goals, and we saw this in pre-season, they can go on and give really confident and assured performances. However, as the time as it goes on, you see the doubt creep into the mind, and I think that goes back over the historic poor form over the last sort of 12, probably 18 months.
Neil, on that subject of confidence, you look at the Chelsea recruitment, and the vast majority of the recruitment has been younger players. And I know not every player is the same, but if you are buying young players in bulk, do you not have to accept the fact that they are likely to be more susceptible to swinging confidence than players who might have more experience?
Yes, of course, but they're very talented young players, I saw Mudryk last year against Celtic in the Champions League for Shakhtar, and I thought he was wonderful, but he just hasn't sort of replicated that form as yet. I think they've bought some sensational players, Steve, and Rob alluded to the fact that for me as a coach, if you're getting them into the right positions, if the passages of play are good and you're creating these great chances, and that's what I saw against Bournemouth. I didn't see the Villa game. You can't put the ball in the net for them. You just have to believe that the goals will eventually do come. And then once that does come, then the confidence will start to flood back, and then there's a belief in what you're doing, in the process that you're going through, and hopefully you build a bit of momentum from there on in. I don't think Chelsea are far away from being a very decent team. They're not going to be a top team this season, but there's signs for me that, albeit they've got a lot of injury problems at the minute, when they get a consistent sort of squad going, that the progress will be there for them. And I don't blame Pochettino at all. I think they're playing a decent brand of football and creating good chances. It's just at the minute it's just not falling for them.
You've helped us out with a bit of positivity there, Neil. And Rob, I'm a positive guy. I don't want to let you go on a negative. So what excites you at the minute? In the midst of things going wrong, you look at the players in this Chelsea team. Who gets you off your seat?
I think there is unbelievable potential in the likes of Levi Colwill. I think the Enzo Fernandez Caicedo sort of midfield axle that could develop is brilliant. And I really like Cole Palmer. I think that Cole Palmer will turn out to be a very, very good signing. I was somewhat surprised City were willing to let him go, although they do have the very good Oscar Bob in the reserves as well, annoyingly. And yeah, I think that there's a squad at Chelsea that is a real interesting project, for as much as I hate using the phrase, and I think if it really comes together, they will get back to the top soon.
Good on you, Rob. Thanks for joining us. That's Rob Prattley from the Chelsea Social with us on 5 Live. Let's carry on going round the matches in the League Cup third round. 2 more All Premier League ties tonight. Arsenal, looking to continue their unbeaten start to the season, are at Brentford. Mark Scott.
Hiya, Steve. Yeah, Mikel Arteta says that Arsenal don't have the squad to be able to make 11 changes, but he has switched his side up by 8. White, Gabriel and Nketiah, the only players in their team tonight who also started the North London derby. So no quick reunion with Brentford for David Raya, who's not in the Gunners squad at all. Aaron Ramsdale back in goal. Emil Smith-Rowe starts for the first time since May 2022. And there's a debut for the 19-year-old forward Charles Sago Jr. In contrast, there are just 2 alterations for Brentford from the defeat to Everton here at the weekend, as Jurgensen and Onyeka come in for Jensen and Lewis Potter, who are on the bench. Looks like Thomas Frank is switching to a back 3 then, and perhaps he's gone strong to try and get some confidence, because Brentford haven't had a win of any kind in 6 weeks.
Let's go to Villa Park. Wonder if Everton can make the home side sweat tonight. Ellen Ellard.
Yeah, this is the stage at which both sides have crashed out of the competition in the last 2 seasons, and despite having to play 3 games in as many competitions in the space of a week, Unai Emery has stressed the importance of progressing tonight. He's named a strong starting 11, making 5 changes to the side who beat Chelsea at the weekend. Olsen, Dendoncker, Tielemans, Bailey and Duran in for Martinez, Dean, Kamara, Zaniolo and Watkins. Sean Dyche has said that Everton have to change the story through good results. He also makes 5 changes from their first league win of the season. Young, Gay, McNeil, Decore and Beto are out. Patterson, Keane, Danjuma and Calvert-Lewin are in, and a debut for Leeds loanee Jack Harrison.
Ellen, thank you very much indeed. Still to come, we'll be at Liverpool, Leicester, Fulham, Norwich and Bournemouth against Stoke in the League Cup, plus Hibs against St Mirren, Rangers against Livingston as well in the Scottish League Cup quarter-finals tonight. And then we'll refocus on Newcastle, Manchester City, which is our commentary here on 5 Live. Before all of that, we're going to Rome. In just 2 days' time, the Ryder Cup begins. You can follow all the drama on 5 Live, starting with the preview show, which is tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Then the action begins on Friday in breakfast. Full commentary starting at 9 a.m. and it continues right across the weekend. James Gregg and European Tour professional Graham Storm have been walking the course this afternoon, and it's in great shape.
Looking beautiful, isn't it, Graham? I mean, you've played the Italian Open at Marco Simone before, and one thing that really struck me was actually just how pristine the condition is, and you'd expect nothing less for a Ryder Cup, but this is, I mean, it's looking so good out there.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't a blade of grass out of place. The place looks immaculate. The greens look absolutely pure, and I mean, I can't wait to see the first shot on Friday and see how the guys handle it. The rough, I mean, pretty brutal, so there is, you know, you've got to make sure that you hit the fairways. You can't be hitting it out to the sides and in that heavy rough, because it's going to be difficult.
And one thing, Steve, actually, that is noticeable, and particularly for us, and I'm not expecting anybody to get the violins out for us walking the golf course over Friday, Saturday and Sunday, but it is incredibly hilly and undulating, and with the heat as well. But that's not just a factor for us bringing the coverage on 5 Live. It's also, Graham, a bit of a factor for the players. I can't really see any player playing all 5 matches, all 5 sessions over the course of the weekend. Is that a consideration that you think Luke Donald and Zach Johnson will be having when trying to decide who's pairing with who on Friday morning?
Yeah, I think that'll be a huge consideration. I think they'll be looking at the fatigue factor of all the players. Quite a few of the players have played quite a lot of golf in the run-up to this event. I think also for the caddies, there's some big guys out there that are carrying those bags, and those bags are hefty. You know, it's going to be really difficult, obviously, going up and down those hills, and the heat, 32 degrees it was today, James. So, I mean, it's going to be really difficult for those guys too.
It's great, though, Graham, from the perspective of all of us listening at home, because I think what you want, and maybe as a professional golfer, you might not agree with this, but with it being the Ryder Cup, I want some demons in that course and the conditions, just to even add to the excitement even further.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's going to be a fantastic Ryder Cup. It's a fantastic setup of a golf course. It's got plenty of drama. I think that's the big thing that I noticed today walking the course. You've got 3 drivable par 4s that are all different in every different way. Lots of water around this golf course, so it's going to be really challenging for all the players, but should have a real good fun aspect to it and real loads of drama as we go around.
It's not just the Five Live golf team who've been out and about this afternoon. The players have been having their practice round, speaking to the press, including Rory McIlroy, who's been talking to our golf correspondent Ian Carter.
I guess it's the bonds and the forms that you, the friendships that you form with your teammates over the course of not just the week, but the months leading up to it, and then the months after it, and being on the same team with a lot of these guys. And I think that's what means the most to me. It's knowing that you're part of something that's bigger than yourself, and you're playing for something bigger than yourself. You're playing for each other, and I want to go out there and obviously win the Ryder Cup and enjoy it for myself, but I also want it for everyone else that I'm sharing it with this week. And I think that's such a different experience for a lot of us that are so individual for the other 103 weeks of every 2 years. But when we get to this event, we want nothing more but to win that little gold trophy for everyone that's a part of our team.
But without wanting to get weighed down in the politics of the sport, we know that this has been a couple of years, the like of which we've never seen before. So I just wonder whether you feel like a week like this has perhaps never been as needed as before.
I just think it reminds everyone of why we play the game and why you cover the game. I thought it was the same at the 150th Open at St Andrews last year. It's the same here. It's you're going out there to watch the arguably 24 of the best players in the world go head to head against each other and see who's better. That's what sport is, and that is what people get excited about. And yeah, there's a lot that goes with the Ryder Cup, and there's it's a huge platform watched by a lot of people, and there's a lot that goes on. But when you break it down at the end of the day, it's which 12 are going to beat the other 12, and I think that's really exciting.
Take us into the team room. We've seen the video that Luke Donald has done, which is just fantastic, but the nods to history and Seve and all of that, as someone who has played more Ryder Cups than anyone else in that team room, just give us an impression of what that's meant for you.
Yeah, so I think Seve was the heartbeat of European golf for a long time, and I think we've just wanted to try to continue that legacy. And I think he was sort of like the emotional web that held everything together, and we don't want to lose that. So we try to play for Seve, we try to play in his honour, we try to play in a way that would make him proud, and the way he played for Team Europe and how much it meant to him. And Seve's a huge thing that runs through Team Europe. He's a huge catalyst for us. It's something to really rally around. It's a mindset and an attitude to get into for the week, and if we can all channel our inner Seves this week, I think we'll be just okay.
And how would you typify Luke Donald's captaincy so far?
He's been wonderful. He's been I think in previous Ryder Cups, which has been fantastic as well, it started out really sort of fun-loving and whatever, and then on the sort of Thursday night, they hit us with a really emotional, and it's been the other way around. I mean, there wasn't a dry eye in the place on Monday night, so it's sort of getting the emotion out of the way first, which is great.
And what happened on Monday night?
There's things that, videos that were recorded for people from family members and people that meant a lot to us growing up in our development as golfers, and so that was really, really cool. And I think that emotion and realizing that yes, we're all representing each other, but we're also representing the people that got us to this point as well, which was very, very cool. So look, there was a lot of tears shed on Monday night, and just how much it means to us to be here and to be a part of this European team, and how much it would mean to win. But I think getting all that out of the way early was smart, so then we can just focus on again, as I said, doing the important stuff, which is going out there and winning points for the team.
7th Ryder Cup for Rory McIlroy, James. I mean, I know it feels like he's been around forever, but still.
I know, that's the thing. He's no spring chicken anymore. Look, the thing is with Rory McIlroy, he just gets it, doesn't he? So by name, obviously the Ryder Cup's an exhibition. There's no ranking points or money to be had. And it's intended to be a showcase of the game and by extension a match of goodwill. But for anybody, and Rory McIlroy included, you are fully aware that the Ryder Cup is much, much more than that. And the likes of even Matt Fitzpatrick, who's playing his third Ryder Cup, but then you look at the 4 rookies in that team room, they will be constantly trying to just feed off everything that Rory is bringing in terms of energy, in terms of experience, in terms of little tidbits, advice. Maybe it's just a little passing comment on the range. Maybe it's just something about dealing with, for example, the incredible amount of media that they've been doing this week, way more than they would do in the lead up to a major championship, for example. And I think that actually he's carrying that can pretty well. You look at great players like Tiger Woods, Phil Mickelson in the past for the USA, and they've been fantastic players, multiple major champions, but they're not going to go down in history as great Ryder Cup players. Whereas McIlroy, with all his greatness and obviously major championship wins, although that's a completely different conversation, but we all know what a great golfer Rory is. He will go down as a great Ryder Cup player as well. And I think to be able to do both is testament to his character and also just what a brilliant bit of longevity he's shown to get to this point.
I think, James, that might be the first and last time you talk about goodwill over the course of the next 72 hours plus.
I think so, yeah, judging by what we've seen out there. I mean, actually, there's really good-natured chat amongst Americans with the Europeans, and obviously there's far more Europeans and there's plenty of Brits as well who've made the trip over to Rome to enjoy the sunshine as well. But I think in terms of the actual playing arena, yes, and there's been words exchanged. You know, Wyndham Clark, this year's US Open champion, went on a podcast last week and said that actually he thinks he's good as Rory McIlroy. And it's those types of things that just tickle the tummy of Rory McIlroy. And also there'll be other comments that have been made this week in all the vast amounts of press, like I mentioned, that will have been picked up on in that team room. And it only takes a vice captain to have a little flick through one of the newspapers and see one comment, and it, you know, the players can feed off it. And I think that's, you know, you've got to have a bit of nastiness, but obviously nothing too nasty. And I think that's why we all enjoy this event so much.
Let me read you a couple of the quotes, Graham, from Rory McIlroy elsewhere. He's talked about, obviously, the issues with live players and them being absent from the Ryder Cup and how this whole situation started. We just heard a bit of it there with Ian. But he also said this: I think this week of all weeks, it's going to hit home with them that they are not here and they're going to miss being here more than we're missing them. Is he right?
I mean, obviously, he's not a big fan of live golf. He's quite open about that. And with those comments there, yeah, I mean, for me, the players that aren't here, you know, Dustin Johnson, Bryson DeChambeau, to name a couple, they are going to be missing the Ryder Cup. They've been a big part of the Ryder Cup over the last so many years, so they are going to miss it. Whether the players here are going to miss them, maybe the American team might, I'm not too sure, but Europe certainly won't. They'll see it as an advantage to them that those two players amongst those live players that aren't here, and see it as a positive for Europe.
We've got so much great drama to come, James, but at this stage we're still at the stage where you will get some big celebrities out on the course as well as the golfers themselves.
Yes, we had a bit of that earlier on. There was a great all-star match which has become a bit of a regular feature over the last 8 or 9 years, and today there was the likes of Andriy Shevchenko and Novak Djokovic and Catherine Newton, the Marvel actress, and Colin Montgomery, obviously former Ryder Cup captain, Corey Pavin. It was a great little exhibition for those people who were out on the practice day to day, seeing the US play 9 holes, seeing the Europeans play 9 holes, and then this afternoon a chance to watch the likes of, you know, some of these brilliant sports stars that I've just mentioned, and none other than Gareth Bale as well. We all know that he used to say Wales Golf Madrid. I just wonder if it was actually Wales Ryder Cup Madrid. He was loving it out there today, and I got the chance to have a little chat to him, and he started off by telling me how he enjoyed playing at the Marco Simone Golf Club.
It was a bit nerve-wracking. Obviously, like you said, I've done a few of them now, so I kind of know what to expect a little bit coming into it. But yeah, the nerves are always still there. But yeah, it's enjoyable nerves. There's no real pressure. Do you know what I mean? We're going out for a bit of fun to try and play well. So yeah, just thoroughly enjoyed the day.
You come from, unlike Carlos Sainz, for example, and Novak Djokovic, a team sport, so you're aware of the team element. I think you know the route I'm going to go down here. But for you enjoyed club football, of course you did, with all the honours that you had. But for you really came alive representing your country in Wales. Can you relate then to these guys where actually for 1 week it's all about Team Europe and obviously their respective nations as well? What's the difference? What's that switch all about in your mind?
I think it's just you're not playing just for yourself, you're playing for your country, for your continent. I think it represents a massive honour. I think you're playing for your friends, your family. It's just one of those things that you have to kind of put your ego to a side, I guess, and it's all about the team, and it's all about doing the best for the team. Whether you win or lose, you give everything on the golf course, and it shows how well they've done in the past. They really bring that team spirit together, and you can see how close they are when they all meet up.
Gareth Bale. What have we got to look forward to tomorrow then, James?
More practice, and the final sort of pairings obviously announced as well later on with the opening ceremony, but that's all to come, and we still have no idea who's going to be partnering who on Friday morning.
James Gregg and Graham Storm. We will find out those pairings, though, of course. Ian Carter is going to bring you news of them tomorrow on Nihal's show from 3 p.m. Sports headlines for you. Jorge Vilda, the former head coach of Spain's Women's World Cup winning side, is being investigated as part of the criminal case against the former Spanish FA president Luis Rubiales. Vilda will appear before Spain's national court next month. Georgia Stanway has signed a new contract at Bayern Munich until 2026. The England midfielder scored 10 goals in 37 games last season after joining from Manchester City. And the Manchester United midfielder Emma Watson has ruptured her anterior cruciate ligament whilst on international duty with Scotland. In the men's game, Aston Villa are in talks with striker Ollie Watkins over a new long-term contract. His current deal runs out in 2025. Victor Osimhen's agent Roberto Calenda has threatened to take legal action against his club Napoli after they mocked their own striker on social media. We'll have more on that in the Euroleagues tomorrow evening. And away from the football at the Rugby World Cup, Uruguay have beaten Namibia by 36 points to 26 in Lyon. That is their first win of the tournament. So 20 minutes to go until full commentary here on 5 Live of Newcastle against Manchester City in the League Cup. All the other ties are 7:45 starts. So Lincoln City against West Ham on Sports Extra gets underway in 5 minutes' time. Let's head to Anfield next. Liverpool take on the Championship leaders Leicester City. Should be a good one. John Bennett.
Yeah, it's two of the form teams in English football, Steve. Liverpool 6 wins from 7. Leicester, albeit in the Championship, 9 wins from 10. Jurgen Klopp's Liverpool 2.0 looking well equipped for success this season, but it's a third match in 7 days. Leicester fans, meanwhile, firmly on board the Maresca with new boss Enzo Maresca's style impressing already. Both sides make 10 changes each tonight. For Liverpool, only Curtis Jones stays in the 11. 17-year-old Ben Dokes in attack. For Leicester, friend of the Monday night club, Connor Cody makes his long-awaited debut against his old club.
Neil Lennon still with us from St James's Park. One of the things we haven't really touched on, Neil, is the exhaustion that the managers feel as well. And as Ian was saying, you know, you've got so much experience of this with all the competitions you've played and coached in. The reason I mention it now is that quite often at this stage of the League Cup, Jurgen Klopp effectively rests himself. So Pep Lijnders does all the media.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Obviously it gives Pep a little bit of experience as well, you know, dealing with the media, and maybe he's done the majority of the preparation for this game. But yeah, I get it, because there's just so many games to cover. You do need a little bit of a rest if you can, just to recover. And obviously Jurgen will be out there fronting things up on the pitch, but I would imagine that a lot of the work in the background has been done by Pep for this game.
Let's go to another Premier League versus Championship tie at Craven Cottage. Fulham against Norwich. Kelly Summers.
Yeah, having knocked out Spurs already, Fulham fans are hopeful of a cup run this season, but Marco Silva has made 7 changes tonight. The 4 players that keep their place: Castagna, Diop, Polinia and Willian. There are debuts for left-back Ballo Torre and Alex Iwobi, who starts on the right of Carlos Vinicius, as Marco Silva desperately tries to solve the goal-scoring void left by Alexander Mitrovic. As for Norwich, they've lost 3 of their last 4, including losing 6-2 at Plymouth on Saturday. Throw in a mini-injury crisis, it's no surprise they make 10 changes. Ben Gibson, the only player keeping his place.
And one more Premier League versus Championship tie. The only win for Bournemouth this season was in this competition. They go for their second tonight as they take on Stoke City. Chris Wise.
Hello, Steve. Bournemouth, I think, a bit unlucky for that to be the case, actually, because the performances have been better than the results indicate. I saw them on Sunday at Brighton. They were the smarter team in portions of that match. And Andoni Iraola Guardiola, though, has spoken about the need for his team to be better at the end of games. And tonight they face Stoke, winners of the League Cup in 1972. They're 20th in the Championship. Unsurprisingly, though, Alex Neil's 17 summer signings haven't knitted together yet. 6 changes from the Potters. Ben Pearson is one of them, so he's back here facing his former club. And Bournemouth make 8. Only Zabani, Kirkes and Cook keep their place.
Thanks, Chris. And there is an All Championship tie as well between Blackburn and Cardiff tonight. We'll keep you up to date on that one too. Hearts booked their place in the Scottish League Cup semi-finals last night with a win over Kilmarnock. The rest of the lineup will be completed tonight. We have a 7:45 kick-off at Easter Road. Hibs against St Mirren. Kenny Crawford.
Hello from Edinburgh, Steve. Yeah, 2 teams in good form. The visitors, St Mirren, especially so. Their best start to a season in 75 years, sitting second in the Premiership after 6 games with Stephen Robinson in charge. Hibs ticking along nicely too, though, since new manager Nick Montgomery took over, the former Sheffield United midfielder. He's guided them to 4 points from 6 since arriving from Central Coast Mariners. Hibs bring in forwards Eli Yuan and Christian Doidge in place of Tavares and Adam Lafondra. St Mirren start Kylan Boyd-Munce and Michael Mandron instead of Keanu Bacchus and Conor McMenamin. A semi-final place up for grabs.
That one gets underway in just over a minute's time, as does Ross County against Aberdeen. And there's an 8 o'clock kick-off at Ibrox for Rangers against Livingston. Gavin Wallace.
Yeah, good evening, Steve, from a rather wet Glasgow. Rangers last lifted this trophy in in 2011. They beat Celtic 2-1 that day. They won't have to do that this season, but to be honest, not only do they have to win tonight, but they must win the competition. Michael Beale makes 4 changes from the narrow win over Motherwell at the weekend. Ravi Matondo out for 6 weeks with injury. Barisic, Dessers and Wright on the bench. So Ridvan, Jack, Sima and Roof all start. Livingston also make 4 changes. David Martindale has dropped Bruce Anderson. He's injured tonight. Sean Kelly amongst one of the names that are back in as well. These two have already played each other this season in the league. It took Rangers quite a bit of time to get going that day, but they did indeed win it 4-0. Also, Steve, just a point of note as well, there will be a minute's silence this evening here for Jim Forrest, who sadly passed away at the age of 79 this week. He played for Preston North End in England, over 27 appearances, a bit of a Rangers legend as well, the most prolific goal scorer in the club's post-war history, 145 goals in 163 games as well. He scored 39 in his first season, including lifting the Scottish Cup with Aberdeen in 1970. So we mourn another loss to the Scottish football family tonight here at Ibrox.
OK, Gavin, thank you very much indeed. That's Gavin Wallace at Ibrox. So the vast majority of our games this evening are getting underway now. We'll keep you up to date with all the goals as they go in, and then in 15 minutes time, full commentary from St James's Park of Newcastle against Manchester City. Ian Dennis and Neil Lennon, your commentary team. And Ian, just in case anybody's forgotten, there are very few hungers in football greater than the hunger for a trophy on Tyneside.
Yeah, 54 years since their last major trophy, since the first cup in 1969. You'll remember, of course, being at Wembley for the final when Newcastle were the runners-up, losing out to Manchester United last season, you know, and that feeling of anticipation, that nervousness, of excitement, thinking, could this be the year that they finally end that barren spell and that long elusive wait? And of course it wasn't to be, and I think that's just whetted the appetite really from a Newcastle United supporters point of view, that they were so close, and now they've got to go again to try and end. And when they do get the first trophy, and I know there might be some people who are not happy now the way that the club are funded, but for the supporters who just want to see trophy, what it would mean to the people and to the city, they'll have the biggest of parties. But they've got a really tough test tonight, despite the fact that Manchester City have made a number of changes, as have Newcastle. Just saying to Neil whilst we were, listening to the other guys, look at the bench for Manchester City. With the exception of young Micah Hamilton, who's a teenager who's yet to feature, Foden, Mateus Nunes, Doku, Haaland, Diaz and Walker as the outfield players. I mean, it is some squad that they've assembled.
I know not everything has to be the best ever or the biggest ever or whatever, Neil, but can you remember seeing a squad of this strength?
No. I mean, there's 2 teams in Lauderdale football who have done the treble in British football. That's Man United in '89 and obviously City last season, and that takes some doing, Steve. And in the modern game you need that strength and depth, with the amount of games that are being played now. I thought I'd never see it again in my lifetime, but City came up trumps last year, and deservedly so. And they started the season results-wise brilliantly, but you just feel with this team that there's more to come, and that's the scary thing about it. And they just keep. So Cole Palmer goes out the door. We've got Oscar Bob playing tonight, who I've seen glimpses of. Fantastic young talent, you know, and he's playing with really good players here. Really looking forward to seeing him tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing Guardiola for the first time. I'm a big fan of him. And just this conveyor belt of talent coming through, and they are the benchmark that everybody wants to get to.
We'll come back to this in a second, but the first goal of the night has gone in, and it's at Anfield. John Bennett.
Yeah, Neil Lennon will like this one. Liverpool 0, Leicester City 1, and it's Casey McAteer, a breakaway goal. Liverpool had a free kick, it was cleared away. Yunus Akgun had space and time to chase down the right hand side. He picked out Casey McAteer one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Brilliant finish, his 5th goal of the season. Liverpool 0, Leicester City 1.
McAteer has been an incredible story for Leicester this season, John, hasn't he?
Oh, he's been absolutely fantastic. One of the youngsters who wasn't expected to get a go this season, but Enzo Maresca, the new manager, is given youth a chance, and Casey McAteer, who was on loan away from the club last season, has taken that chance. 5th goal of the season. What a start he has had. He's Leicester's top scorer.
And this actually follows on quite nicely, Neil, for what you were just saying about Oscar Bob. It just occurred to me that maybe one of the biggest compliments you can pay him is that Manchester City haven't sold him.
No, that's right. And you know what Guardiola's like? One thing he does have is an eye for a player. I've seen glimpses of him, and he looks a real talent. So I'm really looking forward to seeing him in the flesh tonight, Steve.
Yeah.
And he's done the same with, Foden. He could have sold Foden at one stage. They've sold Cole Palmer, obviously, because they think this Oscar Bob can come in and fill that role, and like I said, they've got talent all the way through the club, and there's no better example. We've got Rico Lewis playing tonight and all. He's another classic example of it. But the star of the show for me and what has come through the ranks under Guardiola is Phil Foden, and that's what every club wants to see, is their own homegrown players coming in to be a superstar.
As they read through the names at St James's Park, and very shortly they'll get on to number 20, Lewis Hall, who we haven't yet seen too much of in a Newcastle shirt, but there'll be a lot of excitement about him.
Yeah, I thought, as I was saying earlier on, I thought he acquitted himself very, very well at Chelsea. Newcastle they've done a deal for £28 million plus £7 million add-on. So, the deal could be worth up to £40 million. For Lewis Hall. He only made 12 appearances at Chelsea. It's initially on loan, but the deal is already in place to sign him permanently. And as I say, I saw him at the Etihad last season when he made his Chelsea debut last November. Thought he's done well. He's an athletic-looking lad. Comes from Slough, but he likes to get forward. It'll be interesting to see. We know that City are going to play with 3 at the back, or we think they're going to play with 3 at the back. Whether Newcastle decide to match them up with the 3, or whether they go with a 4 and push either Target or Lewis Hall further forward in that left-hand side. So we'll wait and see how Newcastle United line up. But City have made the changes. They've still got 7 internationals in their starting 11.
Let's check in on Lewis Hall's former club, shall we? Chelsea against Brighton was underway at 7:45. John Southall.
Well, they've started quite brightly. Chelsea 0, Brighton 0. Mikhailo Mudryk cut in from the left-hand side. His shot straight at the Brighton goalkeeper, Bart Verbergen. So I'm just looking at the pitch now as Chelsea push forward down the right-hand side, and sometimes you try and second guess how a team's going to line up. I wouldn't have got this one. 3 left backs, as we said, for Chelsea tonight. 2 of them are playing on the right-hand side. Cucurella's at right back as Jackson with a shot takes a deflection over the crossbar, and Mason is just playing ahead of him, both on the right. 0-0.
Back to St James's Park. Neil, how big a night is this for Calvin Phillips? It's his 5th start for Manchester City. Just 5.
It's really important. He has to get his City career going, and he's under an enormous amount of competition within the squad. Although, having said that, Steve, I saw him play against Scotland in the international break, and he played very, very well alongside Rice in the England midfield. So I saw him at the end of last season. He looked a little bit sort of shaded, lacking games, very rusty. Again, this is an opportunity for him tonight against quality opposition to show his class. He's a very, very good player for Leeds, had a great Euros, and then it's sort of, gone a bit backwards for him. So he needs to get not only his own career, but his City career up and running.
Gareth Southgate will be happy as well, because Rodri, this is the first of his 3-match ban, so he'll miss Wolves away and Arsenal away. I'd imagine he'll play against Leipzig in the Champions League. But Calvin Phillips has now got a chance to go into the next international matches against Australia and Italy, both at Wembley, for Gareth Southgate, playing a little bit more game time than he has previously.
Yeah, really important for him. And, you know, when you come to a club like City, you're under the spotlight constantly. When things don't start well for you, it's hard to call that back, you know what I mean, Deno, other than playing games and playing well. I'll have to say I was really impressed with him in that international game, you know, watching him live, because he looked a far better player than he was at the end of last season.
We've had another goal. This one's at Brentford. Mark Scott.
Howler from Matthias Jurgensen has presented Arsenal with the chance that they have gobbled up to take the lead. Eddie Nketiah with the cutback after the Danish defender's error, and it was buried coolly by Reece Nelson into the bottom corner. Brentford 0, Arsenal 1.
Let's check in on Bournemouth against Stoke at the Vitality. Chris Wise.
9 minutes in, 0-0, but a penalty shout for Stoke. Wesley suggested he'd been caught. He went down in about 3 stages. Alex Neil thought it was a penalty. Referee Graham Scott thought otherwise, but they've had a good start, the Championship team. They're playing well. Bournemouth 0, Stoke 0.
To Craven Cottage, Fulham against Norwich. Kelly Summers.
Still 0-0 here, but the Premier League side are dominating. Ballo Touré on his debut, looking lively on the left, bombing forward. Polinia has mishit a shot from the edge of the area, and Iwobi on his first Fulham start has also just headed over. Still 0-0.
Anything doing at Villa Park, Ellen Allard?
Well, not much. It was Everton who came out the blocks the quickest, but Villa's starting to grow into it now. Tielemans has just had a shot go over the bar from just inside the area, but still 0-0 here.
On 5 Sports Extra, you can get full commentary of Lincoln versus West Ham. Let's check in there. Chris Coles.
6 minutes in, Lincoln 0, West Ham 0. West Ham with all of the ball, as you might expect, but Lincoln with the first opportunity of the game. Paddy O'Connor volleying over from just outside the penalty area. Lincoln 0, West Ham 0.
Remember, we also have 3 quarter-finals in the Scottish League Cup tonight. Let's go to Easter Road. Hibs St Mirren. Kelly Crawford.
8 minutes gone, Hibs 0, St Mirren 0. Both teams just sussing each other out, but Hibs Dutch forward Dylan Vente is looking lively already, but no goals as yet.
And it is, so it's Hibs 0, St Mirren 0, and there's just been a goal in the other game. Ross County 0, Aberdeen 1. Aberdeen, who won 4-0 at the weekend. That was their first league win of the season, and they lead again inside the first 10 minutes. Ross County 0, Aberdeen 1. We'll also keep you up to date with the game kicking off in just over 5 minutes' time, which is Rangers versus Livingston. Those are the 3 quarter-final ties tonight. Hearts, the team, have already booked their place in the semi-finals. Back to St James's Park, just over 5 minutes to go until full commentary of Newcastle versus Manchester City. Neil, I just want to come back to Newcastle and the hunger for a trophy, because it occurred to me that you mentioned that 97 League Cup win that you had with Leicester. That was their first trophy in 33 years. So you know what it is like to win a trophy and bring it to a city for the first time in a generation. In Newcastle's case, it's getting on for 2 generations.
Yeah, it was an unbelievable experience, Steve, you know, and you can see what it meant to so many people, but just yourself as an individual, you know. A year earlier I was playing in League One with Crewe Alexandra. In the next 18 months I'm playing at Wembley against Middlesbrough in a cup final. It was surreal but brilliant, and it really kick-started that hunger for more. Once you win one, Steve, you want more. That's just in your DNA as a competitor, as a player, and obviously we had a driven manager in Martin O'Neill, and Eddie will be exactly the same, you know, and the players will be the same. You know, I didn't think they played great in the final last year. They'll want a taste of that again. They'll want to rectify that, but they've got a massive hurdle to overcome tonight.
So it's a massive night in the League Cup and in the Scottish League Cup as well. You will get every single goal as they go in with us here on 5 Live. The teams are in the tunnel at St James's Park. It's never too early to hand over to you, Ian Dennis, not in that stadium.
Well, it is when the rain's falling, and I'm trying to use my photographic memory before the notes in front of me disintegrate, as Storm Agnes, I think, is probably already starting on its way here at St James's Park, as we sit immediately above the tunnel on the halfway line, but very, very low down. So when the elements are like they are tonight, then we certainly feel it, as the referee, who's Chris Kavanagh, comes out in a bright orange referee's jersey and black shorts and leads out the 2 sides side by side. Jamal Lascelles leading out Newcastle United, and there for Manchester City is Nathan Ake, because with no Kyle Walker tonight, all the ever-presents for City have disappeared, as they've made 8 changes from the team that beat Nottingham Forest. Alvarez Akanji and Guardiola are the only players who remain. Newcastle United have made 10 changes. But before that team news, let's get news of a goal at Craven Cottage from Kelly Summers.
Fulham 1, Norwich 0. It was a deep free kick played into the box, back across goal by Iwobi on his debut. Just put it on a plate for Vinicius to tap home. Fulham 1, Norwich 0.
So the team news as promised then here. Nick Pope is in goal for Newcastle United. Livramento making his first start. Jamal Lascelles, Paul Dummett, Matt Targett and Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall, who's making his first start as well after his debut for the last 9 minutes at the weekend at Bramall Lane. There's also a first start for Lewis Miley, who's a teenager from Stanley in County Durham. Made his last 15 minutes against Chelsea back in May. Tonali, Joelinton Murphy and Isak are the rest of that side. For Manchester City, Stefan Ortega in goal, a back three of Akanji, Gvardiol and Ake. Lewis and Gomez are the wing-backs, Mateo Kovacic and Calvin Phillips. Oscar Bob making his first start, only his fourth appearance, the young Norwegian. Julian Alvarez and Jack Grealish. And despite the changes, Neil, it still remains the tie of the round.
Oh, no question, Ian. This is a sign of a big club. Look at the atmosphere in here. The place is packed. There's a huge following from Newcastle. There's flags out, there's tifos out, there's an atmosphere, and there's a huge Man City contingent up in the gods there in the far end of the stadium. Just to watch two quality teams, no matter what team Man City put out, you know it's going to be packed full of quality. I'm looking forward to see how the back four of Newcastle contend with Man City, and also how the whole team contend with the possession that Man City will have.
Going to be a busy night. We're going to keep you in touch with the other ties in the third round. One of the games that we're not at, and it's only I think two actually, Blackburn and Ross County in the Scottish League Cup. Blackburn Rovers have taken the lead at Ewood Park at home to Cardiff City, so Blackburn 1, Cardiff 0. Ross County and Aberdeen remains goalless. We do have reporters at Ibrox for Rangers against Livingston and at Easter Road for Hibs against St Mirren to see who will join Hearts in the last four of the Scottish League Cup after Hearts' late victory at Rugby Park, beating Kilmarnock 2-1 last night. But Pep Guardiola, the side coming into this with 6 successive victories in all competitions, undefeated in 9 all season, and normally it's how they finish a campaign. They talk about sometimes catching them for a slow start, not so this year.
Yeah, but they haven't hit the top form for me. I watched them against Fulham. First half they were very flat, but Ian, they've got so much power. Second half they blew Fulham away and won the game 5-1. They make good teams look ordinary, and I just think this squad, this group of players, will just get better the more they're tested as the season goes on.
Goal at Villa Park, Ellen Ellard.
Aston Villa 0, Everton 1, but it's all Aston Villa's doing. Robin Olsen refusing to send the ball out long, sends it to his back line where James Garner picks it up and sends a rocket into the back of the net. Aston Villa 0, Everton 1.
And Aberdeen are 1-0 up at Ross County, and Ross County are down to 10 men. Well, straight away, Neil, Sergio Gomez you've spotted on the right hand side.
Yeah, it looks like City have gone straight away to a back four. It looks like a 4-2-3-1. Yeah, Bob's playing off Alvarez, Grealish on the left, and you're right, Sergio Gomez is on the right.
So Gomez on the right of a front three, Alvarez through the middle, Jack Grealish on the left. Lewis Hall as a left back with Dummett and Lascelles, and then Livramento as the right back. As Newcastle United in their black and white striped shirts and black shorts are playing from right to left.
This doesn't look good, Ian. Jacob Murphy, I think it is.
It is. Murphy's gone down just outside the centre circle. It's only his second start of the season. He started for the first time last week in San Siro. What a difference a week makes. San Siro last week, 7,000 Newcastle fans were there with 26 degrees. Many of them were in the stands in San Siro, bare-chested. Here we are a week later on Tyneside, hoods up, rain pouring down.
I don't know, I think there'll be a few Geordies bare-chested tonight in Aldeno.
Here is Gomez, Rico Lewis, Calvin Phillips, closed down by Joelinton, and Akanji sweeps it back to Stefan Ortega. as is always the case. Stefan Ortega for the domestic cup competitions plays it forward. Alvarez lays it off. Here is Oscar Bob, just caught there by Dummett. He'll be a little bit rusty, Paul Dummett. Tranmere last year in this competition, August 22, was his only appearance since February 22, so he's hardly played much football at all, Paul Dummett.
Yeah, he's been a good servant. The Newcastle, though, maybe not at the level now that the Botmans of this world and the Shores, but great for him to be out there playing tonight. He had a good career up in Scotland for a while at St Mirren as well, and he's done very well. He's a good squad player for Newcastle.
So it is actually a back four, isn't it? Livramento, Lascelles, Dummett.
It's 4-3-3, yeah.
And Targett as the left back, and as you predicted, Lewis Hall playing ahead of him on the left-hand side with Joel Linton, Lewis Miley, Murphy, and Tonali, and then Isak as the striker up front for Newcastle United. Bushy-haired figure of Oscar Bob in the centre circle. Now to Ake. Kovacic coming back into the side, missed the last three with a back injury. Grealish came off the bench at the weekend against Nottingham Forest from his own little minor absence after missing 3 matches due to a thigh problem. Cardiff City have equalised, incidentally, at Ewood Park. Blackburn 1, Cardiff City 1, and up to date elsewhere in the other scores. Here is Phillips, gives it away. Targett plays it forward. Newcastle making the 10 changes. And that was Tonali. He did well. The ball was always going away from him. He managed to get it away from 2 City players, then lost out for the 3rd challenge. He spoke very well actually last week, Tonali, saying how difficult it's been for his start on Tyneside, that he'd lost himself. He really has struggled, and he was saying how personally and professionally Eddie Howe has helped him.
He's a very good player. I came up against him in the Europa League when he was at SC Milan. He seemed to start okay, but like you say, he's lost his way a little bit, but it's a big cultural change. But he's a quality player, and I'm sure he'll come good.
That's the voice of Neil Lennon, who's with us here on BBC Radio 5 Live, as the ball is played back, and now with Dummett, lets it come across his body, and now Targett. Lewis Hall turns it on the inside. Joe Linton makes this turn 360 degree, spins away from his man, looks to try and hold off Akanji, but Akanji's strength was too strong for the Brazilian international. Kovacic now has it midway through the City half. Sky blue shirts and white shorts. Lay off by Guardiol, and then Kovacic opens it up towards that far side. Ake keeps the ball in play. Grealish now lays it off. Kovacic inside. Phillips, there's a nice fluency about Manchester City in these opening 5 minutes, going through the various stages of the pitch. Now in that final third, Grealish left-hand side, cross close down by Livramento, headed away by Tonali. They've settled though, haven't they?
Yeah, no, you make a great point. It doesn't matter what formation he plays, it doesn't matter what the personnel is. It's so fluid. If it's 4-3-3, if it's 4-2-3-1, if it's 3-4-3, they're just absolutely great to watch. And the speed of their play and their understanding and their hunger to get the ball back, it's phenomenal to watch. And this is my worry for Newcastle against a pretty new back four. How will they cope with the amount of possession that Man City are going to have tonight?
Yeah, a back four that has played very little football. But Eddie Howard talked yesterday saying that we will look to use the squad as the ball is played out the back to Targett. Here is Hall, plays it back to Dummett on the edge of his area, and now across to Lascelles. Livramento plays it forward on that far side, the right, in front of the east stand as Newcastle play from right to left. So they're defending the Gallowgate end, and they're attacking the Leesy's end. There have been no other goals to tell you about elsewhere. Everton are leading, Blackburn and Cardiff are level. Arsenal are 1-0 up at Brentford, Fulham lead at home to Norwich, and Leicester City still lead at Liverpool by 1-0. Aberdeen are 1-0 up at Ross County, and Ross County, remember, are down to 10 men. As referee Chris Kavanagh will give a free kick for the home side. The draw, by the way, for the last 16 will be made after the conclusion of this game. There will be no extra time. We could go straight to penalties. But this is a fixture that, as we know only too well, has produced goals in the past. That was a challenge on behind of Lewis Hall. Referee's going to let it ride. Free kick though to Newcastle.
Good pace to the game,
There is, isn't there?
Yeah, it's good intensity from both sets of players, and Calvin Phillips just putting his marker down there on Lewis Hall just a little bit late and caught him on the back of the heel.
17 goals between them in the last 3 fixtures here at St James's Park, and I don't wish to be a doom-monger, and I do hope that it's not going to be the curse of the commentator.
You know?
But the last goalless draw here at St James's Park was 25 meetings ago, back in 1995. So we should be guaranteed at least one goal.
I think we'll get a goal stadium.
0-0 at the moment. 7 minutes played. Headed forward by Lascelles. Repelled by the header of Akanji. Murphy plays it back. Dark-haired figure of Livramento. Plays it now to Dummett. Dummett opens up his body out towards Hall. There was a real zip off the surface there. Reared up quite high on the chest and bounced away from the blonde-haired midfielder. Now it's with Rico Lewis to Oscar Bob. Interception from Joel Linton, out for a throw. Sincilbank we go, Chris Coles.
It's Lincoln 0, West Ham 0, but one good chance apiece for West Ham. Danny Ings well denied by goalkeeper Lucas Jensen, and Rico Hackett coming close for Lincoln. Lucas Fabianski stopping that one. Lincoln 0, West Ham 0.
Commentary of that one is indeed on Sports Extra. We've got reporters out and about, and John Southall's at Stamford Bridge.
Chelsea 0, Brighton 0. Brighton should be ahead. Robert Sanchez gave the ball away straight to João Pedro on the edge of the area, unmarked, clipped it back over his former teammate, but onto the roof of the net. Should have scored it. Chelsea 0, Brighton 0.
Guardiol heads it away. Tonali lifts the ball back. Joel Linton will head it into the path of Dummett. Wind's just picking up a little bit here. Target along the ground. Lewis Hall under pressure from Rico Lewis. It runs into the path of Alvarez. Alvarez, who's had an excellent start to the season, to Bob. Now with Lewis. Guardiola is out of his technical area.
He's having a few words with the goalkeeper for going long instead of playing out from the back.
Akanji will go high and hoist it towards Grealish. Pinpoint just dropped off the chest of the sky blue shirt of Grealish, and now with Aki. The left back is in that inverted role, as is Rico Lewis from right back. He goes inside to Calvin Phillips. Was that your team sheet that's just been blown away?
Yeah, Storm Agnes is getting angry here.
I don't mind about the wind, it's the rain that I'm more worried about.
Okay at the minute.
Here is Oscar Bob, challenged from behind by Target, and then he was Sergio Gomez on this right-hand side. Plays it ahead. Bob makes the run forward. Here he is, the young Norwegian. Back to Gomez. Unfamiliar partnership down the right-hand side. Phillips, only his 5th start for Manchester City. Sergio Gomez comes in off that left foot. Tonali and Joel Linton are in front of him. Lewis is also there. Newcastle have got everybody back behind the ball by Isak. Joel Linton makes the challenge. Now with Isak. And Isak will lay it out to Hall. Early ball back to the Swedish international was a good one. Isak running now. And there was Guardiola. And it was excellent defending by Guardiola. But the ball goes out for a throw. And Newcastle want to take it quickly. 0-0, 10 minutes played.
That was outstanding football from Newcastle. Great passage of play. Ball from Hall into Isak was brilliant. But what a brilliant bit of one-on-one defending by Guardiola. Stood up. Isak tried to twist him inside out, but he read it and took the ball off him. It's a brilliant game already, you know. I'm really impressed with the start that Rico Lewis has made on this side of the pitch as well. He looks really, really sharp.
Yeah, I saw Rico Lewis make his full debut against Sevilla in the Champions League. Indeed, marked it with a goal as Tonali almost overran it. Passed the ball forward to Lewis. He loses it. Out it goes for a City throw. Let's go to Ibrox. Gavin Wallace.
Ian, Rangers 0, Livingston 0, 9 minutes on the clock. Rangers should have been 1-0 up. A fantastic, outstanding save from Shamal George as James Tavernier put his laces through it inside the box. It should be 1-0. Oh, it's a goal for Rangers, Ian. Abdullah Sima down the left-hand side, no Livingston player within any 5 or 10 yards of him. He cut inside to his right foot and put it well beyond Shamal George. Rangers 1, Livingston 0.
The goals as they go in on 5 Live. Rangers are 1-0 up. Aberdeen lead by a goal to 0 at Ross County. Still goalless at Easter Road between Hibs and St Mirren. Here is Oscar Bob. Lewis digs it out. Up towards Sergio Gomez, right corner of the area, attacking the Gallagate end. Gomez with a cross. It was a teasing one off his left foot. I guess he's always going to come inside on his left foot, isn't he?
He's so predominantly left-footed, but he just took a little bit off that cross. Alvarez had just peeled off the back of Lascelles, and it might have been a free header for him. Just looking at Maley as well, you know, he looks Gutsazian in there in the midfield, very athletic, elegant players. First time I've actually seen him live, and yeah, it's a real test for the kid tonight, but he's holding his own at the minute.
He is. He's 17 years of age.
Wow.
Quarter of an hour against Chelsea's only previous appearance last May, but he's tall, he's slender for as a teenage midfielder. As the ball goes to Ortega, and as Murphy was closing him down, Ortega released it right at the last moment. A slip by Sergio Gomez, and there will be target to tidy up for Newcastle United. In the breezy conditions here on Tyneside, 12 minutes played, 0-0. Eddie Howe out of his technical area. That's the one thing that this position does give you, is a real sense as to how the managers are feeling, as we're so close behind them here in the press box. Particularly, I remember during the pandemic, we did games here together then. I mean, you could hear them
giving out their orders.
and everything.
Yeah, but for me, this is magnificent. As a coach, to sit here and see the panoramic view of the pitch and all the rotations and the movements and the press. You get a full picture of these top players and how they're coached and how they work. And the football is, simply sublime at the minute from both teams.
Don't worry, I'm sure very soon you'll be in a dugout back doing what you love.
Well, I'm looking forward to the next challenge, to produce another high-performing team at some stage then.
13 minutes played. Neil Lennon with us here. Twice a winner of this competition during his days at Leicester. And in fact, in the Scottish League Cup, he won it 3 times, twice as a player and once as a manager at Celtic. But here we are, watching a team, Manchester City, who've dominated it in recent seasons. They've lifted the trophy in 6 of the previous 10. Sergio Gomez on the halfway line. Left-footed ball. Excellent distribution out towards Grealish. The touch from Grealish was a good one. It was a forward movement. Held up, though, by Livramento. Ake is on the inside. He goes further square. Phillips is going to shoot. Blocked by Dummett. Goes out to the left corner of the area. Back towards Grealish once again. Rolls it towards Ake. He plays it back out to that left-hand side. Left corner of the area. Short and square once more for Ake. Plays it a little bit back behind himself there towards Phillips. But Manchester City keeping the ball, and at the moment trying to find a way through. Still 0-0 on BBC Radio 5 Live. Alvarez tried to make the run. Cut out by Lascelles. And Livramento should deal with that. But he comes under pressure and he's helped out by Lascelles. I mentioned that game at Sincil Banks on Sports Extra. Chris Coles is keeping us up to date here.
Ball in the West Ham net, but the flag up on the far side preventing Lincoln taking the lead. They've had a good 5 minutes. Ball pinging around the penalty area. Fell to Alex Mitchell, who tapped in and then looked agonisingly to the offside flag on the far side. Good game this. Lincoln 0, West Ham 0.
Guardiola to Ake. Grealish. Newcastle at the moment can't get a touch.
No, this is what Man City do. And like I said, it doesn't matter who the personnel or who the formation is. This is what Guardiola's teams do. You have to stay patient. You have to wait until you can steal the ball and maybe counter-attack on them. But they will wear you down if you're not careful.
Guardiola out to Grealish. Bobbles for him.
That's very uncharacteristic, isn't it?
Out
you can see the disappointment in Guardiola. It's not like them to give the ball away cheaply like that.
So it'll be a Newcastle United throw that Livramento is going to take. They signed him for £32 million from Southampton after that terrible injury in April of last year. This is only his 3rd appearance for the England under-21 international. As we will go to Brentford now and Mark Scott.
And Mikel Arteta's much changed Arsenal side still lead by that Reece Nelson goal to 0. Very close to doubling their advantage as well. Smith Rowe, his first start since May 2022, jinked his way into the area. The low effort well blocked by the feet of Flecken. Brentford 0, Arsenal 1.
Tonali's forward ball. Guardiola effortlessly just steps out of defence and makes the interception. I mean, he's so versatile. Guardiola, left back or central defender. Now all of a sudden it's his fellow Croatian Kovacic who's gone charging forward down the left-hand side. Holds onto the ball, waits for support. It arrives in the shape of Grealish. Grealish now. Kovacic is going to make that run behind him on the outside. Grealish, though, will not use him. Now he will. Coming in off that left touch line. City playing from left to right. Now with Phillips, 30 yards out from goal. He goes square. Rico Lewis will stab it back. Guardiola. Every outfield player is in the Newcastle half. Ake on this occasion provides the width on the left as Grealish has gone into a central area. They always just seem to have so many options.
Brilliant. And not only that, this is where they're so good. You know, they'll probably give it away now, but they'll wear you down and they look for the openings. They'll come out, they'll stretch the game, they'll go one side to the other effortlessly. Because they're all good players and in control of, you know, the speed of the pass and the weight of the pass.
There was just a passage of play there whilst you were talking. Rico Lewis has passed the ball back to Akanji, and you've got a young lad who's telling a Swiss international as now the ball's forward towards Bob. And here is Oscar Bob. It opens up for him. He feeds it into Alvarez. The rebound is cleared away. You were thinking, why didn't Oscar Bob go for goal himself?
Yeah, he's so unselfish. What a brilliant passage of play, but this is what they do. The patient, and then, boom, three quick passes and they're in. And Oscar Bob, instead of going himself when the goal opened up for him, he tries to be cute and reverse it to Alvarez. And in the end, Nick Pope makes a decent save, but the pass from Bob wasn't necessary. And he put Alvarez a little bit wider, and Pope sticks out a big right foot and saves it. But what a scintillating bit of football, Ian.
Pope in the end with an outstretched leg kept out the effort from Alvarez. I think judging by the actions of Guardiola in the technical area, he was saying what we were saying. Why didn't Bob go for goal?
Yeah, he's just picked the wrong option. You know, he's trying to be unselfish, a team player, and really he should have just taken on his left foot and smashed it.
Here is Grealish.
Or if he was going to do that, he'd make the pass to Alvarez a little bit narrower, because he sort of put him a little bit wider when he didn't have to.
First opening though that has been created. Although Manchester City have dominated with possession, maybe they could have been ahead, and instead it's with Gomez now on this right hand side again. He'll cut into his left foot. Here is Lewis. The point I was about to make is that Lewis was telling Akanji where to play the ball. You've got to
I have to say, I've been so impressed with that kid already. He started the game, his reading of the game, his passing, his instinct to be in the right position and looking around him before the ball comes to him. So impressed with him, and you can see that education under Guardiola blossoming here.
And the confidence of the young players too.
Absolutely.
Here is Lewis to Akanji. Here is Sergio Gomez. You know, we've worked together on a Saturday on a few occasions, haven't we? And you know how sometimes frantic it can be, and I'll go, where shall we go next? And that's my cue to the producer, basically saying I've forgotten. I haven't got that excuse. But thankfully I've just remembered, and it's John Southall at Chelsea.
Thank you, Dano. Chelsea 0, Brighton 0. Another chance for Brighton. Again, poor distribution for Robert Sanchez. Ansu Fati dispossessed Caicedo. Sanchez redeemed himself with a save to his left. Chelsea 0, Brighton 0.
Ball played through the middle. Sergio Gomez looked like he was starting from an offside position. But the interesting aspect tonight is that there's no VAR.
There's no VAR tonight. No. I think he looked offside anyway, regardless. The ball from Alvarez was overhit, but the touch that Ortega pings it to Alvarez, but his first touch was sublime. He just overhit the pass. It was a great run from Gomez there.
I think Wolves had a late goal disallowed last night. They would have made it 3-3. But of course there was no VAR, and Gary O'Neill was absolutely livid at the final whistle as they were dumped out by Ipswich by 3-2. So we lost 3 Premier League sides last night. We're going to lose at least 4 tonight, because this is one of all 4 Premier League sides. Another one is at Brentford. Mark Scott.
And Brentford have had a big chance to level. A low swept ball in from the right found Johan Wissa. His first time strike was wide. He should have at least hit the target. Brentford 0, Arsenal 1.
Here is Tonali in the centre circle. Lifts it out to Livramento, waits for the ball to settle, plays it forward. Heavy touch by Murphy. They've given the ball away as a result. Now it's with Kovacic, who tries to hold off Murphy and does so. That was a sharp little turn by Bob. He did ever so well, Oscar Bob. You'll be hearing a lot more of him, I'm sure, the young Norwegian. Lewis now towards Sergio Gomez. He bypasses Lewis on this occasion to find Calvin Phillips. And now it's with Ake along the ground, out towards that left-hand side on a damp, breezy night in the northeast. Phillips spreads it out towards this side. Manchester City for the opening 20 minutes up to 70% in terms of possession. Rico Lewis chips it over the top, away from Kovacic and through to Nick Pope. Blackburn Rovers, there's been a third goal of the night at Ewood Park, and Blackburn Rovers are back in front. Blackburn 2, Cardiff City 1. What about at Anfield? What sort of a response from Liverpool? John Bennett.
Yeah, they should be level. Liverpool 0, Leicester City 1. Ben Doak hitting the bar from just a few yards out. Then an amazing goal line clearance by Connor Cody after a Gakpo header, but it's Liverpool 0, Leicester City 1.
He's just some prospect, isn't he, Ben Doak?
Oh, he's a good young player. He's only
ball through the middle.
Oh, brilliant.
Grealish. Challenge made by Dummett was a very good one. Very good challenge, because Grealish played through the middle, just inside the D in the penalty area. Dummett had to get there.
That's an outstanding challenge. But again, Ian, we see that little interchange of speed of play between, I think it was Bob and Kovacic, and then the run from Grealish. And he's almost in. Absolutely magnificent defending from Dummett, but you feel something's coming in a minute. You know, the West City are really sort of not only just passing the ball for the sake of it, but they're trying to praise and suck Newcastle out. And there's a variation to their attacks as well, whether they go short or long, in third man running. There's so many variations this Man City team tonight.
The voice of Neil Lennon midway through the first half on BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Newcastle United 0, Manchester City 0 in this League Cup third round tie. Elsewhere, Villa 0, Everton 1, Blackburn 2, Cardiff 1. No goals between Bournemouth and Stoke City. Arsenal are ahead at Brentford by a goal to nil. It's goalless at Stamford Bridge between Chelsea and Brighton. Fulham lead Norwich by a goal to nil. Lincoln 0, West Ham 0. Commentary of that's on Sports Extra. Liverpool 0, Leicester City 1. Here is Bob picking the ball up, diagonal run, lays it off. Kovacic out towards Grealish, outstretched right leg, brings it under control. Ake on the overlap, not utilised, left corner of the area, now slips it into the path of Ake. He goes back inside towards Kovacic. In the Scottish League Cup, Hibs 0, St Mirren 0, Ross County 0, Aberdeen 1, Ross County down to 10 men. Rangers lead Livingston by a goal to nil. You're up to date on BBC Radio 5 Live. Here is Phillips chipping the ball out towards Grealish at a standstill midway through the Newcastle half. Now with Kovacic, back with Phillips. Rico Lewis, the right back, playing as a midfielder in a forward position of the centre circle in the Newcastle half, as Gvardiol steps forward out of defence and left-footed finds Grealish. Manchester City, Livramento did well. He might have got a dead leg though for his efforts as he stood up to Grealish, got a foot into the challenge. Newcastle want the ball put out of play.
He can't.
Just play, it's not a head injury.
You can't, he's alright, he's up, he's jogging about. You got to get on with the game. I'm sorry, it was a good tackle. He came off a little bit worse, that's all. Sergio
Gomez, now it's with Phillips. Joe Linton stops the return ball to Sergio Gomez. You felt the quandary that Rico, excellent play by Lewis, stepping in. Lewis now towards the byline, right hand side, overruns it, does he? No, stays in play. Murphy, he overhit it. He was in a quandary though, because the crowd were telling him to put the ball out. He didn't know what to do, the poor lad.
Yeah, and then I think Guardiola was, asking him to put it out as well. But Rico Lewis did the right thing. He stood on the ball, he waited, Livramento go back up, but it just stopped the whole momentum of the move for a minute or two.
Here is Gvardiol. They're on top, Manchester City, but they've only had that one chance for all of their possession, with Pope saving from the legs of Alvarez. Good support that has travelled though from across the Pennines. It's a journey, of course, that Pep Guardiola will have to take in the coach. He wasn't happy about that, was he? Unable to fly back. Yeah. Instead of, 140 odd miles that they're going to
I've never done that, Ian. Flew from Manchester to Newcastle. Did what you have?
No, neither have I.
What are you laughing at?
Here is Oscar Bob. They'll get back at about 1 in the morning. It's a journey that many of the Manchester City supporters will, of course.
I was hoping the BBC would provide me with the plane back to Glasgow, but I've got to drive back.
Days of sustainability, those days have long gone. Here is Rico Lewis to Calvin Phillips. Lewis, Hall putting him under pressure, and Ake keeping the ball ever so well. Triangular passing movements from Manchester City. Newcastle have spent the most of this 25 minutes chasing.
Oh, brilliant.
Kovacic to Ake. Ake searches forward out of defence. Grealish out to the left-hand side. Enters the penalty area. Grealish can't get a sight of goal. Finds Kovacic. Kovacic shot charged down by Tonali. Loops up in the air and attacked and headed away by Lascelles. Newcastle are on the back foot. Here is Gvardiol.
Wonderful football. The ball from Akanji into Ake. and then he's into Oscar Bob and they're away again on the half turn. Really good to suck Newcastle out and then play through them time and time again. They're wearing Newcastle down here, Ian.
Here is Kovacic now with Gomez. Back inside now to Phillips. Gomez taking time to get a run himself in the City side since he arrived. Sergio Gomez for £11 million from Anderlecht. Spanish under-21 international. Newcastle United get a little bit of respite for a foul on Tonali. It'll be a free kick, and that's what it is, respite.
That's all it is, yeah. Take a breather. But as a coach, you know, it's still so difficult to, you know, attempt to do anything against this, because just the quickness of speed of pass, the quickness of the feet in when you're actually taking the ball and just getting there before you're trying to press. They're just very, very good. Well, they're brilliant at it, actually.
We'll nip to Fulham. Kelly Summers.
Still Fulham 1, Norwich 0. Vinicius' second goal of the season. The difference between the sides, he should have had a second. There's been so many dangerous balls put across the area, but he wasn't able to convert. Norwich with just one shot. McCallum straight at Rodak. 1-0 to Fulham.
Spoke with Steve Cooper after the game at the weekend, after Nottingham Forest, and to be fair, Forest gave, after the Rodri sending off, they did give City a bit of a test. City defended well, and Kyle Walker was saying about a different level that they saw, the determination and the resilience that sometimes certainly you're not going to see maybe tonight the way it's going, as the ball is spread out towards Grealish, and Grealish comes in off that left touch line now with Kovacic, left corner of the area. Oscar Bob lays it off, lovely out towards Alvarez. The angle is tight and he fires it across the face of goal, and it's out for a throw. But again, super play.
Someone for a minute I thought it was in, and it does, it splashed right across the goal, but the angle was so narrow. But what a lovely first time touch from, but it looks like, oh no, it's I thought it was a City throw-in for a minute. Pope better got something on it, but it's gone for Newcastle. But what a lovely first time pass from Bob. I mean, that's you know, really high football IQ from a young player there.
Aberdeen are 1-0 up at Ross County. Rangers leading at home to Livingston, and now a first goal of the night at Easter Road. Kenny Crawford.
43 minutes gone, Ian, and it's Hibs 0, St Mirren 1. A wonderful strike from left back Scott Tanser, left footed from the edge of the box. Mikael Mandron headed down to him, and Scott Tanser, who's won the League Cup with St Johnstone a couple of years ago, could have scored the goal that's put St Mirren in the semi-finals. Long way to go, but St Mirren lead Hibs 1-0 at Easter Road.
They've had an excellent start to the season, St Mirren.
Yeah, my boy's there.
Is he?
So, yeah. So he's full time there now. So I've been going to a few of the games and they've been fantastic. Steve Robinson's doing a brilliant job there.
Position, midfield, like yourself?
No, he's a centre half, and he's 6'1" and left footed. So it's a steward's inquiry, then.
Let's go to Sinsel Chris Coles.
Where a wonderful chance for Lincoln has been spurned, or more pertinently, brilliantly saved by Lucas Fabianski. Great ball, Rico Hackett, 6 yards out, a header, he just had to score. Fabianski denied it with a brilliant save. Still Lincoln 0, West Ham 0.
Commentary of that is on Sports Extra. This is an 8 o'clock kickoff. BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Newcastle United 0, Manchester City 0. But Manchester City have had two chances, both for Alvarez. The first was saved by the legs of Pope. The second one flashed across the face of goal. But they are the side probing. They are the side looking like they're going to break the deadlock at any time. As Kovacic waits. Ake, midway through the Newcastle half, and Newcastle just trying to contain them. And Steve Cooper was saying that, you know, he described it as the toughest job in world football to face Manchester City, particularly when you go to the Etihad. And the disappointment was that the way that they conceded those goals, because he said it's hard enough at the best of times, and we're seeing that tonight. Newcastle can't get a kick.
No, they just can't get near Man City, and this is the danger for me looking at the teams before the start of play. Eddie may have to look at it at half time and bring some reinforcements on, because they're not getting anywhere in the game at all. It's just all one-way traffic at the minute.
10 changes.
They make it look easy, Daniel, don't they?
Yeah, they
do.
And
it's not easy.
Grealish forward on that left-hand side, back towards Kovacic. Kovacic runs forward, looks for a shooting opportunity, doesn't open up, tries to slide it in. That was blocked though by Lewis Miley, the teenager. 10 changes that Eddie Howe made. Bench is not necessarily as strong as Manchester City's bench, but they have Gordon, Almiron, Anderson and Guimaraes as attacking options. Is on the stretch, Dummett heads it away. Kovacic just guides his header towards Grealish. Alvarez inside left channel of the penalty area, surrounded by black and white striped shirts. And Livramento now gets hold of it for Newcastle United and tries to walk it out, gets past Grealish, falls forward and will get a free kick. Half-time, Bournemouth stroke, Chris Wise.
0-0, confidence clearly lacking in both. Big chance for Bournemouth in the first half. Dango Ouattara, stunning spin inside the box. His shot palmed away by Jack Bonham. Bournemouth 0, Stoke 0.
14 minutes we've got to go to half-time here, and it is still goalless, as Nick Pope, the only player to have been retained from that biggest ever away win in the league for Newcastle United, 8-0 at Bramall Lane at the weekend. Eddie Howe changing his entire outfield. Chelsea against Brighton and Hove Albion, John Southall.
Half-time, Chelsea 0, Brighton 0. Two standout moments, both for Brighton. The first, Robert Sanchez gave the ball away to João Pedro. He clipped it back over Sanchez onto the roof of the net. The second, Caicedo dispossessed by Fati, 3-on-1, went for goal, denied by Sanchez. Then right on half-time, Cole Palmer side-footed wide for Chelsea. Half-time 0-0.
We'll go to Brentford after a corner kick, because Lewis Hall has lifted a ball back to Pope, and it was didn't really do his keeper any favours, and it's going to be a corner kick to Manchester City.
That's the last thing you want, isn't it? You just had a little spell of possession and then you give a needless corner away.
So Gomez to take it on this near side, the right. This will be an in-swinger. Alvarez has made a run to the near side of the penalty box as a short option. Phillips, Kovacic and Akanji are inside the D. It goes towards Guardiola, gets his header on it, strikes the back of a Newcastle player and out for another corner on the far side.
Do you know what, Ian, this is another aspect of Guardiola's evolution as a coach. You look at his Barcelona team, it was full of small players, Xavi, Iniesta, David Villa, Messi, Dani Alves, and you look at his team now, Guardiola, Kanji, Haaland, Rodri, big boys who can all play, and now they're a threat at set players, which his team never used to be. He always used to play corners short, and now they're a threat, free kicks and corners.
Well, Grealish to take the corner kick far side the left. It was floated towards Guardiola. It's headed back by Sergio Gomez, and the downward header by Lascelles is picked up by Pope. For a second time tonight, Cardiff City have equalised. Blackburn Rovers 2, Cardiff City 2. Half-time at Brentford, Mark Scott.
Brentford 0, Arsenal 1. Nelson's 8th minute goal, the difference. It came after an awful back pass by Jöransson straight to Nketiah, who teed up Nelson. Smith Rowe nearly made it 2 after a lovely jinking dribble and was only denied by a good Flecken save with his foot. Brentford 0, Arsenal 1.
Half-time now at Anfield, John Bennett.
Liverpool 0, Leicester 1. A brilliant counter-attack finished by Casey McAteer after just 3 minutes has set up the possible upset, but Liverpool have been inches away from an equaliser. Ben Doak struck the bar. Liverpool 0, Leicester 1.
Joel Linton is forward for Newcastle United, plays the ball back to the blonde-haired Lewis Hall. Now with Dummett as they go further back. We can go to Lincoln City, West Ham. Half-time at Sincilbank, Chris Coles.
It's 0-0, the least the League One side deserved. They've had a good half, a goal disallowed for a narrow offside, and a Rico Hackett header brilliantly saved. West Ham have lacked their usual quality. Danny Ings, with their best chance, sliding wide, went through on goal. Lincoln 0, West Ham 0.
Isaac in the centre circle, holds on to the ball, plays it back to Tonali, but because of the sheer number of sky blue shirts, they have to go back. Half-time now at Villa Park, Ellen Ellard.
Aston Villa 0, Everton 1. This will be a frustrating watch for Villa fans. They're inviting all the pressure on themselves. Alston repeatedly choosing to play the ball short under pressure. Villa conceded possession on the edge of the area, and Garner took full advantage of the mistake, finding the back of the net. Half-time, Villa 0, Everton 1.
That's the second time that a rather heavy touch by Murphy has given the ball away over on that far side, as a little bit of litter just starts to flown about on the playing surface in front of the technical areas. Two pieces of paper just catching our attention as Manchester City are back out towards that far side, and it's with Grealish. Kovacic again has gone ahead of him. Now it's with Ake back out to Kovacic. Grealish this time is in the more advanced position down that left side. As now with Calvin Phillips, and Newcastle United, with the exception of Isak, have everybody back behind the ball. Rico Lewis in that inverted role back towards Ake. Manchester City just trying to find a way through. We'll nip to Fulham, half-time, Kelly Summers.
Fulham 1, Norwich 0. The Premier League side have dominated here. Carlos finishes his early goal, one of 9 shots Fulham have had. He converted from Iwobi's header across goal on 12 minutes. 1-0 to Fulham at the break.
I think that rounds up the 7:45 half-times in the League Cup third round. In the Scottish League Cup, the quarter-finals, Hibs, St Mirren, Kenny Crawford.
Half-time score: Hibs 0, St Mirren 1. Scott Tanser, the former Rochdale, Port Vale and St Johnstone fullback, his second goal of the season. A lovely left foot half volley from the edge of the box. The Buddies trying to make it 11 games unbeaten. They've got 1 foot in the semi-finals. Hibs 0, St Mirren 1.
Now this is a concern. Calvin Phillips has gone to ground. Was there a challenge there from Joel Linton?
I don't know if it was deliberate or accidental, but there's definitely been a collision before the ball came into play. And Phillips is trying to make a run towards the ball. Oh, I tell you what, he's been caught by Miley, who was tracking Kovacic, and as Phillips stepped back, he ran into Miley and caught him on the back of the calf, back of the ankle. But he seems to be okay now.
Well, it's the last thing that he would want after he's got an opportunity here with Rodri's 3-match suspension to get a bit of a run on the City side as Oscar Bob hares after Paul Dummett, plays it back. First time clearance was sliced by Pope. Poor clearance by Miley, goes straight to Grealish, tries to get a foot into the challenge to redeem himself. Now it's with Tonali. Tonali fouled by Phillips. Referee wants to play the advantage, but Murphy seemed reluctant to realise that was going on. There was no momentum there. There was no advantage for Newcastle United, given that Murphy was hesitant. He goes out for a throw.
Wasn't a great advantage at all, ref. Honestly, I know what he's trying to do, but he should have just given the free kick. Just to give Newcastle a breather.
Yeah. Here is Kovacic. City are back in possession. We've got 7 minutes to go to half-time. Still 0-0. Let's get an update from Ibrox. Gavin Wallace.
Still Rangers 1, Livingston 0. Ian Stephen Kelly with the first shot on goal for Livingston there. Just 2 seconds before you came to me. It just went over the bar, but Rangers at the moment with 85% of the possession. Rangers 1, Livingston 0.
Aki wins a corner. That was cut out by Lascelles, attacking the Gallagate end. Grealish getting the boos and the jeers as he makes his way over towards that far side. It's another City corner, which he's taken quickly. Grealish rolls it towards Alvarez. Back to the England international. Inside, little turn there by Bob. Back then to Grealish. Grealish, no shooting opportunity. Rico Lewis though will get one deflection and loops over the top and out behind for a corner kick.
Yeah, it's a short corner routine. You know what's really interesting, Daniel, is when Man City are even attacking the position of the other players. If they were to lose the ball, it always seems to be in the right position to pick up, a deflection off a player or a loose pass. They just sort of suck the life out of you and strangle you and just don't let you out.
Corner kick, right hand side. Gomez hits an in-swinger towards the far post. It was an awkward one, and it was dealt with very well by Targett, who's got tangled in the back of that net as a result. But the referee's blown his whistle, and it will be a Newcastle United clearance away downfield. 6 minutes to go to half-time. How do you beat them? You're watching this now as a coach.
How do you beat them? Don't play them at their own game.
So what do you go long?
Go long? Yeah. Listen, they've tried playing through them all half and they can't because they're just too good. So you got to get down the sides of them, test the fullbacks, the City back four. All the fullbacks have done for Man City is attack and play in the opposition half. Get a bit of physicality up there. Get Joe Linton playing on Rico Lewis. And get down the sides and get some crosses in the box, because at the minute it's all one-way traffic, and if City get one in and Eddie doesn't make changes, they'll get another couple.
Well, Manchester City have failed to score just once in 37 games, and in those 37 games it's one defeat in all competitions, and that was Brentford, and that goes back since early February as Lascelles just shrugs off the challenge of Sergio Gomez. Tonali picks it up. Newcastle supporters have had very little to cheer in these opening 40 minutes of this third round of this EFL Cup tie on BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Sounds. 0-0. And the treble winners in the trophy that got away last year are the ones who have completely dominated. As Ake to Guardiola inside the centre circle. It's the second time that Guardiola has apologised to the fourth official as Isak to Murphy, releases him. Murphy in the penalty area, saved by Ortega.
Wow, that's gone from nowhere. It's a miscommunication between Guardiola and Phillips. Phillips just a little bit slow on the turn, and then Murphy breaks. And it's a beautiful ball from Isak, and Murphy's in on the right hand side, and Ortega makes a great save. The first opportunity that Newcastle have had, and it's come from a mistake by Man City. And that may have given them something to hang on to.
Well, certainly, listen what it's done to the Newcastle supporters. First shot on target has come in the 41st minute. And now they've got a corner as their effort. And Ortega, who's been a passenger in these breezy and damp conditions, made the save with his legs in front of the Leesy's end away towards our left-hand side. Still goalless. Corner taken short on the left. Murphy to target. He'll go further square. Tonali, flat ball in, waiting for it at the far post with three of them, and it went over the heads of Lascelles, Joelinton, and then in between Murphy and out for a goal kick.
That's really disappointing from Tonali. He's got time to hit the diagonal back across to Joelinton. That's one of Eddie Howe's old set plays. He used to do that one at Bournemouth, where they go from one side of the pitch to the other and play a diagonal back to where the ball started. And Tonali's not executed the pass. He actually has been off the game tonight for me, and he's been poor in possession.
3 minutes to go to the break. Neil Lennon, who began his career actually at Manchester City.
Long time ago, Denner.
1988.
Correct.
3-0 defeat at Birmingham City.
3-0 win.
3-0 win, was it?
Yeah, I was there. Trust me.
We'll be checking that at half-time. You wore the number 2 shirt.
I was 16. I played right back. Oh, brilliant.
Here is Oscar Bob.
He's done it again.
Cross. And again, rather than going for goal, unselfish. And that's the second time that Guardiola is banging his hands against his head, thinking, this is it, this is an opportunity. Very unselfish.
Again, they've won the ball in Newcastle's defensive third. Lovely touch from Alvarez to Bob. Yeah, maybe the angle's a bit tight for him to shoot, but even then the cross is poor from him.
Gomez waits to take the corner kick. Short option available, not required. Left-footed, very, very deep. Gvardiol gets his head on it, then brings it down. Manages to keep the ball in play and get a corner. Well, against all the odds, Gvardiol there, because he really was having to run back and stretch for it, wins a corner off Joelinton.
What about his control with the head and then to bring it down? That's from your left-sided centre-half.
That's what you were like as a 16-year-old at St Andrews. 2 minutes to go to half-time, still 0-0. 5 live. Grealish waits far side the left. It's going to be an in-swinger. In it comes now. They're waiting for it. Pope gets a fist on that to punch it away. Gomez is in a foot chase with Miley. Gomez keeps the ball in play under pressure from Lewis Miley. Goes all the way back to Ortega, who then plays it out towards Sergio Gomez. And then Gomez will go back to Ortega, still outside of his penalty area, all in green, away towards our left-hand side. Kovacic running away from Murphy, no challenge. Then he runs into trouble, they lose the ball. Newcastle get it back, but Phillips then wins it back with a 50-50. Tonali tries to get there, the crowd respond. Livramento comes forward, urged on by the St James's Park crowd. Livramento runs forward, delivers a cross-come shot that flashes over everybody's head, and out of play for a throw. Doesn't take much to excite this crowd.
That was fantastic, wasn't it? And just the decibel raise, gradually as you could see that sort of passage of play build, and the fight that Newcastle showed there, fantastic.
Here is Dummett. The clearance from Manchester City was held up a little bit in the wind. Tonali gives it away. A little back heel by Alvarez to Kovacic. Gomez is running through the middle, but it runs off his legs and through towards Pope. And we'll find out how much added on time there will be as Pope throws it out towards Lewis Hall, who runs forward for Newcastle. Target's ahead of him. Hall has gone further clear on this left-hand side, and now he is being barged over by Akanji, and the referee says no foul, but Akanji actually stops because there's no one ahead of him. It's like a rabbit in the headlights there was Akanji. There's Oscar Bob, good footwork. He really has caught the eye, hasn't he? And there's going to be 1 minute of additional time here at St James's Park, and it is still 0-0. Here is Phillips on the halfway line inside the centre circle. Kovacic almost waits for the challenge to come from Miley, and now to Gvardiol. It's a night where the youngsters have really caught the eye and impressed for Manchester City, but it remains 0-0. The 7:45 games will be getting underway very, very soon, so stay with us. It'll be a busy half-time period as we zip here, there and everywhere. Enrico Lewis making the run forward. The little chip from Sergio Gomez away from him. Again, there's an appreciation of the football that they're playing.
Marvellous, a little bit ambitious with the reverse ball at the end, but who do you think, Deno, is going to be the happier manager at the minute?
I would think Eddie Howe.
I would as well. I think there'll be a air of frustration from Guardiola, the fact that they've dominated the game and not been in front. Well, I would imagine Eddie will have to think about some changes, because the longer this goes on, you'd imagine Newcastle will tire, because they've done a lot of chasing so far, unless they can get something to hold on to.
Well, there's the half-time whistle, and it's 0-0, but Alvarez has had 2 chances, one saved by the feet of Pope. Oscar Bob has had 2 chances where you think go for goal, and he didn't. And then for Newcastle at the other end, Murphy saving Ortega. So what are your thoughts on that first half, Neil?
Oh, it's a great game to watch, but all the talk has been about the play of Man City, their passing, their movement, Newcastle hanging in there in terms of possession, and then out of nowhere they get a break because of the complacency from Man City, because they've been so much in control and could have been a goal up. But Eddie won't be happy with the lack of possession, the lack of bravery on the ball. They've given the ball away a lot, and when you do that against the Man City side coached by Guardiola, it's a long time for the ball to come back, and when you do get it there in the end, you're fatigued.
Well, don't worry, there hasn't been a goalless draw since 1995 here at St James's Park.
Oh no.
And it's half-time here.
Now you've gone and done it. How long, Neil, do you think until we see Doku, Haaland, Foden, Nunez? Take your pick.
I'd definitely give it another 15-20 minutes, Steve. I think, whilst he'll be frustrated, Guardiola's team have played brilliantly and so fluently, and they have cut Newcastle open on a couple of occasions and been in the majority of control of the game. So yeah, I wouldn't be too much in a hurry just yet. I think all the questions are for Eddie. What does he do? Because if it keeps going on like this and City do score, that's a long way back for them.
And reminder, straight to penalties if we're level at the end of 90 minutes. Ian, Neil, thank you very much indeed. Second half commentary, of course, on the way from St James's Park. But as that game reaches half-time, all the other games tonight in the League Cup third round are getting underway in the second half. Let's start with League One Lincoln City, who are at home to West Ham. Chris Coles.
0-0, second half probably 3 or 4 minutes away here. We were quite late getting underway. It's been a good game this. Lincoln should be in front, squandering the game's best opportunity. Rico Hackett, 6 yards out, free header. He was wonderfully found. He could have put it anywhere in the net. Instead, he put it straight down the throat of Lucas Fabianski. Still needed saving, and it was a good save. West Ham's biggest threat, Danny Ings, clean through just after that chance actually for Lincoln, but he slid just wide. West Ham have lacked quality in the final third in particular, and Lincoln will fancy their chances in the second half. Players just out now. It's 0-0.
Stephen Kelly is one half of your commentary team for this match on 5 Sports Extra. Impressed with Lincoln, Stephen?
Very impressed. They've had to bide their time. At moments they've had to get back into a back 5 and defend deep and numbers behind the ball, but for the most part they've caused a real threat, and when they go in the forward areas, their quality in the final third, their crossing, their last ball has been better than West Ham's, and they've had the best chance of the game. Honestly, Steve, if he hits this, if he actually connects with it a little bit less than what he does, it goes to the back of the net. It's one of those powerful headers. He gets up, but it's straight down the throat of the goalkeeper, pulls off a fine save by either side of him, it's back of the net, and they've had a goal disallowed as well, so they're unlucky not to be in front.
Just in case anyone's forgotten as well, Stephen, you were on with us after round 2, and you got us a live interview with the AFC Wimbledon manager Johnny Jackson. So will you be getting Mark Kennedy for us later?
I'll try my Irish charmer. Maybe that might work. I've never actually played with Mark Kennedy, but I know him, so yeah, I'll try and get him up here as well.
You know him? Oh, brilliant! Right, let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. Nice one, Stephen. Thank you very much indeed. 5 Sports Extra for the commentary. Second half about to get underway. Let's go back to Anfield. This could be the story of the night. Liverpool-Leicester. John Bennett.
Yeah, we are underway in the second half. Liverpool 0, Leicester City 1. Casey McAteer with the only goal. Stunning Anfield after just 3 minutes. Lovely counter-attack move, summing up how well Leicester City have played this season. Since then, it's been all Liverpool. Ben Doak, the 17-year-old's been really impressive. Should have scored, though, from just a few yards out. He hit the bar. Then a brilliant goal line clearance from Conor Cody on his Leicester City debut, denying Cody Gakpo. Leicester City taking risks at the back, playing out from the back. They're going to keep doing that. It's going to be an entertaining second half. Liverpool 0, Leicester City 1.
In the Scottish League Cup quarter-final ties tonight, Hibs 0, St Mirren 1, and Ross County 0, Aberdeen 1. Both games just getting underway in the second half. Ross County have had Jack Baldwin sent off in that one. The third tie of the night is at Ibrox. This was the 8 o'clock kickoff. Rangers Livingston. Gavin Wallace.
Yeah, Stephen, Rangers 1, Livingston 0. The hosts with over 80% of the first half possession, and to be honest, it could easily have been 3 or 4 at half time. The deadlock broken on 10. Abdullah Stima stole the ball from Jamie Brandon on the left. Livingston all but stopped, which meant the Senegalese forward had a free route to goal, and he opened up his body really nicely and curled it well beyond Shamal George into the far corner. Livy's only chance was on 36. Stephen Kelly blasted his shot high and wide. Rangers with 1 foot in the semi, Stephen. It's Rangers 1, Livingston 0.
So here are the scores for you in the League Cup tonight. Aston Villa 0, Everton 1, Blackburn 2, Cardiff 2, Bournemouth 0, Stoke 0, Brentford 0, Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0, Brighton 0, Fulham 1, Norwich 0, Lincoln 0, West Ham 0, and Newcastle 0, Manchester City 0. There's been a goal at Anfield. John Bennett.
An equaliser for Liverpool. Liverpool 1, Leicester City 1. It's Cody Gakpo, picks it up just next to the penalty spot. Lovely turn and shot, low shot past the goalkeeper. Liverpool equalise. Liverpool 1, Leicester City 1.
We'll be round all of the other grounds and then back to St James's for second half commentary of Newcastle versus Manchester City after the news on 5 Live with Tim Daly.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good evening. Flowers and cards have been left at a roadside in South London where a 15-year-old girl was stabbed to death on her way to school this morning. A 17-year-old boy who knew her has been arrested. A stocktake of Britain's plants and animals is showing wildlife is continuing to decline, with almost 1 in 6 species at risk of extinction. Almost half of bird species are being threatened. The State of Nature report, led by the RSPB, blames factory farming, overfishing and climate change. Irish police say they've made the country's biggest ever drug seizure. Officials recovered more than 2 tonnes of cocaine, thought to have a street value of around £140 million off the south coast. And the TV channel GB News has suspended 2 presenters and apologised over remarks one of them made about a female journalist. Lawrence Fox was speaking on Dan Wootton's show when he made the comments about Ava Evans. And that's the news on 5 Live.
The best live sport.
The Ryder Cup is back.
So the hat comes off, the match is won.
Team Europe is over the ball in its European blue and rolling it on. Versus Team USA.
And he clenches his fist as the ball disappears into the hole. That is the magic number.
There's nothing quite like it.
The Ryder Cup 2023, live from Rome.
Starts Friday morning on 5 Live and BBC Sound.
This is 5 Live Sport with Steve Crossman.
On 5 Live. Listen on BBC Sounds.
3 goals have gone in during the news. For the 3rd time tonight, Blackburn lead against Cardiff. It's Blackburn 3, Cardiff 2. This is not a drill. Chelsea have scored. John Southall.
Chelsea have a goal. Chelsea 1, Brighton 0. Cole Palmer played it into Nicholas Jackson, 14 yards out, and he swept it into the bottom left-hand corner, his second for the club, and Chelsea's first goal this month, their first goal since the 30th of August, and they lead Brighton by a goal to 0.
And a goal at Bournemouth. Chris Wise.
6 minutes into the second half for Premier League Bournemouth. They lead Stoke 1-0. Dominic Solanke on as a half-time substitute. Low ball from the right, super sharp touch, spin and finish to the keeper's left. The game badly needed that. Bournemouth 1, Stoke 0.
And in the Scottish League Cup quarter-finals, a goal at Easter Road. Kenny Crawford.
And it's an equaliser for Hibernian. It looks like it's an own goal in his well-fished header from a corner, and it's going in off one of the St Mirren defenders. So the hosts are back in the game. Hibernian 1, St Mirren 1.
Back into the League Cup. Let's check in at Brentford against Arsenal. Mark Scott.
Still 1-0 to Brentford. Eddie Nketiah has just bent one over the bar from the edge of the area. Brentford thought that they might have been in. Ramsdale came out to make a save, but the flag was raised anyway against Brian Mbeumo. Still 1-0 to Mikel Arteta's men.
Goals are absolutely flying in now to Villa Park. Ellen Ellard.
Aston Villa 0, Everton 2. Dominic Calvert-Lewin with the goal. He snuck his way past Konsa, 1-on-1 with Robin Olsen and just tapped it past him. Aston Villa 0, Everton 2.
Let's go back to Craven Cottage. Fulham Norwich. Kelly Summers.
Fulham 1, Norwich 0. The Premier League side still lead thanks to Vinicius' early goal, but Norwich have come out for the second half the better side. 2 good chances. McCallum with a lovely run before he fired wide, whilst Fisher also fired a first-time volley wide. Fulham 1, Norwich 0.
Another goal at Bournemouth. Chris Wise.
Might have taken the game away from Stoke now. They're 2-0 up. Bournemouth. Joe Rothwell, he scored his first ever Cherries goal. Free kick from the left side of the penalty area. He intended it as a cross. It's a classic one that goes all the way in. Bournemouth 2, Stoke 0.
It's like Chelsea scored a goal and then everyone else was just like, well, if they've scored, we might as well. How was it greeted, John Southall?
With relief, I think, more than anything else around the stadium. I mean, as we spoke before the game, they've been in games all season. Actually, they've had 67% possession in the Premier League this season. That is the average, and that's higher than anybody else in the league. But they've been frustrated in front of goal, and no more so than Nicholas Jackson. So I think that goal will do him the world of good. Cole Palmer did really well to play it into his path, and he just rolled it into the bottom left-hand corner. So let's see what they can do from here. Let's see if they can build on the goal, or because Brighton actually came out really strongly in the second half. Roberto De Zerbi was so agitated in the first 45 minutes, and I suspect he had a few words at half-time, so I don't think this is over yet.
It would be no surprise, John, to see Nicholas Jackson all of a sudden look like a different footballer and a man without the weight of the world on his shoulders.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's certainly what the Chelsea fans will be hoping, because apart from the finishing, which I know is massively important for a centre forward, he's looked pretty decent in the Chelsea games that I've seen. He's got pace, he can get in behind, but he hasn't been able to finish. So you're right, it could be a turning point.
And there's been another goal, so let's go back to the Scottish League Cup. We're going back to Easter Road. Kenny.
What a turnaround in this game, Steve. There was doubt about who scored Hibs first, but no doubt about who scored the second. Dutchman Dylan Vente, a brilliant low finish into the bottom left-hand corner. Hibernian 2, St Mirren 1.
Let's go back to Sincilbank, League One Lincoln against West Ham. Chris Coles.
7 minutes into the second half, Lincoln 0, West Ham 0, but the League One side picking up where they left off in the first half. On the front foot, Lasse Sorensen firing just over from the edge of the penalty area. Storm Agnes has reached Lincoln. The rain now sweeping across Sincilbank as another cross flashes across the West Ham box. Lincoln on top, still 0-0 with West Ham.
And there's been yet another goal at Ewood Park. It's now Blackburn 4, Cardiff City 2. So 6 goals in that game and only 55 minutes gone. That game between Lincoln and West Ham, by the way, is live right now on 5 Sports Extra. Let's find out how Liverpool have reacted to getting that equaliser at Anfield. John Bennett.
Yeah, it's all Liverpool at the moment. Liverpool 1, Leicester City 1. Cody Gakpo scoring 3 minutes into the second half after Leicester had scored 3 minutes into the game through Casey McAteer. Wilfred Ndidi is about to come on for Leicester City to add a bit of defensive solidity, I think, to the midfield. But as I was saying, Steve, they are intent on playing out from the back and taking risks at the back. So Liverpool just keep creating chances. It's Liverpool 1, Leicester City 1.
Any sign of a Brentford fight back against Arsenal, Mark Scott?
Not at the moment, Steve, but Thomas Frank is readying Matthias Jensen to come on. He's got that board out with the counters on it as well, going through his tactical plans for the midfielder. They've lacked some bite in the middle of the park. Maybe he can provide it. So far, Aaron Ramsdale in the Arsenal goal is yet to make a save. Brentford 0, Arsenal 1.
Let's go back to Craven Cottage. Kelly Summers.
Well, after I was telling you, Steve, that Norwich have come out the better side, it sparked Fulham back into life. They lead by a goal to 0, but Harry Wilson on the right-hand side just broke free, played in Vinicius. The goalkeeper, the Norwich goalkeeper, came out well, then rebounded, and Iwobi just couldn't convert behind. The Craven Cottage crowd have woken up for the second half now. Their side need them, but they do still lead by a goal to 0.
I mean, it sounds like Villa could do with waking up. Helen Ellard.
Yeah, absolutely. Unai Emery stressed the importance of this competition to his team. He's made a number of changes at the start of the second half. 3 changes for Villa, Kamara, Dean and Watkins on. 1 change for Everton, Ashley Young has come on against his former club. But they're just inviting pressure on themselves, Villa. Robin Olsen in the goal, you can tell they're lacking the presence of Martinez. He's just refusing to send it out long, regularly playing out from the back. And Dominic Calvert-Lewin, Danjuma, they're all ready to pounce at any opportunity, and Villa could really do with something now.
Let's see if that goal has changed Chelsea at all. John Southall.
Well, they've just had a free kick over on the left-hand side. They lead Brighton by a goal to 0. Mudryk with it, Mykhailo Mudryk, who, is still struggling to find the form that we thought he had when he came to the club. Free kick awful, straight over the crossbar as Brighton just try and play it out from the back here, and they could get themselves in trouble. That's cleared away. What I didn't tell you, Steve, before the goal, Mahmoud Dahoud had an unbelievably good chance, 12 yards out, unmarked, totally mishit it, and that was a 0-0. Always just getting a bit spicy over on the far side there. Chelsea 1, Brighton 0.
Let's find out if Liverpool are starting to take control now at Anfield. John.
Yeah, they are. Liverpool 1, Leicester City 1. Cody Gakpo, though, having an effort saved off the line, set up by Ben Doak. What a talent he is, 17 years old. He has been so unlucky not to score so far tonight. Such a dangerous player on the right-hand side. It's Liverpool 1, Leicester City 1.
John, thank you very much indeed. So we've had goals going in all over the place in England and Scotland. Quick reminder, in those Scottish League Cup quarter-final ties, there will be extra time if any of them level at the end of 90 minutes, although at the minute none of them are. Hibs 2, St Mirren 1, Ross County down to 10 men and trailing Aberdeen by a 1-0. Those matches in the second half. Rangers 1, Livingston 0 at the break. But the games in the League Cup tonight, they will all go to penalties if they're level at the end of 90 minutes, which we are at St James's Park. Second half commentary of Newcastle and Manchester City with Neil Lennon and Ian Dennis.
And just looking at it, I mean, the teams aren't even out yet, but the two commentary games, if you like, the Lincoln one, West Ham, that's on Sports Extra, and this one here, are the only ones that are goalless.
And you would expect goals in both those games, really, when you think of the opposition. That certainly West Ham, I'd have fancied them tonight to win that one, quite clearly. With but Moisey, I think, would want to get another cup run in one of the competitions. It's just interesting to see. We were watching the subs, and Gomares and Gordon weren't out warming up, so it looks like they're going to come on. In fact, is that 3 changes?
No, just the 2. But we were just waiting, Steve, and Neil was just saying, he said, look, who are the subs? And they were warming up, and he said, who are the 2 are missing? And it was Gordon and Guimaraes. He said, well, they'll be coming on. And then, true enough, Anthony Gordon and Bruno Guimaraes are going to be coming on here at the start of the second half for Newcastle United. 0-0 against Manchester City, who are yet to appear. So Eddie Howe making a couple of changes. The board is yet to go up because even the officials haven't been sent out yet. But the wind, I think, looking at the way that those black and white striped shirts are rippling in the breeze, that wind has really picked up now at the start of the second half.
Well, I thought in the first half the wind was against City and for Newcastle. I don't know if it's sort of changed as the half has wore on. I don't know, it's hard to feel in this sort of seat which way the wind is blowing. Here comes City now, and Eddie's making these 2 changes. I think it was needed then.
Well, Lewis Miley is one of them, and then I'm thinking he must have taken off one of the defenders, so Lewis Hall is the other, just by the powers of deduction. So Newcastle United with Nick Pope in goal, Livramento, Lascelles, Dummett and Targett will now be the back 4, as it'll be Tonali, Joe Linton, Murphy, Bruno Guimaraes, with Gordon and Isak. Are the changes being made. So Lewis Hall and Lewis Miley. The 2 Lewises have been taken off. Manchester City haven't made any changes. So Ortega in goal. Back 3 of Akanji, Gvardiol and Ake. You've got Lewis and Gomez. No, in fact, no, it wasn't that, was it? It was Ortega, Rico Lewis, Akanji, Gvardiol and Ake. Sergio Gomez playing on the right of the front 3 because Kovacic, Phillips and Oscar Bob with Alvarez, Grealish and Gomez as the referees. Chris Kavanagh blows his whistle and we're back underway for the second half. 0-0. Total domination from Manchester City, wasn't it, that first half?
Yeah, and I think that's why you don't see a change from Man City at the minute, because I think Guardiola would have been pretty pleased with the performance, but not the fact that they're leading the game, because their player has deserved the goal.
We'll keep you in touch as we did in the first half with the goals elsewhere around the country. In the other ties, the draw to be made after this game, that if it remains 0-0 after 90 minutes, it will go straight to a penalty shootout. So Newcastle United in this second half, in their black and white striped shirts and black shorts, are playing from left to right as we look attacking the Gallowgate end. Manchester City, therefore, in their sky blue shirts and white shorts, are attacking the Leazes end, where their healthy support that stretches all the way around the corner, high up in the gods away towards our left, have travelled over the M62 and then up the A1 to get here to St James's Park. Ball forward, Isak loses out in the challenge to Phillips, but he wins it back as Isak, showed his strength well, tried to squeeze it forward towards Tonali, who straight away is in a more advanced position now with Bruno Guimaraes behind him, but here is Kovacic to run forward and away from Dummett. Up against the dark-haired figure of Livramento now is Jack Grealish, teasing Livramento on the inside, waits, left corner of the box. Phillips joins the attack. Phillips with a curling effort, right-footed, well over the crossbar and out for a goal kick. 0-0, Neil Lennon.
Yeah, I just thought he made the wrong choice of pass there. Isaac Murphy was in a wide position on the edge of the box. That seemed to be the ball, but he tried to go central, and City picked it up and were able to break. Pure choice of decision there from Calvin Phillips, pure execution. So again, decent start from Newcastle. Maybe the 2 subs has given them a bit of a lift.
Let's get an update from Stamford Bridge. John Southall.
Chelsea 1, Brighton 0. Could have been 2 though. Nicholas Jackson played in by Mudryk, through on goal, saved by Verbruggen with his outstretched left foot. Chelsea 1, Brighton 0.
I think the one element that will please Eddie Howe at the moment is the fact that they are defensively tight. I mean, after 3 straight defeats, unbeaten in 3, but 3 successive clean sheets against Brentford, at Milan, and then at Sheffield United, and they're running forward now with Murphy, right side of the penalty area. The cutback looking towards Tonali. It was Livramento who joined the attack on this right-hand side. It stays in play, actually. Murphy's kept the ball in play level with the penalty area on the right 2.5 minutes. Looks to go on the outside of Grealish, who's back goal side. Murphy. Now to Guimaraes. Lascelles. Jamal Lascelles goes square. Dummett. Out towards that far side for Target, forward towards Gordon. Little touch from Joel Linton. Newcastle already keeping the ball for longer periods than they did for most of the first half. A little drag back there by Murphy, plays it forward towards Isak. Akanji's the one who's forced to turn, tries to shield the ball away from Isak, but Isak again has got there first. Isak right side of the penalty area, much better from the home side. Just sold Livramento short and allowed Akanji to nip in. Rolls it towards Alvarez. Pressure is better from Newcastle. There's a greater intensity from the home team. Guimaraes sweeps over the cross, just over the head of Joel Linton. Much better.
Well, Ian, we're 3.5 minutes into the second half. Newcastle have done more in the 3.5 minutes, in terms of possession, intensity, than they did in the whole 45. And obviously the Guimaraes and Gordon coming on has given the team a bit more stability, balance and confidence. So it's game on there.
It certainly is. Newcastle United 0, Manchester City 0. Goalless in our commentary game on Sports Extra between Lincoln and West Ham United. Tomorrow night we'll be live in Rome. Mark Chapman with a Ryder Cup preview from 7, and the Ryder Cup coverage live on Friday morning, all day, throughout the day, on BBC Radio 5 Live from 9 a.m. through till 6. Cannot wait for the coverage from Ian Carter, Mark Chapman and the team. Alvarez, 4 minutes into the second half. Oscar Bob with the back heel. Tonali breaks it up. Now it's with Joel Linton. Forward ball, under pressure. Released it towards Guimaraes. Gordon makes the run, just couldn't take it in his stride. Akanji will try and drag the ball away from Gordon, who hares after him. And then Gordon slides in through Kovacic. Good challenge by Gordon. And again, the crowd really do respond.
And sort of Guardiola sarcastically clapping. He wasn't happy with the tackle. It was a bit heavy-handed and out of context for the game, but it's lifted the crowd. But Guardiola not happy at all with that challenge.
Any sign of a breakthrough at Sincilbank? Chris Coles.
It feels like it's coming in. West Ham have been much better in this second half. Still 0-0 at League One Lincoln City, but West Ham beginning to flex their Premier League muscles. Thomas Soucek's gone into the book for a late challenge. Still pretty even this, with 64 minutes played. Lincoln 0, West Ham 0.
Commentary on Sports Extra. City go long, one bounce and it's through to Pope. Newcastle now seem to be after City more. Livramento just left one on Gomez a little earlier.
Yeah, maybe Eddie's had a word at half time, just to up the aggression and don't sort of stand off them. Which again, I'm not saying they did in the first half. It's just City was so good, but certainly the addition of Gordon and Guimaraes has definitely given them a better balance and certainly more quality in the side as well.
Here is Phillips in the centre circle. Joel Linton gets a foot into the challenge. Isak now has it. Gordon and Murphy running either side. Murphy actually makes a run infield. The ball was looked towards Livramento, and Ake will use that to marshal it out safely for a goal kick. But it's been a positive start for the second half for Newcastle United, although it remains 0-0. Are Arsenal still in front of Brentford? Mark Scott.
They are, Ian, but it's a similar situation here, with Brentford looking a lot more revved up in the second half, and they were inches away from levelling. Johan Wissa with the strike. Ramsdale got a hand to it, onto the post and away to safety. Much better from Brentford, but they still trail 1-0.
So Arsenal are ahead. Bournemouth are leading at home to Stoke City 2-0. Blackburn are 4-2 up at home to Cardiff. Everton are 2-0 up at Villa Park against Aston Villa. Fulham are ahead at home to Norwich. Chelsea lead Brighton by 1-0. Goalless at Sincilbank. And what's the latest at Anfield? John Bennett.
It's Liverpool 1, Leicester City 1. A couple of the big guns are on for Liverpool. Szoboszlai and Nunez are on as Liverpool try to find a goal to win this game. Liverpool 1, Leicester City 1.
This is the first of 4 away matches for Manchester City. Wolves away at the weekend. Leipzig away in the Champions League next week. That was a nice take into feet by Murphy. Infield to Joel Linton. Joel Linton running forward. Joel Linton still going in the penalty area with the cutback. Far post! Isak with a goal! Newcastle United, 7 minutes into the second half, and he couldn't miss. Great work by Joel Linton, and Isak controlled it, and with that goal gaping, found the back of the net to the delight of St James's Park, and somewhat against the run of play in the overall context of the game, Newcastle strike first.
It's a great ball here, Ian, from Lascelles into Jacob Murphy, and it's a great turn away from Kovacic, and that opens the whole City defence. But Joe Linton still has a lot to do. He kept his balance well. Aki can't stop the pullback, goes to the far post, and the simplest of finishes for Isaac. You have to say Newcastle started much better on the front foot in the second half. The changes that Eddie needed to make have worked. They brought on the quality. Now, here's the interesting one. What's Pep going to do now? Is he going to get a couple of the big guns on to turn this around, or is he going to leave the players on at the minute? It was a great goal from a Newcastle perspective, good for the game as well. And you did say there'd be goals tonight, Daniel.
I did. And that stat that we said, I think, in the 7th minute of the game still stands. 1995, the last goalless draw between these two here at St James's Park. There's no VAR, so play will automatically restart. Newcastle are ahead. But Newcastle's positive approach since the restart has been rewarded.
Absolutely, yeah. They look a different team, and the changes were necessary, and the work.
Clearance by Ortega. Newcastle United, they played against Premier League opposition at every step of the way as they reached the final last year and lost, of course, to Manchester United at Wembley. They would love a repeat journey. Nobody wanted Manchester City, regardless what team Pep Guardiola puts out. They've dominated this competition in recent seasons. But Newcastle, who were under the cosh in the first half, are leading by a goal to nil. And now they've got something to protect. Blackburn 5, Cardiff 2 is the latest score elsewhere. And when Neil Lennon says it'll be interesting to see how Pep responds, bearing in mind he's got a cast list of Walker, Diaz, Haaland, Doku, Nunes, Foden, and then a young teenager in the name of Michael Hamilton who's on the bench. So they're not sure, as there's been another goal at Anfield. John Bennett.
What a goal by Dominic Szoboszlai. It's Liverpool 2, Leicester City 1. A rocket of a shot just outside the box. It flew into the net. Liverpool 2, Leicester City 1.
Newcastle United supporters now are up for it as well. They didn't have a great deal to cheer in the first half, but they're cheering every kick, they're cheering every challenge at the moment.
They're certainly up for it, but they just got to be careful they don't get too emotional. Isaac, even cheering, blocking a pass. So they're really up for it at the minute, but you know what Man City are like, they've seen this all before. I just want to know how long Pep gives it before he does change, because to be fair, the second half they've not really got out of any sort of gear at all.
Here is Isak. Isak once again couldn't get the shooting opportunity. In fact, it's deflected behind for a corner. Almost like the roles have been reversed. It's Newcastle United now who are carrying the greater threat.
They're really aggressive, good press, good speed of passing, and obviously they've got the crowd behind them there as well. It's absolutely brilliant from Newcastle.
So Newcastle United, far side the left, have a corner. Manchester City have got everybody back. It's the home side though who are ahead, leading by a goal to nil. Don't you know it, judging by the atmosphere. In it comes, headed out by Alvarez for Manchester City. Picked up now by Murphy. City had everybody back there. Ball played out towards Tonali, brings it down off his thigh, look toward Gordon, goes over his head, cleared away by Rico Lewis, who hoists it away towards safety, but Livramento, unchallenged, will bring that ball under control. Goal at Chelsea, John Southall.
Chelsea 2, Brighton nil. It's like London buses. Nicholas Jackson with his second, swept it into the bottom left-hand corner from 8 yards out. Jackson second, Chelsea 2, Brighton nil.
11 minutes into the second half. The goals will keep you up to date elsewhere. Headed back by Alvarez. Now it's with Gordon. Tell you what, as you'd said, what a finish we've got now for 34 minutes of this cup tie. Because
the speed of the game's amazing as well. Just the fact that the crowd are up for it as well, it just adds to the speed of the game and the physicality. Newcastle have really upped their physical output at the minute.
Now here is Isak, the goal scorer, plays it out towards Murphy. Real purpose about Newcastle's play at the moment. Tonali, little touch, Livramento getting forward. Murphy makes the run towards the byline inside right channel of the area, attacking the Gallowgate end towards Livramento. Guimaraes, the double substitution has worked wonders for Newcastle. The reverse pass from Guimaraes was delightful. The cross from Murphy, deep over the head of Joel Linton. And it will not be kept in play over on that far side, but much, much better for Newcastle United. Goal at Lincoln now, Chris Colt.
The Premier League side in front, Lincoln 0, West Ham 1, fairly simple, corner to the front post. There was Thomas Souček to tap in. Lincoln 0, West Ham 1.
So West Ham are ahead, commentary of Sports Extra. That goal, incidentally, at Stamford Bridge was ruled out, so it's Chelsea 1, Brighton 0, but there's been another goal elsewhere in West London. Kelly Summers.
Fulham 2, Norwich 0. Alex Iwobi has a goal on his first Fulham start. Lovely finish from the edge of the area, just rolling the ball beyond Long in the Norwich goal. Fulham surely with 1 foot in the next round. Fulham 2, Norwich 0.
We're approaching the hour mark. We're on until 10:30. Then Colin Murray will be live on BBC Radio 5 Live with a Ryder Cup to come over 3 successive days, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Intermixed with the football, of course, on Saturday afternoon. Manchester United Crystal Palace at 3, followed by Tottenham against Liverpool at 5:30. If you haven't downloaded the BBC Sounds app ahead of the Ryder Cup coverage, then do so. You can take 5 Live with us wherever you go to listen to the comprehensive coverage, the wall-to-wall golf coverage that'll be coming direct from Rome. But here we are tonight, told it's very warm in Rome. Not so here at the moment. In the northeast today, it's been a bit wet and wild.
It's hot on the pitch though at the minute. It's frenetic out there, and Newcastle got their tails up at the minute, but you just don't rate Man City off, and I wouldn't want Newcastle to get too overconfident because there's still 30-35 minutes to go this game.
Well, Manchester City haven't conceded more than 1 goal in their last 40 games in all competitions, a run that stretches back to January in a 4-2 victory against Tottenham. So you know all about what Manchester City's defence and how very little it's breached on more than the one occasion during that period, but Newcastle United do have the advantage, and certainly those missed opportunities for Manchester City is one that Pep Guardiola may still rue. Kovacic, but still no sign of the big guns being called for, but Haaland and Foden are warming up. Here is Grealish. Grealish at the moment, 25 yards out from goal. Now towards Calvin Phillips. Central position, mistake and a little bit of a wobble by Kovacic, and presents the ball to Newcastle United midway through their own half. Another goal at Fulham. Kelly Summers.
Fulham 2, Norwich 1. Could we be set for an interesting finish? Staines on his debut off the bench has one back for the visitors. Fulham 2, Norwich 1.
Just looking down the crib sheet of mine, I don't think there's one tie tonight, either in England or in Scotland, that is currently level. But we'll of course let you know if that changes. And there's indeed been a goal at Easter Road. Kenny Crawford.
It's swung again, Ian. It's now Hibernian 2, St Mirren 2. The Buddies have equalised, and what a nice strike by Keanu Bacchus. The Australian international picked up the ball 20 yards out, drove towards the box and let fly with his right foot into the bottom left-hand corner. Hibs 2, St Mirren 2.
An hour played here. Newcastle lead Manchester City by 1-0. Guimaraes is the player who's gone down. The substitute. This would be a natural concern.
It looks like they're calling for the sub already. He's holding he was pressed in the back of his calf, and Isaac's down as well now. He's sitting down as well, so there's definitely going to be a change here. Then Almiron's going into the dugout to get stripped.
Yeah, but like you say, Isak has also sat down. Guimaraes is now on his feet.
He doesn't look great though, does he?
Doesn't for either of them. They're not going to take any chances with Guimaraes. Almiron will come on for him, and Isak at the moment, the referee's actually telling Isak he's going to have to come off the side of the pitch. So there's a stoppage in play. Gives us a chance to nip to Stamford Bridge. John Southall.
Well, Chelsea lead Brighton by 1-0. As we heard, Nicholas Jackson thought he'd got the second of the game, but amidst all the excitement, ruled for offside that one. So Brighton still very much in this. They've made their 5 changes. Chelsea 1, Brighton 0.
Let's go to Sincil Bank. Chris Coles.
Lincoln 0, West Ham 1, but the Premier League side dominating now. Ben Johnson, the left back, has just hit the post from range, came onto it beautifully, hit it crisply, but hit the outside of the post. Lincoln looking tired now. They trail 1-0 with 15 minutes to play.
In fact, Almiron is not coming on for Guimaraes. Guimaraes came to the side of the pitch, but Guimaraes is okay to continue, but Isak isn't. So the substitution was Almiron for Alexander Isak, the goal scorer. We'll go to Rangers, Gavin Wallace.
Rangers 1, Livingston 0, and just before you came to me, Ian Louis de Lucas was up above everyone at a corner, and his header just inches by the post, but it does stay Rangers 1, Livingston 0.
BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Sounds, a night of cup action here, based at St James's Park in the northeast of England. Tyneside, Newcastle lead by a goal to nil. Sergio Gomez away far side the right. Clearance though by Lascelles. Clattered the ball out of play for a throw on the far side. Guimaraes, he's got to wait for at least 30 seconds.
Oh, really?
Before he can come onto the field of play. And Chris Kavanagh now tells him to come back on.
It's crazy rule, that. Crazy rule. I'm just watching what Newcastle are going to do now that Isaac's gone off. It looks like Gordon's going centre forward, Murphy on the left, Almiron on the right.
That's the voice of Neil Lennon with us here at St James's Park, where the still breezy, but it's dry for the time being. Ball inside was from Oscar Bob. He was checked. And the Norwegian under-21 international. Now Pep Guardiola's just having a little word with Eddie Howe, but the two of them are having a little hug and a little embrace as they share their opinions or two.
Now Guardiola's not happy because I have to say Newcastle have come out, they've been really physical, and they've left a bit on a couple of Man City players. That's about the third or fourth in a row now, and Guardiola's just over to Eddie going, any chance your boys calming down a little bit?
Jason Tindall is also there.
He's always there.
Free kick to Manchester City. You've been on good form tonight. Miss working with you. 1-0 to Newcastle. Free kick to Manchester City, then just in from the right touchline. 30 yards out from goal. Newcastle have the advantage. They've got everybody in and around their own penalty area. City attack the Leesy's end. Alvarez to take it. It's an outswinger. Akanji was there. Couldn't direct his header goalwards. Doesn't go out. Yes, it goes out of play for a corner kick to Manchester City.
I thought he should have done better there. I thought it was a great ball in. I thought Akanji should have got more on the header.
Corner's taken quickly and taken short on that right-hand side. Here is Rico Lewis. The cross was charged down. Gordon now break up towards Almiron. First touch was a very heavy one. It went a good 2 or 3 yards away from him. And now here is Grealish, who runs into his own player in Akanji. That benefits Guimaraes. Foul in favour of Newcastle. Goal at Easter Road, Kenny Crawford.
Another goal scored by an Australian international. Hibs 3, St Mirren 2. Martin Boyle's 5th goal of the season. The ball broke to him after a bit of pinball in the box, and he smashed it in off the underside of the bar. Hibs 3, St Mirren 2.
Hibs 3-2 up. Aberdeen still lead the 10 men of Ross County by a goal to nil. Rangers 1, Livingston 0. Latest from Anfield, John Bennett.
Leicester on the break here. They've got a chance to equalise. It's Liverpool 2, Leicester City 1. It's gone out for a corner. They should have had a penalty as well. Not given. Liverpool 2, Leicester City 1.
Thank you, John. Commentary of Lincoln against West Ham is on Sports Extra. As the ball is at the moment played out towards that far side for Newcastle United. And the challenge comes in from Sergio Gomez. Newcastle's players are reacting to that challenge. Free kick in favour of the home team.
Well, he's got the card out for Calvin Phillips. I thought it was a good tackle, it was quite robust, but I didn't see anything untoward with it. Anthony Gordon wasn't happy and he brought it to the attention of the referee, but it's going to be a yellow card for Phillips. It's getting really tasty out there, Ian.
That's the first yellow of the game. Phillips shown yellow by Chris Kavanagh. So Newcastle lead by a goal to nil. 66 minutes played. Free kick midway through the Manchester City half, but quite a high line from the sky blue shirts of Manchester City to protect Ortega. As it's floated in now by Target. Edge of the area. Lascelles gets his head onto it. Header from Joe Linton, cleared by Gvardiol. Picked up by Almiron into the path of Tonali with a cut back and delivered with pace. That came off the legs of Gvardiol. Could have gone anywhere behind for a corner.
Yeah, he didn't know much about it, Gvardiol. Another nice little underlap from Tonali. Fizzes it across and Gvardiol just gets enough on it. Looks like there's going to be a change now, Ian, for City. Whether they do it before the corner or not, but there's a couple of them warming up here at the kit off.
Corner kick to be taken on that far side. Nunes and Doku are the players who are going to be coming on. It's rolled in short. Now played towards Murphy. Murphy chips the ball towards the far post. Out it goes to that far side. Kept in play by Tonali. No, it goes out of play. It'll be a Manchester City throw. And Mateus and Doku are the players who are going to be coming on. A goal at Rangers, Gavin Wallace.
It's a second for Rangers here, Rangers 2, Livingston 0. Ridman Jovad just on the 66th minute. It was a mazy run from his own half. He got all the way to the edge of the box, and what can only really be described as a toe poke into the back of the net. It went at some speed, Ian. Rangers 2, Livy 0.
So here comes the double change that we were talking about. Mateus Nunes coming on, and it's going to be Doku, and the players who are coming off are Kovacic and Ake. Ross County 1, Aberdeen 2 is a score elsewhere in Scotland. No other goals to tell you about in England. So it's an attacking change now being made with a defender coming off as Doku comes on, and Mateus Nunes is the other player who's going to be coming on. So Kanji's gone off, Doku's on, and Mateus Nunes, who was signed from Wolves for £53 million on deadline day, is also coming on to the field of play, and they are the changes being made there. Kovacic only returning after missing the last 3 matches with a back injury. So Nunes and Doku are on, and Manchester City have made the first of their changes. We said about the changes that were going to be made by Pep Guardiola, as Newcastle leading by a goal to nil. We've been playing now, we're midway through the second half, still leading by a goal to nil. Nunes runs into trouble. Challenge was made by Guimaraes, says he got the ball. Chris Kavanagh thinks otherwise, and he's brought out his yellow card, and the Brazilian's shown yellow.
That was brilliant defending from McKenzie. It was a lovely little first-time pass from Tonali into Gordon, and he's clean through, and McKenzie got across very quickly to get a block on that, otherwise it could have been 2-0.
Let's go to Brentford. Mark Scott.
Massive chance for Brentford to get back level. Keane Lewis Potter off the bench, found himself 6 yards out, got it past Ramsdale, but somehow Kivior got back to clear off the line. Still 1-0 Arsenal.
Just over 20 minutes remain here at St James's Park. This competition has been dominated in recent years from teams in the Northwest. The last 8 years, City have won it 5 times, Liverpool once, Manchester United twice, of course, including last season, as Newcastle know all about. Chelsea in 2015 were the last team outside of the Northwest to win it. Could Everton be progressing? They were, or did have, a 2-goal cushion, but there's been a goal at Villa Park. Ellen Ellard.
Aston Villa 1, Everton 2. A corner Douglas Luiz sent into the area. It pinged out, fell to the feet of Kamara, who sent a powerful shot past Jordan Pickford. Aston Villa 1, Everton 2.
Here is Guimaraes, back to Lascelles. Almiron wants to make the run, and he's tries to be finding him early, but Vardiol accelerates. Ortega had seen the danger as well and gathers it in. We're up to date with the goals elsewhere around the country on BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Sounds. The Newcastle supporters now will try and play their role for the next 19 minutes as a pensive Eddie Howe just rubs his right ear as he ponders with Jason Tindall alongside him, protecting this slender lead. Grealish. Nunes goes ahead of him. Grealish finds him. Former Wolves man. Lascelles dragged out of that central position with Nunes. Left side of the penalty area. Tries to do the turn. Lascelles sticking to him. Helped out by Livramento. Back to Sergio Gomez, who's now playing as a more natural right-left-sided player in defence, with Doku, who's occupying a position on the right. Oscar Bob on the inside. Alvarez, Grealish and Nunes at the moment is that front line as you look across that front 5 as it is, with everybody pushed forward and leaving a lot of pressure on Akanji and Gvardiol with the fullbacks pushed forward at that stage.
You have to say, and Newcastle been by far the better team second half. It's been a dramatic turnaround in terms of what we saw from the first half. What a statement this would be if Newcastle could go on and win this, and then they would have belief going forward in this competition. As for Pep, I'm surprised at the minute that he's not got maybe Foden or a Haaland on, and he's trusting the younger players to get them back into the game. But what we got 20 minutes to go. It's a big 20 minutes for both teams.
Yeah, about 18, but there'll be a bit of stoppage time added on. But defensively, Newcastle United have been absolutely solid in this second half. Manchester City haven't posed anywhere near the level of the same threat as they did in the first half. Let's go to Lincoln. Chris Coles.
West Ham United are 5 minutes away from knocking League One Lincoln out of the League Cup, but Lincoln are giving it a go. Another good chance. Dylan Duffy from range hit it well, but Lucas Fabianski, who's had to make several good saves tonight, made another. Still Lincoln 0, West Ham 1.
Commentary of that is on Sports Extra. This is 5 Live. Let's get an update from Liverpool. John Bennett.
Leicester aren't giving this one up. It's Liverpool 2, Leicester 1. But Wilfred Ndidi should have equalised. Through on goal, he delayed. Liverpool were able to clear. Liverpool 2, Leicester 1.
Phil Foden is coming on. Guardiola is certainly mindful of the schedule. Wolves away, Leipzig away, Arsenal away, where Rodri, of course, will be suspended for that game at Arsenal just before the international break. But of course, he wants to win. Does Guardiola? What is it that they've picked up? 18 trophies in their last 14 seasons. That desire, that level of determination. The treble winners want to prolong their stay in the competition, but it's Alvarez who makes way and Phil Foden comes on.
So it looks like he's going to play in the 10 position and they put Bob up front.
So Oscar Bob goes into that central area. Nunez plays it back towards Akanji. Let's get an update from Chelsea. John Southall.
Into the 90th minute of the game. Chelsea 1, Brighton 0. One really good chance for Brighton. Solimarch with a flying header saved by Sanchez to his left-hand side. We will see how much added time there is to go. Chelsea 1, Brighton 0.
I'm mindful of the fact that I read out that stat that they've failed to score only once in their last 37, Manchester City. But in the first half you sensed, as an observer at least, that they were going to score. In the second half, I don't necessarily get that same impression.
No, not at all. I totally agree with you. Nick Pope has had very, very little to do second half. And you're right, first half they were cutting through Newcastle and looking a real threat, but at the minute, Newcastle are very, very stable at the minute and looking more likely to get another goal.
Ball played to Almiron, tries to get away from Sergio Gomez. It's going to go to play for a throw. There's been a goal involving Neil's former side, Leicester City at Anfield. John Bennett.
Yeah, this one's all over. Liverpool 3, Leicester City 1. Amazing skill by Diogo Jota. Let it go through his legs, then flicked it with his back heel into the net. It's Liverpool 3, Leicester City 1.
Well, that's a 7:45 kickoff, of course. They'll be coming to a conclusion very, very soon. Not one of them is going to go at this stage to a penalty shootout, because there is one team or another who's leading. Everton are 2-1 up at Villa. Blackburn are going through. They're 5-2 up at home to Cardiff. Bournemouth are going through, lead Stoke City 2-0. Arsenal are 1-0 up at Brentford. Chelsea have a slender lead at home to Brighton. Fulham lead Norwich 2-1. West Ham are 1-0 up at Lincoln in that Sports Extra commentary. And we've just heard from John at Anfield. This is Grealish cutting inside, opens up for Grealish with the shot. Pope makes the save, right at him.
Great run from Grealish. He uses the run of Nunez, who goes outside, and he uses him as a decoy, cuts inside, opens it up. Just didn't get enough purchase on the shot, and it was straight at Pope, really. He's been disappointing tonight, Jack. There's been bits and pieces of his game, but he's not really been a threat apart from, just bits and pieces, really.
Ball is cleared long by Pope. Akanji waits for it to settle, and then he goes square to Gvardiol, and now with Nunez back to Akanji once again. But Newcastle United at this stage just drop off. Akanji spreads it out towards Rico Lewis. He was impressive in the first half, looking to link up now with Phil Foden. Doku's also on that far side, the right. He passes the ball back to Phillips. He goes square to Nunez. The thing is, because of the quality of Manchester City, they will always, you would think, in the next 15 minutes of normal time, conjure up at least one chance.
You can never write them off, Dano. But there just seems to be, they're not the same sort of fluidity or speed of play that we saw in the first half. Maybe there's a little bit of fatigue, I don't know. But they certainly don't look like cutting Newcastle open at the minute. I mean, you got to give Newcastle credit as well. The two substitutions have had a huge impact on their performance second half.
Certainly have. As Rico Lewis back to Akanji. Akanji spreads it high and wide near side the left. Grealish's first touch finds Nunez, lays it off to Gomez. That was a little slicker from Manchester City. Left corner of the area, Nunez to Bob. Waits, back towards Nunez. Phillips available square. Keeps it alive. Gvardiol gets it back. Newcastle though are pressing, and Manchester City lose the ball as a result of that press midway through the Newcastle half, and then Almiron tidies it up towards Dummett. By and large, they have protected Pope ever so well. Gordon makes a good turn, now finds Guimaraes ahead of him, the two substitutes combining. Guimaraes tries to slide it towards Murphy. Rico Lewis had tracked the run of Murphy. It'll stay in play far side the left. In front of the Gallowgate end. Ball played back. Target on the inside, keeping the ball better Newcastle's second half. Target then overruns it in saying that and cleared away by Phillips. Back it goes to Dummett. Now it's with Lascelles. The ball comes forward. Lascelles encouraged to shoot. Gomez goes down off the ball. Play continues. Gomez is down at the moment. Livramento unchallenged on the overlap, and challenged, and it goes behind then for a corner. A goal at Easter Road. Kenny Crawford.
That's it, sealed now, Ian. Hibernian 4, St Mirren 2, and it's Martin Boyle again. He was put clean through in the counter-attack, slotted it past Zach Hemming. Hibs are going into the semi-finals.
It's starting to get heated in the dugout. Pep Guardiola is having a word with Jason Tindall. He does feel extremely aggrieved, Pep Guardiola. He was sarcastically clapping.
Well, Gomez was down, and remember we had the issue with Livramento.
Yes.
And Newcastle didn't put the ball out of play because it looked to me like it was an accidental flash anyway. But Guardiola and his assistant wanted the ball put out of play. Newcastle didn't have the right, didn't need to do that. So Guardiola is not happy with, I don't know, the respect of the game, if you want to call it that. And he's not been happy for the last 15-20 minutes, Ian, with the physicality of Newcastle.
He got shown a yellow card at the weekend. He's been shown a yellow card tonight as the Manchester City manager. 11 minutes to go of normal time. Corner kick for Newcastle, who lead 1-0. It's a corner delivered deep. Joel Linton with a header. Headed out by Gvardiol in front of his own goalkeeper Ortega in a crowded 6-yard area. Picked up on that far side by Lascelles. Plays it back towards Tonali. Newcastle's game management second half's been spot on.
Oh, they've been excellent. I don't want to tempt fate here, but I've got to say, I thought Paul Dummett has done excellent as well, considering he hasn't played for, a long period of time. I think he's had a great game at the centre of Newcastle's defence.
Ortega plays it towards Sergio Gomez. Here is Gvardiol. Back to Ortega once again. Phillips now inside the deep. It's outside of his penalty area. Manchester City sky blue shirts playing from right to left. Just over 10 minutes remaining. We'll be getting the full times when they happen elsewhere in the 7:45 kickoffs in the League Cup third round. And the first of those is at Bournemouth. Chris Wise.
Bournemouth 2, Stoke 0. Very little jeopardy in this game after Bournemouth's 2 goals in 3 minutes at the start of the second half. Leading scorer Dominic Solanke and Joe Rothwell with them. Stoke ultimately short on quality. Bournemouth 2, Stoke 0.
Aberdeen are through to the semi-finals of the Scottish League Cup. They've beaten the 10 men of Ross County 2-1. They join Hearts in the semi-finals. Hibs should join them, as too should Rangers. When the full time will bring you news of that. Let's get an update meanwhile from Chelsea. John Southall.
2 minutes to play. Chelsea 1, Brighton 0. Great chance for Brighton though. João Pedro left of the area, smashed it over the bar. Chelsea 1, Brighton 0.
10 minutes remain. It's going to be a Manchester City throw deep inside their own half. Newcastle United still have the lead. Everton and Aston Villa at Villa Park. Ellen Ellard.
We're into 5 minutes of time added on. Still Aston Villa 1, Everton 2, but an outrageous effort from Douglas Luiz. An overhead kick just marginally wide of Pickford's post. Aston Villa 1, Everton 2.
Full time now at Brentford. Mark Scott.
Reece Nelson's early goal after a misplaced Jurgensen back pass the difference. Ramsdale made a couple of great saves to keep them ahead. The best a tip onto the post from Wissa. Lewis Potter also denied by a Kiwior clearance off the line. Brentford 0, Arsenal 1.
And I imagine, Kenny, that Hibs are joining Hearts in the semi-finals.
They are indeed, Ian. Hibs 4, St Mirren 2. They're joining Hearts and Aberdeen in the semi-finals of that League Cup. Martin Boyle's late brace, his 5th and 6th goals of the season, ended up being the difference in a frenetic second half. Hibs in the semi-final.
9 minutes remaining here at St James's Park. Our Sports Extra commentary is finished. Full time now at Sincil Bank. Chris Coles.
West Ham are through. 1-0 winners at Lincoln. Thomas Soucek driving home a front post corner. Lincoln had their chances, especially in the first half, but their threat faded, and it's the Premier League side who avoid the upset. Lincoln 0, West Ham 1.
And Liverpool going through, John Bennett.
Yes, Liverpool 3, Leicester City 1. Leicester gave them a scare after Casey McAteer's early breakaway goal, but Liverpool took control. 3 excellent goals. Gakpo, a Szoboszlai rocket, and a lovely Jota back heel. Liverpool 3, Leicester City 1.
Full time at Craven Cottage. Kelly Summers.
Fulham 2, Norwich 1. The Premier League side are through thanks to an early Vinicius strike, plus a debut Iwobi goal, though Norwich debutant side struck back 3 minutes later to make for a tenser finish than Fulham would have liked, but they were the better side. They're through. Fulham 2, Norwich 1.
Manchester City now with Nunes. Excellent challenge by Livramento. The fullback on the cover in a central area. Just when Nunes is thinking of shooting, Livramento dives in. Manchester City with time running out, trailing still by a goal to nil. Oscar Bob, far side. Ball played forward by Nunes. Newcastle are there. Full time now at Stamford Bridge. John Southall.
Chelsea 1, Brighton 0. Much needed win for Chelsea. Much needed goal for Nicholas Jackson came 5 minutes after half time. Cole Palmer with the assist. Finished by Jackson into the bottom left corner. Just before that, Dahoud missed a great chance for Brighton. Also goal disallowed for Jackson. And João Pedro in the 93rd minute smashed one over the bar. Chelsea go through. Chelsea 1, Brighton 0.
Full time at Villa Park. Alan Ellard.
Full time Aston Villa 1, Everton 2. A huge win for Everton, an upset here at Villa Park. Villa were 10 unbeaten here, but poor defending gifted Garner his first goal for Everton in the first half opener. Calvert-Lewin found the back of the net in consecutive games after going one-on-one with the Villa keeper. Kamara got one back for the host, but it was all too little too late for Villa, who crash out in the third round in 3 successive seasons. Full time here, Aston Villa 1, Everton 2.
Blackburn 5, Cardiff 2 is the only 7:45 kick-off that is yet to finish. We've gone around the grounds. We now have 7 minutes remaining. And Manchester City trailing by a goal to nil, and indeed Blackburn have won 5-2. That now is over at Ewood Park. Manchester City have a free kick that is left for Grealish, 30 yards out from goal. Grealish with the outside of his right boot, spreads it out to Doku, now playing on the left. Doku, though, can't get past Livramento. Can't fault Newcastle defensively.
I have to say Livramento's been terrific tonight, especially in the second half. And we touched on Dummett earlier. Lascelles has come on to the game, and Matt Targett's been pretty steady. So that sort of put together back four. They were really tested in the first half, but they've come through it and done really well second half. City have it all to do here, Ian.
Last time that Newcastle kept 4 successive clean sheets was January. That's what they're looking to do here tonight, still leading with 6 minutes of normal time remaining. Rangers 2, Livingston 0. They're still playing at Ibrox. When that's over, we'll bring the news of that from Gavin Wallace. The last 16 draw still to come. BBC Radio 5 Live with you through until 10:30 tonight. Here is Akanji, controls the ball just outside the centre circle. Out it goes to that far side. Bob plays it back to Akanji. Phillips available and he finds it. England international goes square. Sergio Gomez left to the centre circle. Now to Doku on the left hand side. Holds off Livramento. Wriggles free from Livramento. Makes a diagonal run towards goal. Slides it through. Foden was there. Pope's anticipation beat him to it.
Oh, so unlucky. Great turn from Doku. First time anyone's got away from Livramento clean tonight. Breaks inside, slides a lovely ball into. Great run from Foden from a central position, but just too much on it. Nick Pope does brilliantly. He's had a good game tonight and all, Nick Pope.
Let's go to Gavin Wallace at Ibrox.
Game, set, match, Ian, to be fair, 84 on the clock, Rangers 3, Livingston 0. It's a brace then for Abdul Sima. His shot from the right hand side, it got deflected in by Louis De Lucas beyond Shamal George, and it is all over by the shouting. Rangers 3, Livy 0.
We have 85 minutes played here at St James's Park on BBC Radio 5 Live. Doku to Nunes. That was hit hard to his feet. Nunes looks to turn on the edge of the area. The layoff by Foden. Doku central area just outside the D. Challenge comes in. Newcastle get the free kick from referee Chris Kavanagh. Pep Guardiola looks nonplussed.
Fantastic work from Almiron. You know, saw the danger, got his body across Doku and wins the foul, and then again gives a bit of respite for Newcastle, because just under the last sort of 5 minutes, City have just stepped it up again, the intensity of their play.
Newcastle United have only had one win in their last 17 games over a 9-year period against Manchester City. However, here at St James's Park, not many teams since Eddie Howe took charge come here to win. Liverpool have done so on 3 occasions, Arsenal once, and Cambridge United the other. They've only suffered 5 defeats in 37 games since December 2021. And once again, under Eddie Howe, St James's Park has been a tough place to get a result. for Pep Guardiola's side.
What do you think you make of it if they do go out, Daniel? He's a winner, isn't he? And he'd be disappointed. But in the big scheme of things, will it hurt him that much?
I think he's a perfectionist.
Yeah.
I think after winning the treble last year, they thought, let's go and try and win 4 trophies this year. But this would be a real scalp for Newcastle United, bearing in mind that they were saying nobody wanted to play Manchester City. But haven't really created too much in this second half, have they? Gvardiol to Grealish. Livramento is there. Little stumble from Grealish. Clearance from Livramento. Only as far as Gomez to Nunes. Nunes. Still going. Edge of the area. Gives it away. Murphy turns. Guimaraes. Joe Linton out towards Gordon. Gordon now running forward. He's got to go it alone. He's running at 3 sky blue shirts, Gordon. He holds onto the ball midway through the City half. Sliding challenge by Phillips. He's given it back towards Gordon. Gordon enters the penalty area, tries to go for goal, and saved by Ortega at his near post. They were appealing for a corner. Just over 2 minutes remain.
Incredible strength and perseverance from Gordon. You know, he'd fade Man City players in his vicinity. Yeah, he still managed to come away from the challenge of Phillips and break into the box and get a shot off.
Tell you what, Eddie Howe will be delighted. He makes 10 changes and they still progress in a cup competition.
Well, look, let's just wait to the final whistle, because you can never rate Man City. You can't rate Man City off. They've created very next to nothing this half, but you just cannot write them off until that whistle goes.
Here is Doku. I think Newcastle are going to be making a change, and it's going to be Elliot Anderson who's going to be coming on for these closing moments. The amount of added on time will be telling. There's been a number of substitutions. We've had a few injuries as well. It's exact time, remember, so it could be somewhere 6, 7, maybe even 8 minutes. We'll wait and see in about 90 seconds time. But Newcastle still have a slender lead here on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Gomez along the ground, out towards Doku. Level with the penalty area, faced by Livramento, shown on the outside, works over the cross. Foden is there, couldn't hook it goalwards. Cleared high by Lascelles, bouncing ball 30 yards out from goal, downward header by Gomez. Phillips touches it towards Akanji. Newcastle have got everybody back behind the ball. Akanji lifts it out. Doku stays out wide left on this near side. Doku then comes on the inside, edge of the area, goes with a square pass. Rico Lewis, narrowly wide. Right-footed shot just outside the D. That was close.
Yeah, no, that was the chance. Now, they might get one more in injury time, but that was a massive chance. That is by far the best chance of the second half. It's brilliant play from Doku. He slides a square ball across the 18-yard box. Lewis, who's been pretty quiet after being very prominent in the first half, he's found himself a great position on the edge of the box. He's got to hit the target, Daniel, and he screwed it wide. That was a big opportunity to equalise.
Sandro Tonali is the player who makes way, and he waits to shake the hand of Eddie Howe, who is busy still getting his final instructions across, as Elliot Anderson now makes way towards Lascelles to get those instructions across to every outfield player. And we'll wait to see when Sam Allison puts up his board, the fourth official, how much on added time. Here we go. 6 minutes. 6 minutes of added on time, as we suspected, when Newcastle still lead by a goal to nil on BBC Radio 5 Live. The question is, will Guardiola's team fashion one last chance? Mind you, for the first time I think tonight, he's actually sat down. Is that a sign that he's resigned?
No.
The Manchester City manager?
I wouldn't have thought so.
Oh no, he's back. Didn't last long, did it? He's back on his feet.
He's having a sip.
Phillips collects the ball outside the centre circle, chips it forward. Doku again, beaten to it by Livramento. Livramento waits for the ball to come under control, plays it forward towards Anderson. Anderson over the halfway line, holds off Grealish. Grealish then makes the challenge, out of play, goes for a Newcastle throw. That'll suit Newcastle United.
The beauty of the way it is now, you can't take your eyes off it, then. You wouldn't put it past Newcastle, who are brilliant on the counter-attack, getting another one, or you wouldn't put it past City, working their way up the field and getting an equaliser. So, and I'm so impressed with the Newcastle fitness, because they did a lot of chasing in the first half.
Yes, they did.
And they've lasted the course and distance brilliantly.
Isak's goal is the difference, scored 8 minutes into the second half. as Nunes comes under pressure from Newcastle with Anderson pressing. Murphy helping him out. Guimaraes, good footwork, runs into trouble. Akanji. Shot comes in from Joel Linton. Just came to him as a snapshot just outside the D. Ortega with a save.
Good effort. It was instinctive and a really good, comfortable save from Ortega.
The 5 Live Football Daily will bring you all the reaction for a busy night of cup football, where we'll be reflecting on that last 16 draw. We'll bring it to you before we go off air, before we hand to Colin Murray at 10:30. Doku is away. The only question remains is, will Manchester City equalise to force a penalty shootout? As the ball was a rather sloppy one. Handball against Joel Linton, falls in the favour of Grealish. Dummett again just threw himself at that. Newcastle want to make another change. Cher's going to be coming on. Dummett, I think, is suffering with cramp. I remember years ago Peter Beardsley telling me about Paul Dummett, and he's been hampered and hindered by injuries. Now certainly been suffering with cramp, and he's gone down. There's a coming together. But Dummett, he can't continue. I mean, he's played one game. What did I say earlier on? That he'd played one game since February 22.
And he's been outstanding, I have to say. And he's, you know, we talked about him being a really good squad player. Well, he's proved his worth tonight. He's made a couple of great last-ditch interceptions. His defensive prowess has been excellent, and he's given good balance and experience to the back four tonight. But he has run his course tonight.
Rangers have got a 4th goal at home to Livingston. Rangers 4, Livingston 0. Dummett still down. Let's get details of it from Gavin.
Yeah, it was it was a great effort from Ryan Jack just before we head to full time. The edge of the box, Ian, opened his body really nice and put it into the bottom right hand corner, well beyond Jamal George. Icing on the cake, Rangers 4, Livy 0.
We've seen all sides of Guardiola tonight. He was having a handshake with Cher. He's just been whispering in his left ear as he waits to come on. Guardiola. I don't know whether it's a jokey word or whether there's something more to it.
We're having an in-depth conversation, whatever it is, you know. I've seen all sorts of emotions from him tonight. You know, he's been agitated, he's been happy, he's been sarcastic. We're getting the full box of tricks from Pep tonight, but he will be pretty upset deep down inside if he loses this game tonight.
Well, Dummett hobbles off to be replaced by Cher. That will take up at least another 60 seconds of added on time. But my watch, we're 4 minutes of the minimum of 6, where Newcastle are still leading by a goal to 0. And the Newcastle United supporters inside St James's Park looking to go one step better than they did last year in this competition. Could be claiming the mighty scalp of Manchester City. And Eddie Howe making the changes ahead of Burnley's visit. And then next Wednesday, Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League. We thought tonight the decimal levels were loud. Wait for Paris Saint-Germain next week in the Champions League, live on 5 Live, incidentally.
What a moment that will be to have Champions League football back here, and, you know, one of the best teams and one of the greatest players in the world. The roof will come off. You know, as soon as the teams walk out and the music goes up, the roof will come off.
I still remember the euphoric night against Barcelona here under Kenny Dalglish in the late 90s. 4-0 it's finished, by the way, at Ibrox. So Rangers, Aberdeen and Hibs join Hearts in the semi-final lineup in the Scottish League Cup. Newcastle United are 60 seconds, and then we're in the hands of the discretion of the referee, Chris Kavanagh, for this League Cup tie here to complete the last 16 lineup, where we have Everton, Blackburn, Bournemouth, Arsenal, Chelsea, Fulham, West Ham, Liverpool to join the 7 sides of last night, Middlesbrough, Exeter City, Ipswich Town, Mansfield, the lowest ranked side left in the competition, Port Vale, Burnley and Manchester United. Newcastle are seconds away from joining them to complete that last lineup. As sliding in was Targett. Targett clears it long away downfield, and the Newcastle supporters know that they're close, Neil Lennon.
Yeah, that's a big interception from Targett. Buys Newcastle a bit more time. The whistles are going around the stadium. This last chance saloon now for City. That looks to be overhit.
Overhit for Doku. The cheers will tell you it was a good 6-7 yards away from the Belgian international. And by my watch, the minimum of 6 minutes have now been used. Some of the black and white scarves are already starting to be swirled around their heads of the fans inside St James's Park. The cameras are trained on Eddie Howe, who's waiting to celebrate. Newcastle United, runners-up last year. Yes, they might have the Champions League to deal with, but they're looking to end that long wait of 54 years. This would be a huge hurdle, albeit only in the last 16. Still a long way to go, but they've removed one of the favourites in Manchester City if it stays like this. Oscar Bob. Now nearly 7 minutes. Bob with a cross into the penalty area. Attacked by Lascelles. The referee is poised. There is the final whistle. Newcastle United inflicts Manchester City's first defeat of the season. Handshakes between Guardiola and Eddie Howe. St James's Park celebrates Alexander Isak's only goal. 8 minutes into the second half, sufficient to take Newcastle into the last 16.
Well, Dan, it was the proverbial game of two halves, really, wasn't it? You know, Man City dominated the play, dominated the chances first half. Eddie Howe makes two changes, bringing on Gordon and Gomares, and the whole shift of the game changed. And the difference was that Newcastle got the opportunity, Isaac took it, and they were able to hold on for it's a famous win, I think, for Newcastle, and a statement win for the rest of the season.
A fourth successive clean sheet too, Steve. First time since January they've achieved that. Newcastle United have knocked out Manchester City by 1-0.
Pep Guardiola is not happy. He is remonstrating with the officials as we speak. But Neil Lennon, Newcastle United earned this.
Yeah, I mean, they adjusted at half-time. They didn't deserve anything from the first half, Steve.
Yeah.
But the second half performance was terrific. It was full of aggression. It was full of speed. It was full of good defending when they needed to. You know, Nick Pope didn't really have a lot to do. They had one great chance, City, with the Rico Lewis shot that he put wide. But overall, you know, Newcastle's performance in the second half fairly murdered the win. Pep will be really disappointed, and he's not happy. I don't think he's happy about the robustness of some of the challenges, and he's wishing the Newcastle players all the best, but you can just tell there's a sarcasm about him, you know, walking off the pitch tonight.
He's sort of shaking hands with the players, saying well done, and then having a stern word in their ear.
Yeah, you're just wondering how much he means it.
Yeah, it's sort of like, well done, good game. Anyway, that thing that you did in the 63rd minute, it goes without saying, Ian, I know, but they've been waiting all these long years for a trophy. If you can beat Manchester City, forget the changes, you can beat anybody.
Well, that's how Eddie Howe will see it. I mean, I think the beauty of his point of view is that he'd made 10 changes, you know, with the exception of Pope from the weekend. And it was the two changes at the start of the second half that swung it, with Gordon and Guimaraes coming on. That was where Newcastle United had changed their approach, whether it was a confidence with the team that they had all of a sudden. But they were rewarded with that goal from Isak early in the second half. But, you know, Eddie Howe has got to manage these uncharted waters, really, for Newcastle United since, 20 years since they were last in the Champions League. So they are going to face this intense schedule of games that Manchester City and the bigger clubs have been used to over recent years. But at the end of it, the Newcastle supporters want a trophy. Are they going to win the Champions League? Unlikely. Could they win the League Cup? Absolutely.
Eddie Howe wandering around the pitch now with a very calm look on his face, but inside, I bet he is absolutely dancing. Much more reaction to come from Neil and Ian at St James's Park, where Newcastle have knocked Manchester City out of the League Cup. We've got the quarter-final draw on the way, the last 16 draw on the way as well very shortly. It is the quarter-finals tonight in the Scottish League Cup, and Rangers have booked their place in the last four. Gavin Wallace.
They have indeed, Steve. Rangers 4, Livingston 0. Rather routine evening for the Glasgow side, who overall commanded this quarter-final. The opener came on 10 as Abdullah Sima stole the ball off of Jamie Brandon down on the left. Livy more or less stopped. The Senegalese didn't. Opened his body really well and slotted beyond George in goal. The second was a direct run by the defender Ridvan Yilmaz on 66. That culminated in what you could call a fancy toe bash into the bottom corner. A deflected Abdullah Sima shot very late on, coupled with a Ryan Jack effort, ensure that the 27-time winners are now heading for the semis. Rangers 4, Livingston 0.
So Rangers into the semi-finals, so too Hibs, who beat St Mirren by 4-2, and Aberdeen, who beat Ross County by 2-1. They join Hearts in the semi-final draw, which is coming up shortly as well, so we'll bring that to you if we can before Colin Murray at 10 o'clock. We will have the draw in the League Cup as well very shortly. So Everton there, they beat Aston Villa by 2-1. Blackburn beat Cardiff 5-2. Bournemouth 2, Stoke City 0, Brentford 0, Arsenal 1, Chelsea 1, Brighton 0, Fulham 2, Norwich 1, Lincoln 0, West Ham 1, Liverpool 3, Leicester 1, and as you've just been hearing, Newcastle United 1, Manchester City 0. All the reaction and the draws on the way after the news on 5 Live with Tim Daly.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The GB News presenter Dan Wootton has been suspended from the channel after his colleague Lawrence Fox made sexist comments on his programme. Mr Fox has also been dropped while the broadcaster investigates remarks made about Ava Evans, the political correspondent for the news website Joe. Ms Evans has told the BBC she's had an email from the channel's editor.
Do you know, that's actually probably the best apology I could have gotten. I honestly, not to cast doubt on our media landscape, but I didn't actually think anything was going to happen of it, especially not when I first saw the clip last night. I didn't think anything was going to come off of it. I don't want to say I'm pleased by it. I just think that that's probably the best outcome I could have hoped for.
The Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, says he's absolutely heartbroken after a 15-year-old girl was stabbed to death in Croydon. She was on her way to school when the attack happened this morning. A 17-year-old boy, who police think knew the victim, has been arrested. A report found around 1 in 6 species in the UK is at risk of extinction. The State of Nature document warns the country is now one of the most nature depleted on Earth. Also today, environmental campaigners have angrily criticised the government's decision to approve drilling on the largest untapped oil field in the UK. Rosebank is around 80 miles west of Shetland. And an abandoned dog is poised for a new, long and happy career after joining a police force. Sid, a Belgian shepherd, was found wandering the streets before being taken in by Cardiff Dogs Home and then adopted by South Wales Police. And that's the news on 5 Live.
This is Newcastle Kit.
Careful of signs with the DRS though. It's plated for a bigger result. So it's an instruction, George. Swap positions.
The DRS aid from Lewis Hamilton to his teammate George Russell came too late. F1. Max Verstappen crosses the line, 26 points in the bag, and Red Bull clinch the second consecutive Constructors title.
Get reaction and analysis from the Japanese Grand Prix with 5 Live's Checkered Flag podcast.
Available now on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sport with Steve Crossman.
On 5 Live. Listen on BBC Sounds.
All of the reaction to the Scottish League Cup and EFL Cup matches tonight between now and 10:30 when Colin Murray will take over. Let's start with the big story of the night. Newcastle United have knocked Manchester City out of the EFL Cup. It's the treble winners' first defeat of any kind this season. Neil Lennon was watching with Ian Dennis.
Yes, Manchester City's winning run comes to an end after 6 successive victories. They've been knocked out by a 0-0. Alexander Isak with the only goal of the game 8 minutes into the second half. For a reward for Newcastle's positive start to the restart, prompted by the double substitution with the introduction of Guimaraes and Gordon. But really in the first half, Manchester City were just so dominant. They bossed the game. They created most of the chances. Alvarez had an effort saved by the Pope of Feet. He had another across the face of goal. And Oscar Barber, a young Norwegian under-21 international, had a couple of chances too where you're thinking, have a go at goal. But he didn't. He was unselfish. And I think Guardiola shared those sentiments as well. So they didn't take their chances. And then in the second half, they were nowhere near the same level, unable to create anywhere near the same level of threat. And Newcastle, defensively solid, as they kept a 4th successive clean sheet.
Neil, the first half was very much Manchester City's, but after half-time, Newcastle were transformed.
Yeah, well, whatever Eddie has said, probably look, can we get closer? It's a difficult thing to do, and then obviously the 2 changes just give them better balance and better quality and better belief in themselves, and they came out of the blocks brilliantly in the second half. And in the first 3 or 4 minutes they had more territory and created more excitement than they had done in the first 45, and eventually the goal came. It was brilliant work from Jacob Murphy, and then Joe Linton. It was smashed across the box, and Isak had the easiest of tasks to tap it in at the far post, and then they defended resolutely when they needed to, but they always looked the threat on the counter attack. And City and maybe Pep might think it's one that got away from them. Such was their dominance in the first half, but the subs even came on. They didn't really create a great deal in the second half, and sometimes you can lose that momentum, and the momentum was definitely with Newcastle for large parts of the second half. It was a great cup tie, very aggressive, very fast in the second half, and a big statement win for Newcastle tonight.
I was just checking, Neil. Manchester City had 2 shots on target in the whole match. One of them was a good Nick Pope save from Alvarez. But you expect, if you take the lead against Manchester City, regardless of how many changes either side have made, you think you're going to come under incredibly intense pressure. They didn't create all that much in the end.
No, they didn't, and they didn't have that sort of wave of pressure that you're talking about, Steve, either. Newcastle defended the box pretty well. They did have one great opportunity when it opened up and Doku slid it across the edge of the box to Rico Lewis, who was really prominent in the first half, I have to say, Steve, but second half, we hardly mentioned him. I think that was the effect that Gordon had on keeping him sort of in a defensive role. But he opened up his body, the whole goal to aim at, and he screwed it wide, and that was it for Man City. After that, the game had gone.
Well, we'll talk about Manchester City in a moment, Ian, but Eddie Howe said before the match, effectively, this is their opportunity to show that they can cope with these different competitions. What an unbelievable response this is to their first Champions League game. Great draw in Milan. They put 8 past Sheffield United and then beat the treble winners.
Well, if you think before that Milan game, they'd had 3 straight defeats going into that Brentford game, and I remember Alan Shearer on 5 Live saying, well, that's a must-win game for Newcastle United. And not only did they get that, they got the clean sheet, and then that set them in good stead for Milan. And whilst they were never in it from an attacking sense in San Siro last week, defensively, they got the clean sheet despite the wasted chances of Milan, and then they've built on that against Sheffield United, and all of a sudden you find yourself with a little bit of momentum building, don't you? And that's all of a sudden that they've got now. They've got these 4 successive clean sheets. They'll go into the Burnley game here at home, and then they've got Paris Saint-Germain coming to town next week. So Newcastle United are just starting to get a bit of it's like a mini revival after those 3 straight defeats. They're unbeaten in 4.
How good was Livramento tonight, Neil?
I thought he had a great game. Maybe not so much on the ball in the first half, but he had to deal with Grealish, and then he had to deal with Doku, and he handled them both pretty well, I have to say. And for the kid coming in, he's got Kieran Trippier in front of him at the minute. The Newcastle fans took to him. I thought he defended brilliantly at times. Looks a good size. But I have to pay a tribute to the whole back four. That was put together tonight, Steve. Target, Livramento, Dummett, who hadn't played for over a year, was fabulous. Lascelles came on to the game, and the fitness levels as well, because they had to chase the ball a lot in the first half, and that not only fatigues you physically, but mentally as well. But second half they were really strong, and I pay them a lot of credit tonight for the
stand by, Neil. We can hear live from Eddie Howe with Juliet Ferrington.
Eddie, that was some turnaround for you.
Yeah, it was I thought a really good display from the players. A difficult first half. We slightly imbalanced, I felt. Made some changes at half time, much better. Thought the second half display was very, very good, and I don't know whether we deserved it, because there was a game of sort of few chances, but the players' attitude was first class.
On the second half performance, you did, because you had that balance, you made the substitutions, they made that impact, and there was so much more intensity.
Yeah, as I say, first half we tried to rotate the squad, we tried to make sure that we kept our players fresh and hopefully injury free. But second half we were better for sure. But when you bring players like Anthony Gordon on and Bruno on, then you know you're going to be better, I think, just because they're high level players. And yeah, it was much better feel about the team, much better rhythm about the team in the second half. I thought we defended well all game though.
You said you were going to make changes. We saw the 10 changes before kick-off. During that first half, what were you thinking?
I was just thinking we needed to be better. We were a little bit stuck in possession. I thought they pressed us really well, and we never got going really. I think we had the one chance with Jacob Murphy broke, but I have to say the reason we won the game is because we didn't concede in that first period. So although we were under pressure for the 4th game in a row, I thought we defended really, really well. So credit to the whole team for that.
And what does it mean now? Manchester City, obviously so popular in this competition, they have won it so many times. This is such a huge sculpt. for Newcastle at such an early stage, because no one really wanted to face them so early in this competition.
No, when the draw came out, it wasn't a great feeling, I'm sure, for anyone. But I think then once it settles down and you know what you've got to face, you've just got to give your best and try and win the game. And I think it's actually good that we play Manchester City on a regular basis, because it's the only way you're going to get better and closer to them. An outstanding team, and I think you saw that tonight. Of course, they made changes, we made changes. It made it quite an interesting game because we didn't quite know what to expect from them. But again, the mentality of the group to win that game wasn't easy, and I have to credit everybody for that.
And that's just it. You learn from the group of players out there tonight. It was a test, it was a challenge that they have come through.
Yeah, and I think we get better for that. And I think when you compete against these teams, if you can win and find a way to win, it just elevates your confidence levels and how you feel about everything that you're delivering. So good signs for us, but now we return to earth very quickly because we have another Premier League game in such a quick turnaround.
Good feeling though for you tonight. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie Howe.
Eddie Howe live on 5 Live with Juliet Farrington. Yeah, he just used the word, Neil Lennon, there. It elevates you. Is that what this win can do for Newcastle United? Can it elevate them?
Yeah, it just gives you such a shot in the arm, Steve, and confidence. Like, you know, those players who haven't played for a long time and played tonight, they'll get a huge lift and a buzz from that. And of course, he's kept a lot of the players who've been playing quite fresh. Your Trippiers, your Burns, you know, even I know Guimara's got a half tonight. You know, Callum Wilson's still to come back as well. So look, momentum, as Dano touched on earlier, it's really important, and at any club and at any point of the season, certainly Newcastle have got that. And you're right, this will elevate them. You know, they've got big games coming up, and obviously Premier League game at the weekend, but a huge game in the Champions League with PSG coming to town, and everyone will be looking forward to that now.
I also think his reaction there was quite interesting, in that last season, whenever they had really big wins, you know, you would see them celebrate them a bit, and they would have a massive photo of everyone in the dressing room, and it became quite a regular thing. He looked very level at full time, and he sounded very level in that interview.
I think he's exhausted.
Do you think?
Yeah, I think he's knackered after that because it was high octane football, and you know, it takes a lot out of you. You know, as a coach, you know, your concentration levels are, you know, added for 97 minutes or whatever. But yeah, I think he's probably learned a little bit about that now. He's managing a big club with big expectations. You have to stay level, not get too high, not get too low. And Eddie's learning, you know, how to manage a big club, and he's doing it brilliantly at the minute. I've
got to say, I've always found him to be quite level. Even during his Bournemouth days, he never would get carried away after a victory, and he'd never get too downbeat after a defeat.
Yeah, but I think Steve's talking about, you know, taking photographs after the big win and stuff like that. I don't really agree with that, and I think, you know, they're learning as they go along and how to really behave like a big club now.
Neil, just before we let you go, let me ask you on Pep Guardiola, and I'm effectively asking you a question that you've already asked yourself, because you said to Ian in commentary, if they lose this, what will Pep do? Do you think he will try and use it to ignite something?
Yeah, no, definitely. You know, he's a winner. You know, and he'll be angry, but maybe a little bit with himself and maybe with some of the players. But the game was there for them, particularly in the first half. I don't know, like, you know, if he's got Haaland on the bench, he never used him. You know, you've gone out of the competition, so he'll be pleased with some aspects of the play, but deep down inside he will be fizzing, and he'll use that as a motivation going forward.
Neil, brilliant to have you with us as always.
Thanks,
Thank
Steve.
you very much. Top man Neil Lennon, who's been with us tonight on 5 Live Sport. Ian staying with us. We've got the draw coming up shortly as well. Just to tell you, in the Scottish League Cup semi-final, the draw has just taken place. Ties to be played the weekend of the 4th and 5th of November. Hearts versus Rangers and Hibs versus Aberdeen. Let's go up to Scotland now, shall we? And bring in Gavin Wallace, who watched Rangers beat Livingston. Gavin.
Yeah, good evening, Steve. It was routine for Rangers, and they end up here in Ibrox tonight, but it's quite tasty. I think the big thing you take from that is you could still have an Edinburgh derby. Neil's former team Hibs seem to be kind of getting some sort of momentum about them since Nick Montgomery has come over from Australia, so they obviously came back from behind tonight. They had to really dig deep against a St Mirren team who are unbeaten in the league. They're sitting 2 points behind Celtic, 2 points ahead of Rangers in the league. Aberdeen starting to find some form at the moment, although they've only won one game in the league this season. Rangers haven't last won the competition in 2011 as well. Hearts have only won it 4 times. It was a difficult game for them last night at Rugby Park. We were there, I covered that for 5 Five Live last night, and it was just a moment of genius from Rangers loanee Alex Lowry in the dying embers of that game. So I think this is really, really wide open. But if you look at it from a Rangers point of view, what we're covering tonight, Rangers fans will be demanding that Michael Beale and his men win this competition. I don't think there's any other outcome that could come for Rangers. Anything else would be complete failure. It would probably put a big dent in their season. They're 4 points behind Celtic right now. Celtic obviously not in the competition. They went out to Kilmarnock, who went out last night. So it should be interesting to see how it goes.
Gavin, thank you very much indeed. That's Gavin Wallace. Let's come back into the League Cup, and we'll have the draw for the last 16 very shortly. The former Tottenham defender Stephen Kelly and Chris Coles watched West Ham knock out League One Lincoln City, but they gave him a really good game, Chris.
They did, yeah, absolutely. It could have been very different for Lincoln. They gave it a go, ultimately lacking the finishing quality that West Ham eventually found. Thomas Soucek turning home a front post corner, which will really annoy the League One side, because they repelled West Ham fairly comfortably from open play, and it's a pretty straightforward set piece they're undoing. Their best chance, Rico Hackett, free header from 6 yards in the first half, powered it straight at Lucas Fabianski, who made some pretty good saves in the second half. But once West Ham hit the front, they always looked in control, and their excellent start to the season continues.
It's hard to know, Stephen, where this competition is going to sit for West Ham amidst everything else that they've got going on.
Yeah, you would think that European football would have a higher pecking order when it comes to this, but to be fair, they turned up today, and it just shows that they changed 10 players, but they still had a very talented side out on the pitch. They struggled at times though. Lincoln really put it to them in the first half. They'd be ruining the chances they missed, and like Chris said, to concede from a set play, they'd be devastated to give a goal away like that. Didn't make West Ham work for it. But then once they conceded, West Ham just kind of fell into the trap of just keeping the ball, better possession, and the players that have quality. Kudus really stood out, and I think he's going to be one that pushes for that first team in the next few weeks or so. He's going to be an influential player for them over the course of the next season, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it almost feels unfair on Lincoln to have unleashed a player like that on them, who's come with a big transfer fee and a lot of expectation.
Yeah, it really does. And you know what, you can just, players like that just stand out. Little things they do, their movement, their shoulders, the scanning off the ball. When he received it, even if he was on the blind side, he would still get himself in a good position, body position, and manipulating the ball into a place where he'd draw a foul, and then the pace and the injection of pace when he started driving with it. He was playing like central midfield off the front, and then he went out to the right wing position, and he was the best player on the pitch, the most talented player on the pitch, and someone that, to be honest, I'm actually really looking forward to seeing more of in the Premier League.
So Stephen is staying with us, and we've still got Ian Dennis as well. Let's go to Anfield now, where Liverpool came from behind to beat Leicester. John Bennett.
Yeah, 3-1 win for Liverpool in the end, but Leicester City have been a joy to watch at times this season under their new manager Enzo Maresca, and that quality was clear for all to see after just 3 minutes when they took the lead. A lovely flowing counter-attack move. Casey McAteer finishing it superbly one-on-one. Slowly but surely, though, it was Liverpool's top end of the Premier League quality that came through. The impressive 17-year-old Ben Doak hit the bar. Connor Cody on his Leicester debut saved an effort off the line. Then finally, early in the second half, Cody Gakpo equalised with a shot on the turn. Sub Dominic Szoboszlai hit a rocket of a shot to make it 2-1. And Diogo Jota's beautiful back heel flick wrapped it up late on. So plenty of positive, Steve, for Leicester, even after making 10 changes to their lineup today. And Jurgen Klopp's side, despite an early scare, are safely through.
And we can hear now from Jurgen Klopp.
It was not the best start. It was actually the opposite. And, when you saw a lot of football games, in these moments, things can turn in a completely wrong direction. So, but we had already massive chance in the first half. Like, you couldn't believe that we didn't equalize or score twice or three times even. But we have to say that Leicester is really, really good side, very well set up, very well coached, obviously had a clear idea. We had to adapt what we did, thankfully, and then second half, minute by minute, we then really turned it around, and that was a really good performance. And so many wonderful individual performances, obviously, so little stories which Carabao Cup delivers from time to time, and really pleased with the night.
3 beautiful goals, particularly Dominic Szoboszlai. Just how quickly has he become one of your most important players? Just give us an appreciation of him, and also Ben Doak. You mentioned him. Just how good could he be in the future?
Dom is obvious a surprise in the when you think about the time he needed to find into the game, not only into the team, not only off the pitch but on the pitch as well, and I think that happened in pretty much a split second. When he arrived, boop, that's it, and that's pretty special. He's a top class player with a lot of quality, and he came on at 2 difficult moments, stepped on the ball. I was already afraid that something happened there, lost the next ball, but then he never stops actually, and he learns a lot from the game.
That's Jurgen Klopp. Let's get some reaction from Stamford Bridge, where Chelsea beat Brighton by 1-0. John Southall was there to see the winner of their Goal of the Month competition.
Yes, indeed, the goal of the month. I'm just down in the tunnel, actually. We've just spoken to both managers. We'll hear from Maurizio Pochettino in a minute. But as you say, it's a much-needed win this for Chelsea. It's a much-needed goal for Nicholas Jackson. Their problems this season have been interlinked. The decisive strike 5 minutes after half-time. Lovely through ball from Cole Palmer, and Jackson swept it into the bottom left-hand corner. Chelsea's first goal in September. Just before that, Damoud missed a great chance for Brighton, and for once this season Chelsea made them pay. Jackson had another goal disallowed for offside. Robert Sanchez denied Solly March. Then in the 93rd minute, João Pedro left of the area, smashed it over the crossbar, and Brighton went out of the cup. So after 3 defeats and no goals, Chelsea have a win. A significant night for them and for the manager Maurizio Pochettino.
I think it's really important to build our confidence. Always it's important go through to a competition that we can be involved until to the end, and important for our player and for the fans to feel again the victory.
Cole Palmer's just walked past. How crucial could he be for you? Because it's a lovely little ball for the goal.
Yes, I think he's a fantastic player. He's a very talented player. He's really young. Arrived so late in the last day on the transfer window, but need time to fit, settle on the team. But start to show the quality that he has in his feet.
You've spoken a lot about Nicholas Jackson and his discipline and the yellow cards. So, how pleased are you tonight that he's got a goal?
Yeah, it's always in football. It's difficult to have patience, and then with a player that is so young and a striker and need to be important for the team. Always we told you that he work ethic, how he press, how he ran, how he work for the team is amazing, and only need time to start to score goal. Hope that this goal can build his confidence and trust, and we can get the momentum or to build the momentum from now.
I was going to say, is this what he needs? Will a goal? Is he a confidence player? Will a goal?
Yes, I think the striker need to fill the net, and I think it's important goal for him. Very, very important.
And how important is the win for your group of players and the belief and the feeling?
No, really important because we are a very young team that we need the confidence and the trust. I think the quality is there. It's only in that type of circumstance, and the process is about to build our trust through victories. Always important. When you don't win, always it's difficult because you are anxious and you feel a little bit the pressure. But I think today we managed really well the pressure, and I think I want to congratulate the player because they were fantastic.
I think Johnny said the word confidence about 5 times in that 1 minute and 20 seconds. And we reflected on it before the game. He said you can't buy confidence at the supermarket. So when that goal went in, did Jackson look different? Did Chelsea feel different?
They looked a little bit more confidence in the side, but I think it's gonna take a while, isn't it? Jackson actually could have had a hat-trick. He was denied by the goalkeeper, then he had one disallowed. He celebrated for about a minute afterwards, actually. Then suddenly, like all of us, realised it had been disallowed. But I think it will help him. I think it will help him massively. Emmanuel Broja came on as well. I think he's got quite a big role to play in the side. Also, Cole Palmer, we just mentioned him in the interview. I think once he settles in as well, he could be really important. Actually, we interviewed him a moment ago and said to him, what have you learned? What's been the most difficult thing since you've been at the club? And he must have thought about it for about 5 to 10 seconds, and then he goes, I'm really struggling with the cooker and the washing machine.
I mean, those things can be complicated.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, one other thing, Roberto De Zerbi's just been down as well. And interestingly, he said I think he's finding it difficult to juggle all the games they've got and all the tournaments they've got. So, in a strange way, they want to win every game, but they might not be massively disappointed to go out tonight. They've made 29 changes, Brighton, in the last 4 games. They play early on Saturday, and then, of course, they're back in Europe next week as well.
John, thank you very much indeed. So Chelsea through, and so are Arsenal. Mark Scott.
That's right, Steve. Reece Nelson's early goal after a misplaced Euronson back pass, sending Arsenal through against a Brentford side that was certainly very flat in the first half, but improved after the break. And Aaron Ramsdale, who was back in the Arsenal goal, made a couple of very good saves to keep the Gunners in front. The best of them, a tip onto the post from Johan Visser. Excellent work from Ramsdale. Lewis Potter had a chance as well when he managed to get the ball past Ramsdale, but Kiwior was in the right place to clear off the line. So Mikel Arteta delighted to go through, especially after making 8 changes for the game.
Yes, a lot of changes, a lot of players out, 7 players out for this game, and we had to adapt, and we came to a really, really tough place. We know that. They played the strongest 11 that they had on the field, and 2 different halves. The first one, we had total control of the game, scored the goal, and probably should have scored more. We didn't, and then we played for 25-30 minutes the game that Brentford won it, and that's a nightmare to play because it's a long throw, it's a set piece, it's a long ball, a duel, and they are really good at maintaining momentum once they get in that roller coaster.
Everyone wants to talk to you about goalkeepers. Does tonight prove, though, what you said, that you've got 2 number ones with those saves that Aaron made?
Well, if you ask me the question, I think I was the one who brought Aaron when everybody was questioned. So now I have to reply questions about Aaron? Really? I don't think I'm that person.
I mean that it backs up your point, though, because you were saying, weren't you, that they had sort of equal number ones, and he showed tonight his quality.
But I don't think that Aaron has the number 1 on his back, and Martin has number 8. Nobody has the number 2. Who is the number 2? Saliba, no?
So I understand what you're saying, but I just
I'm really happy for Aaron and the way he has behaved the last few weeks, the way he trains every single day, how they are interacting with each other and helping each other, not with them, with the defenders, with the players, with Jaco, with Tomiyasu. I'm delighted, and when we need him today, he saved us, and that's the role and what we expect from every single player, and I'm delighted that he helped again.
And he gives you a nice headache for the weekend, I guess, as well. So much competition for places.
Yes, I would like more headaches because we have 7 players out at the moment for Saturday, and hopefully we can have some back.
Mikel Arteta with Mark Scott. Let's go back to St James's. More reaction on Newcastle's win over Manchester City. Here's Pep Guardiola.
No, it was really good game, tight game, cup game. So congratulations Newcastle for the victory. We make a fantastic first half. I could not expect different the second half, that they didn't increase their intensity like Bruno and the other one. They were more aggressive. They could not accept as a team the way we played in the first half, and they found the goal early, but at the end, we were there, and we were brilliant in all departments. So I'm very pleased for the players who play regularly, how would they play. Rico, Oscar, Sergio, Calvin, so Jack, he didn't make a proper pre-season after having an injury, and so need time. It's a good 90 minutes for him.
Oscar Bob, so many people talking about him in the first half. Had he taken those chances, not being so unselfish, perhaps it would have been a different scoreline.
Yeah, that situation, the 2-1 with Julian, should have finished because it was in the left foot. But it's normal, so this guy is always there, generous with the team, but we'll learn. So at the end, it's a good, incredible proof for him, to play 90 minutes, 96 minutes, and that was really good. And
with yourself, you got a yellow card. Was that just frustrations towards the end with you?
No problem. I accept everything. So everyone do his job. They do the job, I do my job.
Pep Guardiola with Juliet Ferrington. The draw is just about to get underway for the last 16 of the League Cup. Newcastle United in it, Manchester City not in it. He sounded a little bit more relaxed, Pep Guardiola there, Ian, but there's always an edge behind the scenes.
Yeah, when he says I accept everything, you've then got to remember the altercation, or the difference of opinion, should I say, between him and Jason Tindall when he wasn't happy about some of the challenges that Newcastle were putting in.
Stephen Kelly is with us as well. No, I know you haven't been at the game, but you almost don't need to have been to recognise the size of the achievement for Newcastle United, Stephen. We've talked all night really about how long they've been waiting for a trophy, and this is only their first game in the competition, but what a marker to put down.
Oh, well, the hardest part of winning that trophy is getting City out of competition, I'd say. So to do it this early on, and I think I heard you speaking about it, on the back of what's been, not a great start to the season, but then going away to AC Milan, absolute thumping performance the weekend, and then beat Man City like that. That's a great few days for them. The confidence must be so high, and just when you bring on players like Marias and Gordon, and they have such an impact, like I've heard just there, they put themselves in good stead, and the confidence will just be growing in that squad. So yeah, a massive scalp for Newcastle.
And you know, Eddie Howe was saying nobody wanted to play Manchester City. The draw's just started now. No one wants to go away to Newcastle.
No, they certainly won't. I mentioned in the commentary about how since he took over, going back to December 2021, they've lost 5 times, and in 38 games now. And 3 of those have been against Liverpool. The only other Premier League side to have won here is Arsenal back in May. And then you think of Cambridge United in the FA Cup. So Newcastle United are a very, very hard side to play against. And you heard from Eddie Howe earlier, the way that he's made the changes, he's kept players fresh. This for him is huge now. They've got a clean sheet. They've knocked out Manchester City. They've kept players fresh for Burnley and Paris Saint-Germain that's going to come over the next few days. To navigate his way through and be building momentum all the time, it's that they'll want definitely a home draw, and like you'll say, nobody will relish the chance to come to St James's Park in the last 16.
Already, we've got League 2 Mansfield against League 1 Port Vale, so one of those two is going to be in the quarter-finals. Ipswich will play Fulham. And Ian, how about this? Manchester United versus Newcastle United.
Wow. Well, Newcastle United, they'll be thinking, blimey, bearing in mind that I think they played Premier League opposition throughout the whole of last season on the route to the final. Although they... I know Manchester United improved with the performance against Crystal Palace last night, and they'll feel that they've turned a corner. But on current form, Manchester United won't be looking forward to taking on Newcastle United, but that I'm sure is probably going to be the tie of the round, a repeat of last year's final.
Yeah, absolutely. And wow, that is a fantastic tie for them. Bournemouth, by the way, are going to be at home to Liverpool in the last 16 as well. Chelsea, of course, have just won at home against Brighton. They'll be at home again, and they're going to play Blackburn in the 4th round. Nothing really to compete with Man United Newcastle yet, Stephen.
No, not yet. Chelsea Blackburn, though, if Chelsea don't continue on and pick up from where they got today, that's a tough game. Blackburn won convincingly and got some decent attacking players. But no, yeah, the draw so far is the Newcastle Manchester United one. That'd be a cracking game. But Newcastle go into it with nothing to fear, and they would have learned lessons from the final last year. They got Manchester United, we got thinking they wouldn't have wanted them at all in the next round.
That's the Chris Sutton derby, of course, Chelsea versus Blackburn. We've not had that one for a while. Arsenal have just come out of the hat. They're going to be away at West Ham United, so another tough one for them. And again, they're staying in London. Should say this is the first time within the draw that you have non-regionalised fixtures, so you can end up going everywhere. Everton versus Burnley, the Sean Dyche derby, Ian Dennis.
Where's that at?
It's Everton.
It's Everton. That's an excellent result, that, for Everton tonight at Villa, because I saw the game in the league in the league, and they were dreadful that day. And all of a sudden now, Everton are just starting to get. I think Sean Dyche is just starting to get his way a little bit now in terms of the way that he wants them to play. So that's an excellent result at Aston Villa.
Now, we all said nobody wants to go to St James's Park. Exeter City will be at home to Middlesbrough, and that is the final draw. I think, to be honest, I think if you were Michael Carrick, Stephen, probably Exeter would have been the last place you would want to go, just because nobody wants a long old trip midweek at this stage of the season.
No, that is a trek for them, isn't it, to get down there? But listen, it's a team that they can beat. Carrick will be looking to get himself in the next round. Bit of momentum building. Like, I know it's a championship, but any wins you can pick up, and if it's cup, it gives your team confidence. So, but that's a tough fixture to travel all that way midweek.
700-mile round trip is the reward that Middlesbrough get for knocking out Bradford City. Thanks, Ian.
Cheers, Steve.
Ian, thank you very much. That's Ian Dennis, and Stephen Kelly has been with us as well on 5 Lives. But there you go. That is the full draw for the 4th round of the League Cup, the last 16. And Colin Murray is next. Hi, Colin.
Love a draw. Happy to be laid on for that. The first one out there was Mansfield Port Vale.
Yeah.
And as you say, this is the first non-regionalised draw. So if you're a Mansfield fan, a Port Vale fan, you're thinking, right, let's get down to the Emirates. Let's get down to the bridge. We'll even take Craven Cottage at the London Stadium. Or what about a trip up to St James's Park or Anfield? A38 as the crow flies.
Do you know what? It's the biggest.
An hour down the A38.
It's the biggest nonsense about cup draws, isn't it? If you're a team if you're a fan of a team who's outside the Premier League, this idea that what you really, really want is a tie against somebody that you play quite often It's not what you want at all. You want the biggest, the best possible draw.
Here's my theory. This is what we should do. You get the last 16 of this tournament, which is I think it's an important tournament.
So we're changing the competition now. Go on.
You should take the 8th, and I don't think this is barmy.
Okay.
You take Exeter, you take Manfields, you take Port Vale, you take Blackburn, and if you need to take in terms of league positions as well, so you might end up putting Everton in that side of the 8, it doesn't matter. But you take the 8 teams, the lowest ranked in terms of the pyramid, and you put them 1 to 8, and you draw them out against the top 8.
And then it's a cage match.
And then they decide where they want to play it for the revenue as well.
Oh, that is quite good.
Right. So you could then get Mansfield at home to Liverpool, and they offer Liverpool to switch at the Anfield. And given the disparity in money at the top and the bottom, it would make a huge difference, because Mansfield aren't winning this cup. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. And it becomes about the day out, and it becomes about the finances they get, and it can be a lifesaver. You talk to fans, I don't know, Newport County and the runs that they had there in the cups and how important they were. There could be it might not be that romantic to look at it that way, but I don't think that's the worst idea in the world, is it?
No, I don't think they're going to be banging your door down for it, but I do like it.
No, listen, I'll never be head of the FA. We all know that.
I mean, I would say it's. I love you, but I think that is unlikely. Yeah. I mean, you dream your dream.
Good night.
Dream your dream, Colin.
Listen, my dream definitely isn't being head of a football organisation. It's running a chocolate factory. Everybody knows that. You have a good night, mate.
Take care, mate. Cheers.
Among tonight's other cup matches are all Premier League clashes between Aston Villa and Everton, Brentford and Arsenal, and Chelsea and Brighton. Plenty of other games as well. I will keep you updated at half-time with how all those are going. Elsewhere, Sunderland have been given 281 extra tickets for Friday's Championship match at Sheffield Wednesday, having sold out their initial allocation. The Ukrainian Association of Football says it will boycott any UEFA competition that Russia are allowed back into. Yesterday, European football's governing body said Russia can re-enter European under-17 competitions for the first time since the country's invasion of Ukraine 19 months ago. England Lionesses midfielder Georgia Stanway has signed a new deal with Bayern Munich. Her contract now runs until 2026. Durham's cricketers are in command of their county championship match against Leicestershire at Chester Street. Before bad weather ended play prematurely, they declared on 457 for 8 and reduced the visitors to 96 for 6 in their first innings. They will try again tomorrow, 10:30 the scheduled start time at Chester Street. England's cricketers meanwhile fly out to India today for the World Cup. They will play India and Bangladesh in warm-up matches before starting their campaign against New Zealand on the 5th of October in Ahmedabad. And in golf, Rory McIlroy says the players who joined the Live Breakaway and quit the European Tour will be missing the Ryder Cup more than the current team are missing them. This week's contest will be the first without Lee Westwood, Sergio Garcia or Ian Poulter since 1995. The competition against the USA starts on Friday in Rome. Let's just do a few more of your messages before Razor takes over and takes you with Ando up to kick off. And the rain has now started getting a bit harder, hasn't it, Ando? Maybe I spoke too soon about
Yeah,
Agnes.
you did. You were wishing it,
Here
you see,
she
just
is.
as you finished.
She's reared her head.
Yeah.
And she's giving us a bit of a drenching right now. This message is from Mike in Whitley Bay, and he's quite right to send it in. He says, I'm a bit huffed with you, Simon, saying nobody was close to picking Newcastle starting 11. I got 9 out of 11 right, and I just checked and he did. We got loads in, Mike, so my bad. But you did well to get 9 out of this team, didn't he?
It's a good effort.
Pretty good effort, yes. Paul in Newcastle says the New Radicals were playing in the background there. Wasn't that the Unlucky Cup song? It should be Hoyd in the River. Get onto it, Pridey. Come on the tune. Well,
I didn't realise that.
Well, I mean, it was lucky up until the final.
Yeah.
So maybe it's all right for the moment, isn't it? I don't know. And
Clive has been on as well. He says, what's the point of giving Matt Ritchie a new contract if he isn't even going to start a game like this? I mean, he must be pretty irritated because he isn't playing. He's on the bench, he might get a game, but it seems like everyone else is getting a chance.
Yeah, I mean, he's been given a new contract. You would imagine that his game time is going to be very, very limited. Similar to Paul Dummett, you know, although Dummett starts tonight, but you can well imagine that his game time will be limited as well. But you need to ask the powers that be why those contracts were handed out. Got nothing to do with us, Bridie.
No, indeed, no. And yeah, people talk about the influence that Matt Ritchie has in the dressing room and elsewhere. That can only go so far. And I guess if he does come on tonight, you know what you're gonna get for him. That old phrase, don't you?
Look, you know what you're going to get from him. He'll work his socks off. He'll pull people around the place. He's a good communicator. And I imagine he'd be delighted if he was to get some game time. I bet he's just delighted to be involved at whatever stage tonight. You know, it's been a tough start to the season for him. He's found it difficult getting into the matchday squad. So they just be involved tonight, he'd be absolutely delighted with that.
Matty Targett starts. Haven't really talked about him much, have we? And he's somebody again that will probably feel a little bit frustrated on the whole at his time at Newcastle for not having played as much as he would have liked. I think when he first came in, because he'd done pretty well at Aston Villa. I think Luca Digne came in there and he was kind of moved out, and I think he came to Newcastle thinking that he was going to be playing week in, week out. Hasn't quite happened for him. He'll be frustrated, but he'll be one that's really looking to prove a point tonight, won't he?
Yeah, it's been difficult for him because Dan Burns done so well at left back. He's got another opportunity tonight, as you rightly say. Probably feels he's not playing as much as he would like to be, but that's what happens when you've got competition all over the place. You know, players get in, they know they've got to go and they've got to play well if they want to stay in the side. And when he gets in, he's got to make sure that he does the job that the manager wants him to do. But look, he's not the only one that's going to be frustrated. There's a lot of players in this squad who are frustrated because they're not getting as much game time as they would like.
The rain has eased off again. Agnes is teasing us, I think,
yes,
isn't she?
I think so.
She is. Let's see if she comes back again. Kick-off is little more than 20 minutes away. We will bring you every kick live here on BBC Radio Newcastle. I'll be back at half-time, but Ando and Razor will take you up to kick-off next.
Meet Jill from Anik.
I'm a 43-year-old mum of one.
And a colostomy bag.
This is Colin, my stoma bag.
Early one morning, Jill set off from Dover and headed to France.
Come on, Jill, let's go! Woohoo!
It would take her 14 hours to cross the world's busiest shipping lane.
Terrified.
But she wasn't on a boat, she was in the water.
Never swum more than 2 miles in my whole life. Scared of the open water.
When she reached Europe, Jill became the first person with a stoma to swim solo across the English Channel.
Just because you've got a stoma, it doesn't mean that your life is over.
Follow her journey now on BBC Sounds.
Total Sport North East.
The EFL Cup.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And good evening again from Matthew Raisbeck live at St James's Park alongside John Anderson as we take you up to kick-off and then the whole 90 minutes of Newcastle United versus Manchester City. Round 3 of the competition. It's where both clubs enter this season, given that they are participating in Europe. All the English sides that are in European action are given a bye and they don't play in round 2. They come in at the 3rd round stage. If they win tonight, or whoever wins, Newcastle or Manchester City, they'll be in the 4th round draw, which will be made immediately after this game. Newcastle have been allocated, or Manchester City, ball number 16. But they've got to see off the Premier League leaders, the team that Eddie Howe, ahead of the match, described as the best club side in the world, if they are to make it into the hat for the next stage. It's 10 changes for United this evening. Pope in goal. He is the only player that retains his place in the side from Sunday, so an entirely different outfield selection ahead of him. Livramento, one of 3 players making his full debut in a Newcastle shirt at senior level. Lascelles, the captain, his first start since the Premier League match against Manchester City away in March. Dummett, first appearance in a competitive fixture in more than a year, and Targett is the back 4. Then a midfield of Lewis Miley, Tonali and Hall. Hall, like Livramento and Lewis Miley, making first start in a Newcastle shirt. And the front 3 is Murphy, Joelinton back from a knee injury, which is good news in such a busy period, and especially with a key player having missed out in Milan last week. Hopefully he'll come through this and be available for Burnley and then Paris Saint-Germain next week. And Isak is the centre forward up top in place of Wilson, who gets the night off along with Longstaff, Byrne and Botman. And when we speak to Eddie Howe later, we'll double check that it's just selection and rest for those players and nothing to do with any new injuries. The bench comprises Karius, Trippier, Schär, Gordon, Ritchie, Manquillo. The latter 2 there both looking for their first outings of the season. Almiron, Anderson and Bruno are the other replacements. John Anderson, it's probably going to be nice for a lot of fans to see some players for the first time. In Livramento, whose 2 appearances have been away. Hall made his debut at Sheffield United, and there's a lot of excitement about Lewis Miley. Now, some fans will have seen him in pre-season here at St James's and maybe watching some of the other matches that Newcastle played, but a 17-year-old played quarter of an hour at Chelsea on the final day last season. Big night for him, but they have a lot of faith in his abilities.
Yeah, I think he showed, you know, he's a big boy. He's got a good physique about him. Still growing into his body, of course, still only a baby, but he's shown in the games that he's played, the potential that he's got. You know, he came on in that game at Chelsea, last season, was so unlucky to hit the crossbar and not score. Went away to the States and had a great pre-season. His performances were outstanding. But it's steady with him. You know, he's still, as I say, he's still growing. It's an opportunity for him tonight. I don't think he'd be overawed by it at all. You know, he wasn't overawed by coming on against Chelsea. He looks to have the world at his feet. You know, he's got a long future ahead of him.
And Manchester City, well, it's 8 changes for them. The goalkeeper is different. It's Stefan Ortega, who is the regular backup to Ederson, who's on the bench. It's Ortega's 2nd appearance of the season. He played in the Community Shield. Then 18-year-old fullback Rico Lewis, Manuel Akanji, Nathan Ake, who was signed twice by Eddie Howe when he was Bournemouth manager, and Joško Gvardiol, the Croatian defender, £77 million from RB Leipzig, transfer fee last month. Calvin Phillips comes in for only a 5th start for Manchester City following his move from Leeds last year in a midfield along with Mateo Kovacic, who's back from injury, the former Chelsea player, and Sergio Gomez, left-sided Spanish player in his 2nd season with Manchester City. Then Norwegian under-21 international Oscar Bob, Jack Grealish and Julian Alvarez, who has 4 goals already, including the winner against Newcastle in the Premier League last month. Is the rest of the Manchester City side. And on the bench, I've already mentioned Ederson. They have another goalkeeper there in 38-year-old Scott Carson, Kyle Walker, Ruben Dias, Erling Haaland, Jeremy Doku, the Belgian international winger that they signed last month for 55 million from Rennes in France. Mateus Nunes, who was brought in on transfer deadline day from Wolves for almost the same fee as Doku, 53 million Nunes cost. Phil Foden and 19-year-old academy forward Micah Hamilton. That's how the 2 squads look tonight. It's going to be refereed, this one by Lancashire official Chris Kavanagh, whose last time here was in the home defeat by Arsenal at the end of last season in May. There's no VAR tonight either, and it's not in use until the semi-finals in the League Cup, even though it's a Premier League ground that is set up for VAR.
Where is the sense in that? Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to use it, that's fine, but don't use it all the way through the tournament. You know, don't wait till you get to a semi-final and then decide, oh, well, we're bringing it in. You know, doesn't make sense, does it?
We've seen situations in the FA Cup. I think it was actually Swansea playing Manchester City a few years ago, because they weren't a Premier League club. They didn't have VAR in operation, and a big decision went against them. But St James's Park is fully equipped in that sense. But there is no video assistant referee technology this evening, Newcastle say. So just a referee, 2 assistants and a 4th official, the old-fashioned way of doing it. So no fallback with VAR, no fallout from VAR either. The rain has eased off slightly, but there's quite a breeze here at St James's Park under the lights as Manchester City's players in their blue and white training gear head down the steps in the tunnel and into the changing room. Newcastle, all in black, are now making their way over from the far side towards the dugout area, and Jacob Murphy waves to a few supporters who are at the front of the Milburn stand as he heads back in towards the changing room as well. Sandro Tonali next off, and then Lewis Miley, 17. He's not the most muscular midfielder that you'll see, but he's tall and rangy, and when we saw him in pre-season, I mean, he covers the pitch, doesn't he? Quite an elegant sort of midfielder, very
good mover,
very good on the ball. Yeah, glides almost.
Yeah, I mean, you can see when he's fully grown, he's going to be a big, powerful boy. There's no doubt about that. But look, at 17 years of age, he's got the world at his feet. You know, on the evidence of what we've seen so far, he's got the lot, hasn't he? You know, he's comfortable on the ball, can have the ball in all situations and all areas, and passes the ball well, and scores goals. He's got everything going for him.
What do you think and we discussed this on Total Sport after the team was published at 7, what do you think the reaction from the Newcastle fans has been in general to the team? Quite a few have come past you and said hello, and 1 or 2 have gestured. Do you think that there's a level of calm about the side and an understanding why Eddie Howe has made those changes? And I think he was hinting at this yesterday, maybe not 10 changes, but about managing workload, so supporters are in the picture, and they probably will have a clear idea why he's gone this way, and therefore probably more likely to understand it than if it had been, you know, in a different season when they didn't have Europe as well.
I think the majority of supporters trust Eddie Howe. They trust his decisions. I think the majority of them will understand why he's had to do what he's done with the amount of games that they've got coming up, the workload that's on these players. They'll also realise that some players have been brought into the football club for big amounts of money that need to get game time that we need to see on the pitch. I think the majority realise that, you know, so I don't think too many of them will have too many qualms with what's happened.
And Manchester City, well, Pep Guardiola was clear about it in his pre-match preview at a press conference, saying that the senior players, he can't play them. They've got lots of matches. So have Newcastle, it's the same for them, but Manchester City have got a deeper squad. They've got more quality than anybody else probably, and they're used to dealing with this kind of thing, aren't they? This is normal for them.
Look, they've been through this over a number of years, you know. People think that Manchester City have got huge depth, but he hasn't got the biggest squad in the world. You know, he's got a real quality squad, but there's not a huge depth to it. Hence the reason why there's quite a few young kids in there tonight. But it's something that they've managed over the years. You know, he's an experienced manager. He's been in this situation before. He knows what needs to be done. And look, it's not only here tonight where managers will be making changes all over the place. I'm sure if we look through the teams of the other ties that are on tonight, the majority of those managers have made vast amount of changes as well.
BBC Radio Newcastle, 10 minutes to go until kick-off at St James's. We'll bring you every match exclusively live and total sport through the week, Monday to Friday, 6 till 8. The only football phone-in across the northeast, and we bring you the latest from Newcastle and Sunderland at the start of the show each evening, and you can listen live or listen back anytime, anywhere in the world on BBC Sounds. So 10 changes, Pope in goal, and then the outfield players are all different from the starting 11 at Sheffield United. Livramento, Lascelles, Dummett and Targett at the back, Miley, Tonali and Hall in midfield, Murphy, Joelinton and Isak the front three. Joelinton and Hall may switch, they may do that during the game. It could be Hall as part of the forward line, but we think initially he's more likely to be in the midfield three. But we'll see for definite when the teams line up. And a bench of Karius, Trippier, Cher, Gordon, Richie, Manquillo, Almiron, Anderson and Bruno. No Dubravka tonight, and not in the squad. Wilson, Longstaff, Byrne, Botman, among the other players who have not been included in the match day group of 20 by Newcastle United head coach Eddie Howe. And we're going to hear from Eddie Howe now on BBC Radio Newcastle. They kept a third clean sheet in a row in the win over Sheffield United, following the shutout in the San Siro and beating Brentford by 1-0 here at St James's, and scoring 8 times in Yorkshire on Sunday, in addition to their good defensive work in recent weeks. It means confidence must be high. Hello, Russ. Please, yes, thank you. That's fine, that's fine, thank you. Thank you. Honest Eddie. Arsenal won up at Brentford. Simon, all right? Eddie Howe there with his thoughts on the League Cup in Newcastle's season. It's different now with the extra matches because of European football, but still wanting to progress and do well in this competition. But he won't say, and he actually said it there, there's no set of priorities, but you would think that if something's got to give, this might well be the one, because by the time the FA Cup starts, we said earlier on BBC Radio Newcastle during Total Sport at 6 that they could maybe have a good go at the FA Cup if they're out of Europe, but the Champions League is so special and so important. They really want to make their mark there as well, and perhaps when you look at the depth that Manchester City have, maybe not the best example because they are the best, but other clubs that fight it out at the top, Newcastle don't quite have that level of player running throughout their squad, and even academy players that they can bring in with the regularity that Manchester City do, that Liverpool do, Manchester United, others do. It's just not quite there yet. It's still early stages, early in their development, Newcastle.
Yeah, look, it's amazing how far we've come in such a short space of time since the takeover happened. I mean, and people have got to be patient, you know. It's taken Manchester City an awful lot of years to get to where they are. It took them an awful lot of years to win the Champions League, you know, so it's not that easy. It will take time. It's a marathon. It's work in progress, and people have got to realise that.
Well, the teams are in the tunnel, and they'll be with us any moment. Jamal Lascelles, the club captain, back with the armband tonight, and Manchester City led out by their skipper for this evening, Nathan Ake, and as referee Chris Kavanagh grabs the match ball off a plinth pitch side in the League Cup branding. The teams follow him onto the field of play. Referee in orange tonight with black shorts and socks, same for his assistants Ian Hussin and Matthew Wilkes. Fourth official tonight is Sam Allison. Manchester City are going to be in their usual colours of sky blue with white shorts and blue socks. And Newcastle United, they've got black training jackets on at the moment, but it will be the black and white stripes, black shorts and white socks for the outfield boys. Pope in his luminous yellow goalkeeping kit, and Ortega for City, all in green with white and orange gloves and boots. Big reception for Pope as he makes his way to the Gallagher end goal with a young mascot. And the high fives and the handshakes are finished. And off come the training tops to reveal the black and white. And Isak, Dummett, Hall, Miley all pick up a water bottle. Other players out there having a jog, playing a few passes with some of the youngsters who got to lead the team out. Always special moment for the mascots who are given that opportunity. And Newcastle United with an opportunity to get into the fourth round of the League Cup. Not something that they've done with a huge amount of regularity in recent years. They've had a few early exits over the last 5 or 6 seasons, going out in round 2 4 times since 2017. They don't play in round 2 this year because they enter at round 3, courtesy of being in Europe. But Eddie Howe called this the draw that no one wanted. Manchester City, 8 times League Cup winners, and 4 years in a row from 2017-18 to the 2020-21 campaign. 6 of the last 10 League Cups have gone to Pep Guardiola's side. They have dominated this competition, but both have made big changes tonight. 8 for City, 10 for Newcastle. The visitors, Ortega in goal, Lewis, Akanji, Ake, Gvardiol, Phillips, Kovacic, Gomez, Bob, Grealish and Alvarez. And a bench of Edison, Carson, Walker, Ruben Dias, Haaland, Doku, Nunez, Foden and Hamilton. And 10 Newcastle United alterations. Pope in goal, Livramento, Lascelles, Dummett, Target, Tonali, Miley, who scored for the under-21s at Brighton on Saturday, and Hall, Murphy, Joelinton and Isak. Substitutes are Karius, Trippier, Cher, Gordon, Ritchie, Manquillo, Almiron, Anderson and Bruno. Full debuts for Hall, Miley and Livramento in Newcastle United colours. Still going to be a big test. It's an intriguing match with all the changes that both teams have made, and it's underway. BBC Radio Newcastle, NUFC TV. Thanks for choosing to follow the match with us tonight. Newcastle kicking towards the Leazes end, right to left as we look, uphill. And the ball played back by Manchester City to goalkeeper Ederson. Dummett and Target, and now Hall involved on this near side. As City played it forwards, but Newcastle tidy defending. Hall out to Target, and back down the line to Dummett. Big clearance from the Geordie defender. More than 10 years since he made his debut. Jacob Murphy's been caught. It's an accidental collision, and it involved Manchester City's Josko Gvardiol. It's just next to the centre circle with 55 seconds on the clock. Might have been winded there, Ando, not sure. Just after the ball had been played, there was a collision.
It was just a coming together, and he's just gone down. He's holding his knee, but he's up. He seems okay.
This is Manchester City with Alvarez. On to the right side, Sergio Gomez. Calvin Phillips playing it back to Manuel Akanji. Both of them, Akanji and Phillips, with their heads shaved at the side, and a bit of a top knot. Similar hairstyles. And now Newcastle giving away a free kick, left side of midfield. There's the visiting fans, and there's loads of them. They've taken several blocks, stretching all the way around to the corner between the Leazes and the Milburn stand, singing about being champions of Europe. 2 minutes gone, 0-0. Grealish, halfway line, on the left. Kovacic to Phillips, and now back to Gvardiol. Aston Villa 0, Everton 1. Another all Premier League encounter. Grealish collects it. Livramento with a couple of challenges, forces the England winger back into his own half. Now Rico Lewis and Oscar Bob both getting involved. Now they've got similar hairstyles as well, haven't they? A big curly hair for Bob, wearing 52, the Norwegian. Lewis wears 82, the fullback, but it's that Manchester City role, the fullback, to play inside, don't they, almost as a midfielder, and that's where he is at the moment. It's switched from Phillips to Sergio Gomez. Another League Cup goal elsewhere, Blackburn 1, Cardiff 1. Given away by Manchester City, Matt Targett's got it to Joelinton, inside to Tonali. Gets away from Kovacic, then tackled by Phillips, and Tonali with a recovery to win the ball back, but then it's reclaimed by Akanji. And Grealish near to the halfway line, dropping it off to Lewis. Akanji back to goalkeeper Ederson in the D. 3.5 minutes played. Kovacic back to Ortega. Lascelles pants a header on the ball. Then Miley to Livramento, just ahead of halfway. Rolled inside to Tonali and wide to Murphy. In the Manchester City half, back into Newcastle territory to Lascelles. Square ball, 10 yards to Dummett, lets it run, then plays it short to Target. Down the line to Hall, into Joelinton. Oh, lovely turn and spin from Joelinton. Gets away from Phillips and Bob, and still going. And Akanji's all over him. Referee says no foul.
Never a foul. Two big, strong boys going at it. He came out second best.
Ake to Grealish. BBC Radio Newcastle. Phillips to Alvarez, and now Kovacic down the line to Grealish. Manchester City in the final third. Grealish on the edge of the penalty area. Deflection on the cross. Tonali heads clear into midfield. Gvardiol plays it out to the touchline to Ake, who keeps it in. Down the line to Grealish. Dispossessed by Livramento and Murphy. And Newcastle possibly can come forwards with it. Murphy has got it and runs. And then plays a pass down the line for Isak. Out by Ake for a throw.
Yes, first time we've really had the ball, isn't it? In these opening few minutes.
Back to Lascelles. Paul Dummett only played 4 times in the 2 seasons prior to this one. Lewis Hall brings it in from the left. Where's number 20, the blonde-haired left-sided player? This is Livramento onto Miley. Brings it back. Looks very comfortable already. A couple of times he's been involved. Target to Pope. Left-footed pass to the right corner of the box to Lascelles. Almost lost it to Alvarez. Gets it back from Livramento. Now inside to Miley, who starts to come away. Still carrying it. Lewis Miley wins a free kick for the challenge that came in from behind from the World Cup winner, Alvarez.
Just a little nudge in the back, wasn't it?
Dummett to Target, onto Hall. Fouled by Phillips on halfway. Calvin Phillips offers Hall his hand in apology. He's trying to spin away and got tripped. Target, who's only at the start this season was at Brighton in the 3-1 defeat. Will take the Newcastle free kick. 7 minutes on the clock. Tonali next to him on the halfway line, or just behind it. They've committed quite a few players forwards. It's left-footed, obviously, from Target. Diagonal ball. A couple of headers from Lascelles. Akanji away. And Murphy back to Livramento in front of the halfway line. Gets a first-time return pass from Miley. Dummett behind the centre circle. Takes a touch.
Ball.
Nice one from Dummett onto the chest of Hall, but he couldn't hold it. Akanji to Lewis, the 18-year-old. Bob stopped by Joe Linton. Got his right wrist strapped. He's overcome a knee problem to play tonight. 0-0. Phillips under pressure from Isak. And Lewis back to Ortega, the German. Goalkeeper clips it out to Ake. Chests it down, back to Gvardiol. Gives it to the goalkeeper. There was no obvious route forwards. It's long from Ortega. Lascelles comes to beat Grealish in the air. Gvardiol away. And Tonali plays it back to Joe Linton. It's a header towards Dummett. And Matt Target takes a touch with his right, down the line with his left. Hall couldn't really get it under control. And Manchester City with possession on the right side in Newcastle's half. Lewis into Phillips. Kovacic back to Phillips. And Akanji here. It's up against Isak tonight. They were teammates at Borussia Dortmund earlier in their careers. Calvin Phillips in front of the centre circle. And then playing it back to Akanji. Joe Linton on his shoulder. Gvardiol. Inside to Akanji. Over halfway to Bob. Tackle from Target. It could have been a foul. Referee says play on. It's an advantage. And It's Sergio Gomez. He's released Bob down the right side. Brings it back and plays it to Gomez. Lewis inside to Phillips, back out wide to Gomez, 0-0. Almost had 10 minutes. 30 yards from Newcastle's goal. Central position, Manchester City. And Gomez tackled by Joelinton. And Isak, good feet, gets away from a couple. And then Hall on the left, back through for Isak. Might be able to get into the area, trying to take on Guardiola. The defender's done really well. It's going to be a Newcastle throw on the left wing. And Isak looked like he was just about to get clear, and Guardiola intervened.
Yeah, great defending, wasn't it? Strong. Good ball. It looked like he was going to be in, didn't it? Isak, the big defender, defended it really well.
Livramento and Miley on the far side. Back to Lascelles. Goalkeeper's available. Pope gets it. No pressure at the moment. It's Dummett on the edge of the box. Has a touch. Short to target. Inside to Tonali. He's got Phillips on his shoulder. He's going to bring it away. Tonali played to the feet of Hall, and he went for a return pass, but it's gone out.
Idea was right.
And Hall closing down the throw to Akanji, who turns and stares at Sergio Gomez, who didn't really give him the best ball from the throw-in.
It was short, wasn't it? It was a short ball.
Just had enough on for Akanji to get it back.
It's a big boy, isn't he?
To the goalkeeper, Akanji.
Yeah.
Phillips on halfway. Kovacic, left of centre, blocked by Lewis Miley. Bob and Lewis combining again, and they've got Sergio Gomez in on goal here on the right. He's gone for the cross towards Alvarez, and Grealish coming in. It was between the pair, really. Nice idea for Manchester City, but behind for a goal kick.
Had acres of space, didn't he, on this Manchester City right, our left. Gomez, and he's cut inside, whipped it in with his left foot. Just too much pace on it.
They signed him, Sergio Gomez, from Anderlecht last summer, but he wasn't a regular. Started in the Champions League last week. And given the opportunity today, long ball from Newcastle's goal kick, back to Ortega. Murphy putting the pressure on, and just away in time to Lewis, headed on by Bob. Target, plenty of time, gets to the ball, onto Tonali. Plays it first time to Lascelles. Tonali's in the middle of the midfield three, by the way. Here's Joelinton, back to Dummett. And Target onto Hall. Dummett to Target, has a touch. Plays it into the box to the goalkeeper, and Pope away towards Livramento, but it's out for a throw in the 13th minute, and 0-0 at St James's.
No real chances as yet. Manchester City plenty of the ball, probing. Haven't really shown a real threat yet, have they?
Akanji to Guardiola, the only player in sky blue in the Manchester City half. Closed down by Murphy, and then from the forward pass, Livramento has tripped Grealish. Whistle's gone. Guardiola back to Ortega, and then Akanji on to Bob. Flicks it on to Sergio Gomez. Brought it back into the City half, and a lovely crossfield ball, left-footed to Grealish. Takes it down with his right. Livramento gets a boot to the ball to push it away, but Grealish is there again. 10 yards outside the area. Phillips from distance with a shot that was on the floor and blocked by Dummett. It's come to Ake here. And Grealish on the wing again, back inside to Ake. Every Newcastle player bar Isak behind the ball, which is now in the middle of their half, with Lewis. Back to Guardiola. No goals on BBC Radio Newcastle. Into the box towards Alvarez. Lascelles away. Livramento here turns inside, back to the skipper, and a big clearance towards halfway, but Kovacic has it. And Manchester City with plenty of possession. Gvardiol with the ball at his feet. Takes a few steps forwards in Newcastle's half. Ake down the line to Grealish and back again to Gvardiol on halfway. Just keeping their shape, Newcastle. It's all in front of them at the moment. Kovacic back to Gvardiol. It's patient for Manchester City. Newcastle
always is, though, isn't it?
Having to concentrate.
Yeah, always is. Don't ever rush it, do they? Plenty of the ball, but haven't really done a great deal on the final third of the pitch yet.
No, they haven't worked Nick Pope. They have got Erling Haaland on the bench. 8 goals in 6 Premier League matches this season for him. Newcastle had a throw on the right, back with Manchester City. And with their goalkeeper, the Premier League leaders, giving the ball away to Tonali, looking for Murphy, edge of the area, intercepted. And Kovacic to Grealish. Goes down the left with a ball with the outside of his right boot. Newcastle maybe a little bit stretched, but getting bodies back. Kovacic turns and he's given it to Grealish again. Lots of black and white in defensive positions now. City have got 2 at the edge of the area. They've kept possession on the left wing. Kovacic back to Phillips. And they get out to him. Gvardiol to Ake. And still with Manchester City, going further back now, almost at halfway. Hall closing down but can't get there. Akanji on to Gomez, inside away from target. Joelinton makes Gomez go back into his own half with that pass to Akanji. Ake to Phillips, on to Bob, and now there could be a way. Alvarez making a run to the right. Oscar Bob plays in. Julian Alvarez, tight angle, saved by Pope. And then put out by Newcastle for a throw. And City had players coming in, looking to get something out of the rebound, but they just got it clear in time.
Well, that was slow, quick, wasn't it? You know, we talk about them being slow. Just stuck a boot out, didn't he? Many saves does he make with his feet? Just dangles a leg. Could have went anywhere, couldn't it?
Well, that was a big chance for the opening goal. Nick Pope with a stop for Newcastle United, a crucial one. It's Manchester City's ball. The throw, by the way, they took it, and then there was a second ball on the pitch and a bit of confusion, but we're playing again. Kovacic back to Lewis. Gomez, right corner of the area. Lewis gives it inside to Phillips. Bob available wide right. You have to be a good player to get in the Manchester City team, but at 20 years of age, 4th senior appearance, Oscar Bob looks exactly that. Phillips clips it over to the left. Collected by Grealish. "19 minutes on the clock. Target comes to close down Gomez. Back to halfway to Akanji. Hall on his shoulder. Inside to Phillips. Joelinton and Hall putting pressure on Rico Lewis. Back to Akanji and then into the penalty box. And Ortega across to the left corner of the area. Isak makes a challenge on Gvardiol, but can't really get hold of the ball. Back to Ortega and clipped forwards to Alvarez in midfield. Brilliant first touch, and what about that for a through ball? But Pope is there out of his box to get to it before Sergio Gomez could. But what a clipped pass through the middle from Julian Alvarez. It was
great ball, wasn't it?
Incredible
Just
technique.
too heavy.
We're expecting heavy rain tonight. We haven't had it yet. It's dry at the moment.
Don't tempt fate.
Phillips to Ake, over halfway. BBC Radio Newcastle. Live at St James's Park. It goes back to Gvardiol, then to the goalkeeper. Ortega short to Phillips, left-footed, over to the far side to Gvardiol. Newcastle had the high press, and it had to go back to the keeper. Now over the top, and Grealish trying to get through, but Lascelles is there, lifts it away. The ball bent infield from the pass, and that meant that it came nicely for Lascelles. Grealish had bent his run in, but Lascelles' starting position made him favourite, and he got there. But Manchester City away through Kovacic, inside to Bob, lets it run.
Oh, well played.
Back to Lewis. He's starting to get a bit of control here in a meaningful sense in the Newcastle half and in terms of attacking Pep Guardiola's team. Ake moving it out to Grealish. Threatening to take on Livramento, but then cutting back inside with the pass to Phillips. Floated over to Gomez. Into Bob. Dummett behind him. Pushes him away from goal. It's Lewis now. And the run into the box from Kovacic. You could see it.
Yeah.
And the teenage fullback tried to dig it out with the outside of his right boot.
Great effort, wasn't it?
Nick Pope came to claim it. It's his 50th appearance for Newcastle United tonight, Nick Pope, and he's made one important save with his foot. It's the only thing he's had to do, really. And it's 0-0. Elsewhere, Blackburn 2-1 up on Cardiff in an all-championship match. This is Grealish, played through, but Paul Dummett comes sliding in from the side to divert the ball back to Nick Pope.
Yeah, brilliant tackle.
Murphy fouled by Ake near to halfway. Newcastle free kick. Lascelles to Livramento. Angled ball into midfield to Tonali. This is Miley now. Murphy in the wide position. Miley makes a run down the line, but Murphy still has it. Not much on. He's pushed a pass through a little gap and onto Dummett, and misses out Target, and it comes to Joelinton. Hall inside. Target now down the line. Back to halfway to Dummett. Eddie Howe. His hands in pockets. Edge of the technical area. Jason Tyndall, arms folded a bit further back. Dummett to Joelinton. 5 yards behind halfway. Tried to play it through the legs of Gomez. It was blocked. He's got it back, Joelinton. Tonali played against Joelinton, and Manchester City through Bob. Just outside the area. Kovacic sweeps it over to Grealish. They've doubled up on him. And it's played on the outside to Ake. And in the blink of an eye, they're defending again. 24th minute. Phillips to Grealish on the left wing, 30 yards out. Short ball to Kovacic, inside to Phillips. Now Rico Lewis, the full back, almost at left centre midfield. Such is the fluidity and freedom that Manchester City players have. And it's Gvardiol onto Grealish. He's got a bit of space. The tackle from Livramento. He's hurt himself in the process. Slow to pick himself up, but play continues. There's no head injury. Livramento is going to carry on, and Manchester City slowed it down for a moment, kept the ball in play, and then passed it out wide to Sergio Gomez. Phillips looking to get it back through to Gomez. Joelinton intercepts. Hall to Target. Back to Hall again. Intercepted by Lewis. Can break into the area. Rico Lewis dinks it back. Did it go out? Newcastle say yes, nothing given. And then Murphy to Miley. Back to Lascelles. Murphy on the touchline, back to Lascelles again. Couple of touches, lifted clear. Isak to chase. He's got something on the ball, but Gvardiol wins it properly. And Manchester City really dominating possession. 0-0 though, 25 gone. What do you make of it, John Anderson?
Well, as you say, Manchester City totally dominating the ball. They've had that one big chance. Apart from that, haven't had a great deal, but they're having all of the ball.
It is a much changed team for them, as it is for Newcastle, with 10 alterations, 8 for City. But it's very much the same approach, isn't it? Same style of play. They all know their jobs. They all come in and try and replicate what the players who are being left out are asked to do.
Yeah. See the manager, he's not happy. Wants it done quicker.
He's pitch side, arms behind his back, but shouting at his players. Rico Lewis, 10 yards outside the area, back to Calvin Phillips. Lewis Hall with pressure on Manchester City. Phillips now back to Akanji through the middle. Kovacic on the stretch, collects it, and then turns it round the corner for Ake. And it's 5-on-4, Manchester City with the numerical advantage, and Grealish into the penalty area on his right. Rolls it back, Kovacic takes a touch. Tonali threw himself at it, made the block. Lascelles heads away, but Gvardiol is there first, far side.
Yeah, they're just picking all the second balls up, aren't they? Spoke about this before. When you're under the cosh like this, when you get it, you've got to keep it, and we haven't been able to keep it. When we've got it, we keep giving it back to them, and it's just to see a blue keep coming at you.
And it's that once again with Sergio Gomez into Calvin Phillips to the right of the centre circle. Short ball to Akanji, now Gomez. He's got Lewis and Bob ahead of him. It's Bob inside to Gomez, back to Phillips, cut out by Miley, onto Joelinton. Good ball, Tonali can get there, he's been fouled. Might have had an advantage, but they'll probably be happy to take the free kick and get a breather, slow it down and try and have some of the ball.
Yeah. I haven't seen a great deal of the ball.
It's in the centre circle. Guardiola slaps his hands together, goes back to his seat on the bench. It's Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall have a conversation. Paul Dummett receives the ball. It's played back to him from Tonali, across to Lascelles. Miley just ahead of him. Lascelles can't go forwards, has to go back to Pope. A bit of frustration from some of the Newcastle supporters. Diagonal ball from Pope. Joelinton takes it under control, but gives it straight to Phillips with a heavy first touch. And Gomez back to Lewis on halfway. 0-0. Floated pass across to Grealish, comes in off the left flank, plays it on the outside to Alvarez. Now Alvarez in the box, and he goes for the near side. Has lashed it across the face of goal.
Yeah, his first touch was heavy, wasn't it? Took him away from goal.
Driven effort.
Yeah, he's just lashed it. What a ball this is, by the way.
Kovacic involved in the build-up, not Alvarez.
His first touch was heavy, wasn't it?
And his left-footed shot, I don't know how it hasn't touched Nick Pope. It's absolutely walloped the ball. And it's whistled past Pope and gone out on the near side. Manchester City through Kovacic, getting the better of Tonali. And now Sergio Gomez. He's played it off Joelinton to Bob, and then Lewis inside to Phillips. Kanji with it here. Livramento always missed the header. He's come for Ake, Dutch international, but the ball went out of play. Throw for Tino Livramento to take. He's already played more times now for Newcastle this season than he did last season for Southampton because of injury. It's his third appearance since his move to the northeast. The forward ball is picked up by his sky blue shirt. Bob back to Phillips. And Grealish receiving it on the touchline. We've had half an hour. It's 10 changes. Pope and then the outfield players have all changed tonight. Livramento, Lascelles, Dummett, Targett, Miley, Tonali, Hall, Murphy, Joelinton, Isak. That's the Newcastle team. Gomez to Akanji. Back over halfway to Gvardiol. Ake and Phillips exchange a couple of passes. And Kovacic on the left wing. Grealish is tucked in. It's now back to Phillips. Sergio Gomez is free, wants it, doesn't come. Back to the halfway line. Inside 5 yards from Akanji. Phillips lifts it over to Kovacic for Manchester City. Attacking the Gallagher end. Grealish into the corner. Lascelles with him. Kovacic now tried to thread it through for Gomez's run across the box. It's intercepted. Still 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Phillips for the run of Alvarez in the box, headed away, nodded down by Kovacic from the Newcastle clearance. Manchester City have it in the penalty area with Alvarez forced away from goal, played against Livramento. He's done well to carry it forwards and then take it around Grealish. Brilliant skill from Livramento, and he's won a free kick.
Yeah, he's done well against Grealish tonight. Done very well.
Nick Pope leaves his goal for the free kick. Here we go with Nick Pope, long high ball upfield. Isak rises, headed away, helped on by Manchester City. A backpedaling Paul Dummett, who's made one brilliant tackle at the edge of his penalty box. Now heads it forwards. Then Lewis Hall, miscued back pass. Pope can't keep it in. It's a corner.
Chances. He didn't even try to play it, did he? Didn't have the confidence to try and take that down, and thought leaving that, let it go behind for a corner kick.
It's Hall off his weaker right foot, and then Pope went with his left, which is not his strongest. At half-time in all of tonight's other League Cup ties, we'll have a run through of the scores in a moment. Here we're in minute number 33 and it's 0-0, but a needless corner given away by Newcastle, and Manchester City send it in left-footed from Gomez. Header at the back post. They want another corner, and they get it. Took a big touch on the way out and behind. Might have been Gvardiol making the run late and around the back.
Dummett, was it? Came off the back of Dummett's head. Yeah.
Gvardiol with the header. Yeah, and corner on the left side. Right-footed, hung up there by Grealish towards Gvardiol, headed away. Sergio Gomez back in, and then it's taken a touch off Lascelles. It may have been caught up in the wind, so it went back to Pope at an unusual angle, but it's the keeper's ball. Some frustration as he takes a few seconds over his pass out from the back, but Newcastle with it in midfield. Tonali back to Lascelles, along the edge of the area to Dummett. Now Hall, it's his shoulder, comes inside, good feet away from two sky blue shirts. Pope first time ball forwards. Matt Targett is the Newcastle player, high upfield there, and then Miley onto Joelinton, left wing, closed down, back to Hall, inside to Dummett. Lascelles onto Livramento. He's come in off the right, then played it back to Lascelles. 10 yards behind halfway. Joelinton, he's got space, back to goal, deep in midfield, onto Isak. Good first touch, then a turn from Isak, lovely feet. Tonali to Lascelles. Good for Newcastle to have some possession, but they want to go forwards with it. Instead they're going back to Dummett, and now Pope. Lascelles onto Murphy, heavy first touch, presented the ball back to Manchester City. Gvardiol to Lewis on the halfway line. 10 minutes to half time. They've not had an opportunity yet, Newcastle. They've not even had a shot on goal, have they? On or off target. Never mind a corner or anything like that. It's all Manchester City possession. They've got more of it now with Kovacic in the attacking third. Ake back to Phillips. Newcastle, everybody apart from Isak once again behind the ball. The ball is in the middle of their half with Ake and Lewis. Kanji on the halfway line.
They've swapped it round.
Target's Hall.
Yeah. Hall's gone to left back. Target's gone further forward.
And Joelinton's in a central midfield spot. But it's more of a 4-5-1 really, isn't it? Because they don't have the ball. Isak up top on his own. Joelinton and Phillips have collided off the ball. Referee,
he does it all the time. He wraps his arms around people and just pushes them over.
Chris Kavanagh flung his arms out as if to say no more, but also suggests that he's not going to take any further action. Phillips got into a bit of a spin there, hit the deck.
He's not even looking at the ball. He doesn't look at the ball, Joelinton. Look, he's not looking at the ball again.
Phillips has hurt himself the way he's landed there. He's not had a lot of football for Manchester City. Desperate to impress. He won't want to get injured. Hall, good win in front of Gomez. Miley under pressure from Bob near halfway. The ball's come back to Dummett. Now into the box to Pope. He's rather sliced the clearance, but Miley off his thigh can't really hold it. Grealish gets it, then Miley makes a good recovery challenge, and Livramento to Tonali. They try to come forwards, fouled by Phillips. Referee says play on. They've lost it though, Newcastle. Then they want to throw, but they don't get it.
It was good refereeing. He had the ball going forward.
Throw for the visitors, which they've taken. Gordon and Trippier go out for a jog. Grealish onto Bob, and now Ake trying to pull the ball back. Corner kick. Taken quickly on the far side and given back to Grealish. Now Bob in the area. Excellent control and a turn, and Grealish with it again. Rico Lewis, deflected shot, dipping and dropping just past the post. Nick Pope was worried.
Yeah, we just can't get a hold of it, can we? Just can't get a foothold in the game at all.
Corner kick, left-footed from the near side from Gomez towards the back post, and that's a header from Newcastle's Matt Target. Whistle's gone anyway. It was a good corner kick, wasn't it? Into
Whipped in, a lot of pace on it, wasn't it? Yeah.
Spot.
Yeah, defended it well.
6 minutes to half-time. BBC Radio Newcastle, and it's 0-0 at St James's Park, but it's all Manchester City. Aston Villa 0, Everton 1, Blackburn 2-2 with Cardiff, Bournemouth, Stoke and Lincoln West Ham are also 0-0. Arsenal 1-up at Brentford. Chelsea Brighton, another 0-0. Fulham lead Norwich by a 1-0, and it's Liverpool 0, Leicester 1. And it's been that way since the 3rd minute. That game is at half-time. Whoa! Long goal kick from Pope. Went all the way through to Ortega at the Leazer's end. Phillips takes it under pressure at the edge of the box, then tries to get one in over the top for Gomez. Hall at his back. Lascelles makes the challenge. Referee was going to blow for a foul, but Rico Lewis took control, then got tackled. Newcastle with Murphy having to go back with the ball, not forwards. Lascelles to Pope. And that's a ball out wide, left to Target, who's headed it infield. Manchester City missed it initially. Miley went chasing after it, but Ake got there. Joelinton then with a win for Isak. Murphy free to the right. Jacob Murphy on his way to goal, into the area. Murphy! And a big save from Ortega. He went low down with his right foot, Jacob Murphy, for Newcastle's first shot of the evening. But Ortega makes the save, and it's a corner.
Big chance, huge chance. Tried to get back across the keeper, and he makes a save with his feet. Manchester City got sloppy, gave it away.
Fancied Murphy there, right of centre, in the area. Goalkeeper to beat, but Ortega's had nothing to do tonight with a huge stop to keep it at 0-0. Corner taken by Joelinton, short to Murphy. Target has come across to Tonali, who has a touch, clips it into the box. Oh, and it's between.
They had 3 men overload as well. The ball had been better. They've switched off Manchester City. Joelinton,
Lascelles.
Isak and Lascelles, back post. Couldn't hit either of them. Oh, big chance.
The ball in from the right from Tonali. And just couldn't get one of his teammates in black and white. That's on the end of it.
That was dying, that ball as well. Nobody gambled on it in a blue shirt.
So from the goalkeeper's kick straight through the middle, and it just reached the edge of Newcastle's box. Just. It is a windy night. I think that is affecting some of the passes that are being played. Forwards from Dublin into midfield. Manchester City now into the box. Oh, and Oscar Bob with a ball square into the centre towards Kovacic. Newcastle get it behind for a corner, but it was that close again to being 1-0 to City.
Yeah, final ball. Just let them down, didn't it? Great little flick as well. Flick around the corner. Dummett it was who got the block in.
They could go short for this one. They don't. And Gomez to the back of the box. Header from Gvardiol. Then he has another couple of touches and wins another corner.
What a great touch it was on his head, wasn't it? Brought it down on his head.
Cushioned it with a header. Then on the floor. Eventually Joelinton got out to him and conceded a corner in the 44th minute. As Manchester City look to break the deadlock, and Newcastle attempt to protect their goal again. Whipped in, curling, right-footed. Pope punches, and it's away out to this near side. Lewis Miley chasing for it. Sergio Gomez had to do well under pressure. Back to Ortega. Plays it around Tonali, back out to the right to Gomez, and then back to the keeper. Newcastle push right up here to almost halfway, and ball into midfield from Ortega. Kovacic with a man at his back. He's been able to turn, and then Joelinton is there, and now they can potentially come forwards, but City with a tackle in midfield. Tonali then gets involved, and Livramento as Newcastle get a response from the crowd to that competitive midfield play, and Livramento across the box with a cross from the far side. It's gone for a Man City throw in the fullback position.
But
just a couple of little tackles, a little bit of aggression.
Well, that's all it took to get the fans involved. They've got the ball back from the City throw, dumb it back to Lascelles. Tonali's lost it. Alvarez to Kovacic, and they've got a runner through the middle. It's Gomez. He takes a touch, but it takes it away and into the box, straight to Pope. Quick throw out, overarm to Hall, galloping forwards down the near side, onto target. Joelinton out to Hall. He's coming infield and backwards with it. Referee says no foul. Akanji just stronger. Oscar Bob, great feet. In a tight spot. A minute has been added to the first half.
Has indicated a minimum of 1 minute stoppage time to be added. 1 minute.
And it's 0-0. Kovacic back to Gvardiol. Grealish on a run, fancies it. Inside to Alvarez, back to Ake. Kovacic still probing Manchester City. In additional time, it's Gomez into the box and Lewis makes the run. Pope gathers the ball. And we might be going in at half-time level here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Pope rolls it underarm to Lascelles. Useful ball into midfield to Isak. Chris Kavanagh blows his whistle. 0-0 at St James's here at half-time then. One big save from Nick Pope on his 50th Newcastle appearance from the shot from the right side of the penalty area. Manchester City with so much possession and territory and play. Newcastle with one attempt. Joelinton winning it back. Isak then on through to Murphy. Shot from inside the box saved. Low down by Ortega. And it's goalless. They could have taken the lead there, John Anderson, but in all honesty, they probably ought to have been behind. Manchester City have been dominant.
Yeah, Manchester City have had all the ball, as you would expect. Confident on the ball, movement's good, keeping really, really well. They had the one big chance where Pope saved with his feet. At the other end, they get sloppy, give it away, we break onto them. Stefan makes a decent save, but it's been all Manchester City in the sense of possession-wise, but they haven't created a great deal. They've passed it, they've looked to probe, they've looked to get in behind, but they haven't really made Nick Pope make too many saves. And you think that they will give you a chance, because they like to take chances from playing out from the back. That's where the chance came from. But it's still very, very tight.
Simon Pride's going to be here in a moment throughout half-time. If you want to get a message through, it's at BBC Newcastle on Twitter or on WhatsApp, 08000 321 333. It's 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp, and stick BBC at the start of your message. Second half coming up soon then here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Third round of the League Cup, halfway through. It's Newcastle United 0, Manchester City 0.
Service!
On BBC iPlayer.
Have you seen my sugar?
Yeah, it's over here, girl.
Oh, definitely not, sweet love. No chance.
A brand new drama starring Vanette Robinson and Stephen Graham.
This is impossible. I need help, please.
Don't worry, I've got it.
No!
It's like working with a bunch of school kids.
Calm down!
No, I'm not going to calm down. I've had enough.
What happened last time you lost your temper in the kitchen?
He's all used to work for me. If it wasn't for her, I'd still have my own restaurant.
Boiling Point starts Sunday on BBC iPlayer.
And welcome back to St James's Park then, when it's 0-0 at half-time between Newcastle United and Manchester City in the Carabao Cup. And the visitors have had 70% possession. You heard Ando in commentary there talking about how Manchester City had most of the ball. That was the case throughout the first half, but actually only really a couple of clear-cut chances in that first half, and one for each team really, with Alvarez having his shot saved by Nick Pope, and then it was Jacob Murphy who had probably the best opportunity of the game, a one-on-one which was saved by Zach Steffen. So goalless it is at half-time. Your thoughts please on WhatsApp 08000 321 333. Start your message with the letters BBC, and you can also send us a text 81333. Again, start your message with the letters BBC, and if I've got time I'll read some of those messages out before the second half begins if you would like to share your thoughts. I wonder whether Eddie Howe will consider making any substitutions at half-time. The subs are out warming up on the pitch in front of me now in their yellow bibs, and Eddie Howe has on the bench, as well as Loris Karius, the sub-keeper, Kieran Trippier, Fabian Schär, Anthony Gordon, Matt Ritchie, Javier Manquillo, Miguel Almiron, Elliot Anderson and Bruno Guimaraes. So plenty of experience, plenty of quality as well if he does choose to make a change or two in the second half. But don't forget that Manchester City also have one or two half-decent players on the bench. I'm talking about the likes of Phil Foden, Kyle Walker and Erling Haaland. Let me tell you what's happening elsewhere in the Carabao Cup third round then this evening. Plenty of other games taking place around the country, and these are all half-time scores. In fact, some of them are into the second half now because they were 7:45 kickoffs. And Everton lead 1-0 at Aston Villa in another all-Premier League tie. Garner with the goal for Everton there. I imagine the vast majority of clubs will have made plenty of changes tonight. Plenty of goals in the all-Championship tie at Ewood Park. It's Blackburn Rovers 2, Cardiff City 2. They are into the second half there now. Garrett and Sigurdsson for Blackburn Rovers, Robinson and Etete right on the stroke of half-time for Cardiff City. It's 0-0 between Bournemouth and Stoke City. In a London derby, Brentford are losing 1-0 at home to Arsenal. Nelson with the goal for Arsenal after just 8 minutes there. It's Chelsea 0, Brighton and Hove Albion 0. Another tasty all-Premier League clash there. Fulham lead Norwich City by 1-0. Carlos Vinicius for the Premier League side there. It's Lincoln 0, West Ham United 0. So the League One side holding their own so far in that one. Liverpool trail at Anfield to Championship side Leicester City. McAteer with a very early goal after just 3 minutes in that match. So that's how things stand in all of the other games. There are some games in the Scottish League Cup tonight as well. St Mirren 1-up at Hibs, Aberdeen 1-up at Ross County, who are down to 10, and Rangers lead Livingston by 1-0. I'll let you know if there are any changes in any of those scorelines before the end of half-time. Couple more football lines for you as well. The Ukrainian Association of Football says it will boycott any UEFA competition that Russia allowed back into. Yesterday, European football's governing body said Russia can re-enter European under-17 competitions for the first time since the country's invasion of Ukraine 19 months ago. The England Lionesses midfielder Georgia Stanway has signed a new deal with Bayern Munich. Her contract now runs until 2026. And let's just reflect a little bit on last night in the National League, because Gateshead beat Oxford City 4-0 away from home. Great start to the season from Gateshead. The goals came from Greg Ollie, Conor McBride, as well as a brace from Marcus Dinanga. Here is the Gateshead player manager, the former Newcastle centre-half, Mike Williamson.
At the minute we're riding a crest. The quality that we've got and the lads' application and intensity is paying off, and like I say, on reflection it looks a comfortable night, but it wasn't so in the first half especially. You have to work hard to keep momentum, you really do. It doesn't just happen. I think the boys' application and desire to improve and to learn and to grow is there. It's always been there, and like you say, it's always nice when you hit the form. So yeah, of course, it's a pleasure to watch some of the play. We work on ideas and concepts to try and give the boys to take into the game, but some of that football, that's individual skill. It's there their ability to wriggle out of situations, to see pictures before it happens, and that's what the best players in the world do. So for us, we've just got, keep working hard.
Mike Williamson there, a happy man again after last night's game. We actually had a text in from Mickey, who's a Gateshead fan. Evening, lads. What a joy it is to be a Heat fan at the minute. I'm covered in bruises, asking people to pinch me. I worry I'm going to wake up and it's one of those dreams they'd have on a TV show like Dallas, says Mickey. Thank you for that, Mickey, who's enjoying life as a Gateshead fan at the moment. 0-0 here at St James's Park, the second half of Newcastle against Manchester City, with Razor and Ando to come very shortly. But we'll turn our attention, for the time being at least, to cricket, because Durham are in complete control really of their final county championship match of the season, and they are at home to Leicestershire, and before the rain came today they declared on 457 for 8, with David Bedingham making 156 to surpass 1,000 runs for the season. Leicestershire then struggled rather. They reached 96 for 6 before they were saved, for the time being at least, by the heavens opening. So after his impressive innings, Bedingham spoke to BBC Radio Newcastle's cricket commentator Martin Emerson.
David, 1,000 runs for the season again. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's been a long, hard season, but it's nice to get to that 1,000-run mark. So yeah, happy.
I don't know if you'll get the chance to bat again. If you don't, you're 10 runs behind your previous best. If you do, there's a chance you can break that. I'm not that fussed with that. I think it's more important to win this game and then hopefully take this momentum, although it's a long break, into the season next year. It's a cracking season that Durham have had, more batting points than they've ever had before. I think 21 centurions in the championship, that's a record as well. And you've equalled Alex Lees now with 500s this season. Yeah, well, I think our whole group is very, very confident and playing well, and hopefully it can continue next year. In a good position in this one. I think the weather's going to be okay for the next 2 days as well, so it'd be lovely to sign off with a win, wouldn't it? Yeah, I think so. I think if we bowl the way we did today, I think there's every chance we can come away with a win. So yeah, let's hope we can bowl like we did today. What was the thought of the players going in this one? Just wanted to go out on a high? No, I think it has been a long season, but I think we'd almost, if we did play badly in this game, I think we'd almost let ourselves down a bit because we've played so well. The thought of it is to go into the game winning, and yeah. And let's have a thought about Ben Rain as well. The first 4 wickets today, he's 2 away from his best season in the championship. Excellent bowling from him today. Yeah, he's bowled well all season. I think having a go with him with the new ball is always tough, especially in these conditions. And I think he bowled 12 straight overs, which is a great effort. But yeah, we are very lucky to have him in our side. Yeah.
Well done, David Bedingham. Cracking piece of batting today to make 156. Watched by Martin Emerson, who you were speaking to there. And Martin will have commentary when they hopefully resume tomorrow morning at 10:30. You can find that commentary via the BBC Sport website and app. Again, Storm Agnes, well, she's rather teased us because the rain has stopped again. It's getting a bit more blustery as the night progresses, but remained relatively dry apart from a couple of short but torrential downpours earlier on in the evening, but it's okay just at the moment. Staying with cricket, England fly out to India today for the World Cup. Joss Butler's side play India and Bangladesh in warm-up matches, that before they start their campaign against New Zealand. That'll be on the 5th of October in Ahmedabad. A couple of messages which have come in. Get Mankia one and see the goals flood in for the Toon, says this slightly curious message without any name on it. Not sure whether that will be part of Eddie Howe's second half strategy. And thank you as well to another nameless person. They have sent a message in from a number ending in 244. Enjoying the commentary as always here in Israel. It looks like Eddie isn't really prioritising this one as opposed to Pep, says this message. 81333, start your message with that as BBC, or do what those two messengers did and use WhatsApp 08000 321 333. Again, starting your message please with the letters BBC. Let's bring you a little bit of golf before the second half begins, because, well, it's Ryder Cup time, isn't it? And tension is mounting. Rory McIlroy says the players who joined the Live breakaway and quit the European Tour, who are missing the Ryder Cup, they'll be missing it more than the current European team are missing them. This week's contest will be the first without the likes of Lee Westwood, Sergio Garcia and Ian Poulter since 1995, would you believe. Now, McElroy's been speaking to the BBC's golf correspondent Ian Carter about the competition against the USA, which starts on Friday in Rome.
You know, knowing that you're part of something that's bigger than yourself, and you're playing for something bigger than yourself, you're playing for each other. And yeah, I mean, I want to go out there and obviously win the Ryder Cup and enjoy it for myself, but I also want it for everyone else that I'm sharing it with this week. And I think that's such a different experience for a lot of us that are so individual for the other 103 weeks of every 2 years. But when we get to this event, we want nothing more but to win that little gold trophy for everyone that's a part of our team.
Without wanting to get weighed down in the politics of the sport, we know that this has been a couple of years, the like of which we've never seen before. So I just wonder whether you feel like a week like this has perhaps never been as needed as before.
I just think it reminds everyone of why, you know, we play the game and why you cover the game. I thought it was the same at the 150th Open at St Andrews last year. It's the same here. It's, you know, you're going out there to watch the, you know, arguably 24 of the best players in the world go head to head against each other and see who's better. That's what sport is, and that is what people get excited about. And yeah, there's a lot, you know, there's a lot that goes with the Ryder Cup, and there's, you know, it's a huge platform watched by a lot of people, and there's a lot that goes on. But you know, when you break it down at the end of the day, it's which 12 are going to beat the other 12, and I think that's really exciting.
Revenge or redemption, given what happened at Whistling Straits, does that put a different hue on this Ryder Cup, the fact that it was a record defeat last time?
Yeah, I mean, I think redemption more than revenge. I don't think anyone's had the clearest mind when they've been, you know, revengeful. But redemption, or trying to redeem yourself, or trying to put in a great performance, I think that's the goal this week. I don't think it's revenge, but I think there's some guys, especially myself, that was on that team in Whistling Straits, that would like to redeem themselves a bit and put in a really strong performance.
Rory McIlroy talking ahead of the Ryder Cup. Can't wait. The action starts in just a couple of days' time. A few more goals to tell you about that have gone in the EFL Cup this evening. So Everton have doubled their advantage at Aston Villa. Dominic Calvert-Lewin has scored at the beginning of the second half there, so they lead by 2-0. Blackburn now 4-2 up on Cardiff. They've scored twice, as have Bournemouth against Stoke City. They lead by 2-0. Chelsea have gone 1-up against Brighton, and Liverpool have equalised against Leicester City as well. So that one is 1-1 now at Anfield. The second half here at St James's Park is going to start in just a couple of moments. It's 0-0 between Newcastle United and Manchester City. So that second half with Ando and Razor is coming up next.
Total Sport North East.
The EFL Cup.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Thanks very much, Pridey. 2 changes for Newcastle at the start of the second half. We are going to see Anthony Gordon and Bruno Guimaraes come on. Not sure yet who for, but Eddie Howe.
Miley and Hall.
Oh, thank you. How do you know that?
Just looking and seeing who's out there, and they're the 2 that aren't.
I've got no comeback to that. That's what I should have done. But you count the players in a way that was much quicker than I could. So Anthony Gordon and Bruno Guimaraes then will come on for Lewis Miley and Lewis Hall, and that will be a double change for Eddie Howe at half-time. So Pope in goal, Livramento, Lascelles the captain, Dummett and Target at the back. Midfield of Tonali, Bruno, Joelinton, and then Murphy, Isak and Gordon is the front 3. Manchester City, no changes. Ortega in goal, Lewis, Akanji, Gvardiol, Ake, the skipper. In midfield, Phillips, Kovacic, and then forward players are Sergio Gomez, Bob, Grealish and Alvarez. Second half has started. BBC Radio Newcastle, NUFC TV. Black and white stripes against sky blue City shirts, and Newcastle kicking down the hill to our right towards the Gallagher end. Murphy on a run, after a Lascelles pass into the corner, and he's beaten Ake to the ball. Murphy trying to win a corner kick. He'll get a throw out of it near to the corner flag. It's a good battle. Newcastle gets something from it. They love that Anthony Gordon song, don't they? And singing it again. He's gone on to the left. Murphy stayed on the right. Bruno on his chest from Livramento, who took the throw. Newcastle back to halfway. Lascelles to Dummett. Still have Karius, Trippier, Cher, Ritchie, Manquillo, Almiron, Anderson as substitutes. Gordon inside, but it's come to a blue shirt rather than a black and white one. Then one back by Joelinton and Bruno. Tonali up ahead, and Isak on it now, but muscled out of it by Phillips. Then Isak shoves him to the floor, wins it back. Look to get it through for Tonali. It's cut out, and in the blink of an eye, here go Manchester City. Kovacic, powerful run. Grealish with Livramento to take on. Corner of the area. Jack Grealish onto his right, stops it, then moves it inside. Phillips shifts it and has gone for the top corner, and it's too high. Goal kick.
Yeah, a bit more intent about us at the start of the second half. A bit more urgency.
City bench, by the way, Ederson and Carson, the goalkeepers. Walker, Ruben Dias, Haaland, Doku, Nunes, Foden, and 19-year-old Micah Hamilton, forward from their academy. Gomez to Bob. Backs of Phillips 35 yards out. Alvarez, heavy touch. Bruno with it for United. Gets it back from Joelinton onto Tonali. Lovely football. And Murphy making a run down the right. Murphy's got it. Isak in the middle. On the move in the box. It's back through for Livramento. The cut back to Tonali. City make the challenge, and the ball spins out to the right wing, where Murphy keeps it alive. Takes on Grealish. Turns back. Passes it to Bruno. And then it's given to Lascelles and square to Dummett in the centre circle. 0-0. 3 minutes gone in the second half. Joelinton with a little flick through his legs, back to Bruno. Lascelles over halfway to Murphy, onto Tonali, back to Murphy, and then for Isak to chase. Akanji is there first. Isak putting the pressure on and winning it back from Akanji. This is what the crowd want to see. Isak in the box, support from Livramento, but it's a short ball towards Livramento, and Akanji intercepts. Lascelles then makes a challenge. Livramento with another, and Newcastle on the attack. Bruno's ball towards Joelinton, too high.
Yeah, more intent, as I said. Obviously got a flea in the rear at half time.
It's on the floor for City. A short ball from the goalkeeper to Gvardiol, up to Alvarez. Lascelles at his back. Good first touch under pressure. And then on to Kovacic. Such a good midfield player, Kovacic. Sharp and quick. And then Bob out to Alvarez, who's on the left wing with Grealish in the middle. This is dangerous. 5 yards outside the area. Back through from Alvarez to Bob. Tonali gets in the way. And Joelinton on to Bruno. Gordon with the run. Gordon gets it. Heavy first touch. Akanji carries it forwards. Gordon still chasing. It's all over Kovacic. And Gordon with a tackle. The crowd really loved that one. Manchester City throw came all the way from left wing to right wing to slide in. City back to the goalkeeper Ortega. 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Grealish keeping it in on the line with his chest. Livramento. It's too much in that challenge, and a foul on Grealish. Over the top from Akanji. Pope comes to the side of the area, pats it down with his left hand, gathers it properly. Now in the middle of the box. It's with the skipper Lascelles up to Isak. Gvardiol has intercepted and Phillips turns away, then has to go back, and Joelinton's dispossessed him and found Isak. 5 blue shirts around him. Murphy making a run into the centre, into Tonali, back through, but it's between Isak and Livramento, and Ake shepherds it behind.
Yeah, Phillips starting to look leggy in the middle of the park for Manchester City. You just wonder how long it's going to be before Guardiola decides to make changes.
They brought Phillips on at this point in the game on Saturday. Their 2-0 win over Nottingham Forest. They finished with 10 men, but he's not had a lot of football, and they've got players warming up. Nunez and Doku among them. Newcastle with possession, much better in the second half. Bruno to Joelinton on the left flank. Target inside to Bruno, just ahead of halfway. Tonali back, first time to Dummett, left-footed, first time to Lascelles, takes a touch to Dummett again. I think in the first half, probably most of their passes went backwards, didn't they? Now they're playing forwards, and Murphy, lovely turn. Joelinton, edge of the area. Joelinton still going. What a run from Joelinton, and then the cut back, and Isak is there, and Isak scores. Joelinton with a brilliant run around Man City defenders into the penalty area, and then the ball was played across, and Isak all alone at the back stick took a touch and stuck it away for his 4th of the season. And after a positive start to the second half, they've broken the deadlock. 53 minutes played, Newcastle United 1, Manchester City 0.
Well, great run and great pullback, and he's never going to miss. Back post all on his own, knocks it into an empty net.
First goal of the game to Newcastle, the scorer number 14.
Isak finished left-footed from close range. Murphy did well in the build-up. Joelinton got it across, and Rico Lewis, I think, just got in a bit of a tangle, and it went underneath him and reached Isak, who made no mistake, never going to miss, and he's level now with Wilson on 4 for the season. BBC Radio Newcastle, they have the lead. Ake back to Ortega, clipped up to Bob. Dummett's followed him all the way. Dummett's almost on the edge of the Man City penalty area. Then Dummett and Joelinton into a challenge on Rico Lewis, and it's a throw for the visitors. Right full-back position. After the goal went in, Pep Guardiola called Jack Grealish across, and they had a chat. No changes yet from Manchester City in response to the Newcastle opener. Ake on to Grealish, collided with Livramento, and it's been brought back for a free kick. They've switched it. Target gets up to head clear. The 2 substitutes have given them something. Gordon on the left, Bruno in midfield. There's Bruno herring around in midfield, closing players down. Isak now almost on top of the keeper, and then making a block on Akanji's pass, and gesturing to the crowd and getting more noise back. It's flat in the first half in many ways. Second half completely different.
All they need is something to shout about. They've given them that in the second half.
The throw to Kovacic, Tonali there, Isak in the area, goes around one, and Isak wins a corner. Couldn't really get the shot off, and the angle was narrowing left side of the box. Corner kick for Tonali to take, and Dummett and Lascelles go forwards. Murphy goes back towards the centre circle. City have everybody in the box defending, and they're sending Erling Haaland out to warm up. 1-0 Newcastle, Gallagher end, Tonali's corner, headed away. Murphy first to the ball, having a look. Out wide it goes on that far left side. Tonali onto Gordon, heads it inside and away from Manchester City, from Lewis. Livramento the furthest player back. 1-0 to Newcastle. Foden and Walker also warming up. Left-footed ball from Dummett down the wing. Joelinton couldn't keep it in. Blackburn 5-2 up against Cardiff in one of the other ties. This match must finish in 90 minutes, and then the draw for the fourth round will be made here at St James's. Liverpool come from behind to lead Leicester 2-1. Chelsea 2-0 up on Brighton. Newcastle with a 1-0 lead through this man, Isak. Out to Murphy. Isak's on the move in the middle again. Murphy to Tonali, on to Livramento, no flag. Now for Murphy in the box, on the goal line, forced back out wide to Livramento. Bruno giving him an angle, and he's got space. Good ball back through for Murphy. First time cut back. Joelinton couldn't climb high enough. And Targett unable to keep it in despite his best attempts.
Yeah, well played. Good build up down that right side again. Great little ball, just a little too much on it.
The throw taken by Lewis at right fullback. It's it back from Kovacic, gives it to the midfielder again. West Ham 1-0 up at Lincoln, and it's Fulham 2, Norwich 0. Fulham is where Newcastle would have been in this round if the ball numbers in the draw for round 3 were assigned to the teams alphabetically. There was one mistake, or two mistakes, and Newcastle and Norwich were the wrong way around, but they're beating Manchester City as it stands 1-0, so maybe nothing to complain about. City play in midfield and the ball goes out on the far side. Target's throw onto Joelinton. Gordon comes inside. Joelinton back to Bruno. There's 3 on him. And backwards to Dummett. Big clearance from Dummett. Phillips mopping up. It's given to Akanji. Then the goalkeeper out of his box, Kovacic. Akanji at walking pace forwards from the edge of Manchester City's box. Back to his goalkeeper. Forwards 10 yards to Kovacic, then to the right to Akanji. We've played almost an hour. It's moved quickly onto Grealish. Inside away from Livramento. And then skips past Tonali. Phillips. Central position, 30 yards out. Kovacic has miskicked. Bruno with it, away from Phillips. Isak takes it on. Rolled out to Target, down the line to Gordon, inside to Bruno. Went for the first time ball to Isak, intercepted. Alvarez now to Kovacic, just ahead of halfway. 1-0 to Newcastle. Alvarez spreads it out wide to Oscar Bob, back to Rico Lewis for Manchester City. You listen to BBC Radio Newcastle. Ake centre of Newcastle's half. Inside to Phillips. Joe Linton with a foul on Lewis. Close to the centre circle. And the match has stopped. Bruno's down, hurt. And now he's lying on his back. Isak's gone down as well. So the physio comes running on, and they are shouting towards Almiron, who's in the corner. Bruno was hurt in the challenge. Isak's just gone down, he's sitting down. Almiron's taking his yellow bib off, he's going to come on. There's nobody giving any treatment to Isak at the moment, but he's still down. And Bruno, having come on at half-time, might well be coming off.
Done his calf, has he?
Shaking his head, Bruno, as he comes across to the side of the pitch with Newcastle physio. They want to come back on, but Almiron is ready. Isak's walking over pitch side as well. Bruno's had a drink from a water bottle. I think he's going to go on, Bruno, and it's Isak who's coming off, the goal scorer. Well, gets a big hug from Eddie Howe, hasn't gone down the tunnel. Maybe that was just planned, that Isak would do an hour. Maybe that's why he sat down. And Bruno's going to come back on. Hopefully it's a false alarm in terms of his fitness. At the minute they're down to 10, Newcastle, because they haven't got Bruno back on the pitch. Isak is off, Almiron his replacement. Leading 1-0, but with a player less at the moment. City cross from the right, Lascelles with a clearance. Trying to get the referee's attention to get Bruno back on. Maybe Chris Kavanagh just forgot it. Now he waves Bruno onto the pitch. Gordon's gone to centre forward, and Murphy is left wing, Almiron is right wing. Eddie Howe's spoken ahead of the season and during the transfer window as well about Gordon being able to play through the middle, giving Newcastle another option. No Wilson tonight, and Isak substituted. Manchester City win a free kick on the right wing, 30 yards out.
Take your pick, there was two of them there.
To tonight's game. The official attendance here at St James's Park this evening is 51,692.
So free kick, and they've got a left-footed player and a right-footed player over it, just in from the touchline. And players on the edge of the box waiting for the ball in. It's a right-footed ball, it's fired into the 6-yard box, and the flag is up. It's a corner.
It's good defending. Looked like Akanji was going to get a free header.
Corner has been taken. Ball into the area. Newcastle get it away. Almiron couldn't control it first, and Bruno's got it in midfield, but they've lost it to Grealish. Bruno wins it back. Could have been fouled. They get the decision. Yellow card for Akanji. There are clearly some Paraguayans sitting right behind us, or Almiron obsessives. Very excited when he was called to the touchline and then introduced from the bench. Manchester City, Foden, Walker and Haaland. finished their warm-ups. Are they coming on? They're back on the bench. Pep Guardiola yet to make a change. Newcastle leading 1-0, 66 minutes. Murphy to take on Lewis. The young defender has done well. It's a good battle. Murphy then wins a throw. He stayed down, Jacob Murphy, from the challenge. They've got a free kick actually, Newcastle. Calvin Phillips, he might be about to get yellow carded for this. Referee's having a good chat with him. So it's a free kick, few yards in from the left wing. In midfield, Phillips is booked. Caught Murphy on the side of the foot. Maybe just the follow through.
He's won the ball, hasn't he? And his follow through has just caught him. Always amazes me how you're supposed to not.
Target's ball in, Lascelles heads it across, Joelinton on towards goal, hooked clear as far as Almiron. Right corner of the area, onto Tonali. Oh, he smashed it into the middle, and it's behind off Gvardiol for a corner, but it nearly went in.
Just came off him, he didn't know anything about it at all. Could have went anywhere.
Norwich have got a goal back at Fulham. It's 2-1 there. Mateus Nunes and Jeremy Doku are going to be the first Manchester City players on. 1-0 to United. And Murphy to take the corner on the right. Target's made a run along the goal line, gets it from Murphy. Oh, back heel from Target to Murphy. Now the cross. Oh, just too much on it. Lovely setup. Target did so well. Tonali can't keep it in, and here
did all the hard work, didn't they? Work the space.
Here come the changes. And off go Manchester City's number 6, Nathan Ake. Mateus Nunes, his replacement, the Portuguese midfielder signed from Wolves on deadline day. And Mateo Kovacic replaced by Jeremy Doku, Belgian international winger, 21 years of age, is quick. Sergio Gomez will go to left back, I think. Nunes into midfield, and Doku's gone to the right side. Newcastle 1-0 up, and the team at the moment with the changes is Pope, Livramento, Lascelles, Dummett, Target, Tonali, Bruno, Joelinton, Murphy on the left, Almiron on the right, and Gordon through the middle. Isak scored the goal, a tap in at the back post, and Joelinton's ball across, and he was substituted not too long after. Throw for Newcastle. Joelinton to Tonali. Anthony Gordon. Oh, brilliant block from Akanji. Brilliant, just as Gordon was about to let fly in the area and make it 2-0. Fantastic Manchester City defending. A yellow card's going to come out here for a Newcastle player, and it's Bruno for the foul on Mateus Nunes, just behind the centre circle.
Yeah, just blocked them off, didn't he?
But what brilliant defending.
Yeah, he did well. Got the block in just as Gordon pushed through.
And this is Grealish clipping it down the left, and Nunes. Might have been a push from Tonali, but it's behind for a goal kick. "20 minutes to go, John Anderson. How do you see it?"
Well, this most definitely has been a game of two halves. In the first half we weren't in it at all. Substitutions have made a huge difference. Starting to get a grip of the game in midfield, where we didn't really get a grip of it in the first half. The intensity is an awful lot more than it was in the first half as well, putting Manchester City under an awful lot more pressure than we did in that opening 45 minutes.
It's only 2 wins in 34 against Manchester City, League and Cup. What a touch from Joelinton to bring down the ball from Nick Pope's goal kick. Bruno now back to Lascelles. One of those 2 wins was in the League Cup in 2014 at Manchester City in the 4th round stage. Still their only win at the Etihad. It's also the last time they stopped Manchester City from scoring. But it's a clean sheet at the moment, 1-0 here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Gvardiol to Grealish on the touchline. Núñez makes the run ahead. Alvarez in the middle. Núñez taking on Lascelles and Livramento, and Almiron there as well, twisting and turning, and back to Sergio Gomez. Everton 2-1 up at Aston Villa. Gvardiol to Alvarez, couple of Newcastle blocks, might have been a foul on Livramento. Referee has just given it belatedly. Bruno was on the floor again, but he's not injured, he's all right. He's taken a bit of a whack, but seems like he'll carry on. The likes of Haaland and Foden have just taken their seats on the bench again. Bruno round the corner, little flick, Tonali, then on for Livramento to chase after. Gomez puts it out. "25 yards from the goal. Jason Tindall told by fourth official Sam Allison to get back from the edge of the technical area, and he doesn't. Stays where he is. Eddie Howe was out there as well. Dummett to Target. They've gone all the way back into their defensive third, Newcastle, from the throw. Then Joe Linton can't keep the ball in on the far side, and it's Manchester City's Lewis. Kanji to Mateus Núñez, slipped away from Bruno and got the free kick. There's a ball from Gvardiol to Grealish. Livramento puts it out of play. Phil Foden's going to come on now, and he will replace Julian Alvarez.
Number 19, Julian Alvarez, and replacing him, number 47, Phil Foden.
Kanji, ball on the diagonal, too much behind it, too far ahead of Grealish. '74th minute, and Newcastle still leading by a goal to nil. It's first of 4 away matches in a row for Manchester City. Wolves and Arsenal in the Premier League, and they've got Leipzig in the Champions League next week. This is Bruno. Away it goes. Joe Linton's got it now. On to Murphy. He's done so well to hold it. Fantastic from Murphy. Then Almiron plays it off Sergio Gomez and wins a throw. Murphy under a lot of pressure. Took the ball under control. Looking like there's some tired Newcastle bodies there. Joe Linton's holding his left leg. Jason Tindall having a word with Jamal Lascelles as the throw is taken by Livramento, and Foden wins it back. Gomez into the box to the goalkeeper. Ortega short to Akanji and back again. And Ortega now to Sergio Gomez on his chest. Mateus Núñez likes to make a forward run from midfield, and there he is once more, giving it to Grealish. Slows it down, cuts in away from Livramento. Oh, it's opened up for Grealish. Danger here. But the shot straight at Pope from 20 yards.
Yeah, comfortable. You can see what he's trying to do, but he's hit it straight at the keeper.
Liverpool are going to go into round 4 surely. 3-1 up on Leicester now. Pope puts the ball on the floor. and it's long, over halfway. Murphy's gone to centre forward, and Gordon is on the left for Newcastle now, following those changes, but another shuffle from Eddie Howe. Nunez to Akanji. Sergio Gomez making an unchecked run down this near side. They've gone to the right to Lewis. A couple of passes, and Jeremy Doku for the first time plays it to Calvin Phillips, across midfield to Nunez, and Gomez to Grealish. Plenty of Newcastle bodies back, a 4-5-1 really. Tonali with a foul, in the opinion of the referee, on Nunez. Phillips to Doku, doesn't run with it. It's a short pass to Lewis. Akanji, Grealish in the space. They're looking to hit him with this ball, and he's taken it down superbly. What a touch. Gomez and then Nunez involved as well on the near side. It's Oscar Bob at the edge of the area. Phillips back to Gvardiol. They forced City away from the goal and then lost it. Manchester City to Almiron. Tidy play, back to Dummett, onto Gordon. He's brought it inside and got away, and he could thread it through now for the run of Bruno. He does, just outside the area. Gordon in the middle, Murphy to the left, Bruno towards Murphy. Too much on the ball, but kept in by Murphy in the corner. 13 minutes to play. Target makes a run in field, cleared by Manchester City. Lascelles, could he have a go here? Brought it forwards to about 25 yards out. Man City have a player down. Newcastle staying on the attack. Livramento, corner, deflected onto the roof of the net. Sergio Gomez is back up. There's a member of the Manchester City coaching staff is getting in the face of Jason Tindall, and Pep Guardiola's come to the Newcastle technical area. Oh, maybe a strong fourth. Sorry?
He's done them.
Done in what sense? Oh, the foul.
Yeah.
A strong fourth official, though, should be getting in the way and saying no. Referees had to come across and deal with it. Fourth official's telling him what happened, and there could be a card here for Pep Guardiola and a member of staff, maybe. Yellow card for Guardiola. A member of staff should be getting booked, because you can't go from one technical area to the other, no matter what's happened on the pitch. That's in the rules. And it would be the same if it was Tindall.
No, it wouldn't.
It would be.
Because you wouldn't see it.
I would see it.
No, you wouldn't.
Guardiola lost his temper there, and he might have had a good reason, as you say, for the foul, but Newcastle played on and got the corner. Target takes it. Joelinton header across, away from the 6-yard area by a good Manchester City header. Long ball forwards from Pope, nobody there in black and white. Murphy closing down Gomez. Inside to the goalkeeper, back out wide. 11 minutes to play on BBC Radio Newcastle. Phillips receives it in the D. Kanji having a look, middle of the City half. Foden back to him, inside to Phillips. Grealish to bring it backwards, and then comes in off the left touchline. Livramento stayed with him.
He's played well tonight, that young boy.
Doku dispossessed by Gordon. Might get the chance to run. Does, down the left wing, step over, and comes back with it to Target. Target gets it again from Joelinton. It's Lascelles now. Driven ball up to Murphy, on towards the right wing, but Almiron didn't run, and Tonali's run was further infield, so it's Man City's ball. Guardiola to Ortega. He's under pressure. Rico Lewis, superb first touch. Far side from the goalkeeper's ball across, and then Murphy closes down Akanji. Newcastle throw. City throw it to the goalkeeper, and it's lifted out to the left side, but there's too much behind the ball, and on a windy night as well, and they've got a throw. Fourth officials getting involved in the Newcastle technical area now. Well, Tyndall wouldn't give him the ball. There were two balls as well. That might have been why. Dummett to Lascelles. Intercepted by Nunez. Doku's on the left wing now, he's got it. It's a handball. Shout that goes the way of Manchester City. Mateus Nunes is going to get Sandro Tonali booked.
He kicked the ball away.
Kicked the ball away. Not sure the referee had seen it until Nunes, with his arms outstretched. It's not the first time he's done that, because he's done it twice with Bruno. Has gone appealing to the referee and trying to get an opponent yellow carded. He's been successful twice. Akanji, Nunes with the run through the middle, takes it down. Mateus Nunes.
Oh, what a tackle.
Tino Livramento, brilliant again. Cleared away down the left side, but Manchester City have it back through Calvin Phillips. Rico Lewis onto Oscar Bob. The attack is ongoing from Manchester City. Target though intercepts, then gets rid. 1-0 to Newcastle in the 83rd minute. Foden. Oh, caught by Joe Linton. That would be a yellow card.
How high was that?
And Chris Kavanagh wants a word with the Newcastle midfielder. Foden was sent flying. His first touch was lifted up.
He just runs straight over people.
And then Joe Linton cut through him. I don't think he got booked, did he?
No.
Well, Foden is limping, but he's thankfully going to be all right. Free kick with Grealish and Sergio Gomez there. Doku's really widened the plays in loads of space on the left wing. Short free kick. Grealish then with an outside of the right foot pass to Doku. Can't get around Livramento, makes the block and then clears it.
He's been brilliant.
And they love him already. Tino Livramento. It's been a fantastic performance from the young right back. City possession, but in their half of the pitch. 6 minutes to go on BBC Radio Newcastle. Alexander Isak, scorer of the only goal. Still with Manchester City behind halfway. Vardy all over to Akanji. They score one and draw the match. We'll go to penalties. Phillips on halfway. Gomez out to Doku. He's got around Livramento and spun clear. Jeremy Doku into the area towards Foden, but Pope is alive to it and claims the ball.
It's the first time he's been done tonight, the young fullback.
Newcastle away to the left, target, but that's intercepted in midfield by Gomez, who come in from the left side. More space now for Doku. Grealish, Nunez in the middle. Foden wanting it. Nunez edge of the area, receives it, gets turned, finds Foden, laid off to Doku, who's a danger. And then Bruno and Almiron. In fact, it was Almiron with a challenge, and then he was fouled by Doku. And Newcastle get a free kick near to the edge of their penalty area. Player down as well.
It's Almiron.
Almiron. Yeah, it was him from the challenge. No one else hurt or anything. Fourth round draw coming up. Will Newcastle be in it? 4 minutes to play, 1-0 in front, and then there'll be time added on. There haven't been too many stoppages. Ball's gone out, and it's free kick. And it's City's ball for a foul by Joe Linton.
Many times have we said that.
Sergio Gomez steps over halfway, switches it to Oscar Bob on his chest, now on his thigh, back to Rico Lewis, inside to Joško Gvardiol, the Croatian defender, to Doku on the left wing. Grealish in the middle once again. This is Gomez. Newcastle every player behind the ball and within 30 yards of the goal. Akanji to Gvardiol. Doku's free. They've instead gone for Grealish, but he can't hold it. Livramento's there, takes it out wide and clears, but intercepted by Gomez. And Nunez, edge of the box, who's looked lively since coming on. He's beaten a couple of black and white shirts, still going, and then he's given it to Murphy. And Bruno wants to take it on. Foden makes a challenge. Joe Linton wins it. And Gordon to run. 5 blue shirts close to him. Gordon's held on to it. Tries to come back with the ball. And then he's won it and got away. Anthony Gordon again into the area. Gordon goes for the near side and Ortega makes a save. They want a corner. Referee says it was kept in by the goalkeeper.
Great run.
Having been challenged, Gordon, he then won it back. I think a couple of City defenders got in each other's way. There were 4 out there on the wing with him, and then Gomez in the middle just held a different position with Newcastle on the attack. And now it's Manchester City's turn to attack through Doku, the Belgian, back to Nunez. Gomez, Elliot Anderson's going to come on. We're in the 89th minute. Nunez. Gvardiol, there's no space. The defensive line's 5-10 yards up from the edge of the area, and the furthest Newcastle player ahead of them, Murphy, only another 10-15 yards ahead. City having to play it across Newcastle in front of them. Now they've got it down the left wing to Doku. Goes on the outside of Livramento. There's the cross. Foden with a touch and then a clearance. Phillips challenges with Murphy. Gomez with the header. Phillips back to Akanji. It's Doku who they want involved again, and they found him. Great first touch. 2 to beat. He's come inside, and now chance for a shot in. Oh, just wide. Hit just wide by Rico Lewis. Whoa. The 18-year-old right back. Across Nick Pope's goal, right-footed. Big chance for a late equaliser.
Yeah, good hit, wasn't it?
Number 8, Sandro Tonali.
Sandro Tonali being replaced by Elliot Anderson.
And replacing him, number 32, Elliot Anderson.
See the numbers board in a second. And 4th official Sam Allison tells us there will be a minimum of 6 additional minutes at St James's Park here on BBC Radio Newcastle.
An additional 6 minutes, a minimum of 6 minutes.
One goal takes it to penalties. Must have a result tonight. Man City throw on halfway. Away supporters trying to make their voices heard. Phillips out to the left, Livramento intercepts, then brings it down, and a pass inside to Anderson. He's carried on a forward run, Livramento. Anderson's possibly going to carry it himself. He's got a throw off Grealish's tackle. The whistle to encourage Newcastle to get on with it. Livramento down the line to Anderson. Vardiol hooks it over his shoulder, clear. Bruno heads up. It's all on this right side in the final third. Anderson goes for another header. Mateus Nunes has got it. And it's been tackled by Murphy. And then Anderson does very well. Murphy edge of the area to Bruno. Beats a couple. Joelinton with an effort. Saved low down to his right by Ortega.
Good hit. Straight at the keeper.
Eddie Howe and Pep Guardiola still delivering the instructions to their players. We've had 2 of the minimum 6 minutes. 1-0 Newcastle. Chipped in behind for Doku. Lascelles has come across, but the Man City winger gets there, and then Livramento makes the tackle. And Livramento into midfield to Joelinton. City want handball. Grealish has won it, and then Paul Dummett with a Paul Dummett type of tackle. Edge of the box to get rid. He's hurt himself, Dummett, might be cramp, he's limping badly. Can barely plant his foot, and the ball's played over his head, and Foden down at the edge of the area, wants a penalty, gets nothing. Pep Guardiola stares at the 4th official. And Dummett is getting some help from his teammates. Cramp. Fabian Schär's going to be brought on. Minutes away from a win over Manchester City. Yes, City made 8 changes, but Newcastle made 10. And Alexander Isak's got the only goal, and it could be sending them into round 4 of the League Cup. The draw to follow tonight. Dummett, on his first competitive appearance for more than a year, leaves the pitch to a standing ovation. He's suffered badly with injuries in recent seasons, but he's put in a big shift for them tonight, and he's defended well, Ando.
Yeah, defended well as a unit, defended well as a team, filled space, haven't given Manchester City too much room to play in, especially the second half. Got behind the ball. Manchester City made Manchester City play in front of us for the majority of the second half.
We're now 4 minutes into the additional time, but it's been a couple of minutes with Dummett receiving treatment, so we'll play on. 1-0 the score. Newcastle lead. Not many have left. Manchester City still trying to find an equaliser to take the tie to penalties. It's out for a Newcastle throw on the left in their half of the pitch. And they've got another one. Target drying the ball on his black and white jersey. Lobbed forward, Joelinton heads on. City away, now it's come for Grealish in the middle. Back it goes to Gvardiol and on to Gomez. Doku wide left. Rico Lewis on halfway on the far right side now. Into Gvardiol, BBC Radio Newcastle. Final stages of the cup tie. Through for Nunes to chase. Anderson's favourite to get there. And he's prevented the corner. It's a throw. If they'd started with Nunes, they might have had a better chance because he's been very effective since coming on. This is Akanji looking to get it towards Oscar Bob, but Mac Target with a sliding clearance, and the ball goes into the east stand. We've almost played the 6 minutes, but he'll surely add more on because of the treatment to Dummett. 1-0 Newcastle lead. Gomez with the ball is going to be too strong for Doku. 6 minutes have been played, but it is a minimum of 6. Newcastle coaches complaining to the fourth official. It's a throw near the corner flag for Livramento to take. Manchester City are trying to squeeze. They've committed players forwards. Long throw. Murphy volleys it away. It's gone out. It's out from the throw. It's up to the referee now. Sergio Gomez takes the throw. Calvin Phillips out to Rico Lewis, who almost equalised with that shot just wide a few minutes ago. Oscar Bob with a cross into the middle. Lascelles, the captain, heads away. The referee puts his whistle to his lips, and Newcastle United have beaten Manchester City for the first time in more than 4 years, and they have knocked out the Premier League champions and the team that has won the League Cup on 8 occasions, with a 1-0 victory here at St James's Park, given to them by an Alexander Isak goal early in the second half. 10 changes made by Eddie Howe, and it worked. A treat for the manager. Yes, he had to bring on Bruno and Gordon at half-time and other players in the second half, but he gave game time to those who needed it. He gave a rest to those who needed a night off, and they've got the result, and they've gone through to round 4, and the draw will be made shortly. Newcastle are in it, Manchester City won't be. Isak's goal the difference, John Anderson.
Yeah, I mean, it was a total game of 2 halves. Manchester City totally dominated the first half without really creating a great deal. It was a game of very few chances, to be fair. Second half we were better, we had more intensity about us, we got the pace of Manchester City, and we got the break. You know, he was never going to miss from there. Isak, Joe Linton did great little run, great little pullback. Deserved it for the second half performance. You know, Manchester City better side first half, we were the better side second half.
And the extra match will mean that Newcastle's schedule at the end of next month and into November will be busier, but it will mean that players who've had an opportunity tonight, if they're not playing in league games, will get another chance to play, and they'll be pleased about that, and I'm sure Eddie Howe will be as well, because he can rotate the squad and give minutes to those who need it.
Yeah, look, Livramento came in and it was absolutely brilliant. His first game here, he only got done once. His overall game was absolutely top-notch. Guimaraes coming on made a difference. Starting to get a hold of the game in midfield. As I say, they were the better side first half, we were the better side second half.
And a simple goal from Isak.
Simple goal, yeah, never going to miss, was he? He left Haaland on the bench even when they were chasing the game. He didn't bring a centre forward on.
Yeah. Draw for round 4 coming up tonight then here at St James's Park. Newcastle will be in it. Ball number 16. They are through to the next stage of the League Cup. Alexander Isak's goal has given them a 1-0 win over Manchester City here at St James's Park. Joelinton edge of the area. Joelinton still going. What a run from Joelinton. And then the cutback. And Isak is there. And Isak scores. Joelinton with a brilliant run around Man City defenders into the penalty area. And then the ball was played across. And Isak all alone at the back stick took a touch and and stuck it away for his 4th of the season. And after a positive start to the second half, they've broken the deadlock. 53 minutes played, Newcastle United 1, Manchester City 0.
Total Sport North East.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.